I begin by awakening a divine level planet. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 26 by it. What he saw was just the tip of the iceberg. Zhao Xianshan, Luo Xu also noticed Miles' abnormality and asked. Zhao Xianshan explained, in order not to let this catastrophe that threatens everyone spread everywhere and affect people's lives, we keep this secret by sealing the memory. Melee participates in hunting ferocious beasts every year and may seal the memory more. When the memory is restored, there will be some changes in personality. Luo Xu listened. Take a deep breath. That is to say, he has to go through such a way of sealing the memory? Let's take a look first. When we meet again in the future, we must face them directly. At this time, Zhao Xian and others also woke up. Absorbed 2 strong liquors in a row. Keep the planet and the body from losing transcendence and unable to maintain the spirit. During this time, with their spirits, they gave birth to several extraordinary people again, who are believed to have inherited the first generation of extraordinary people. With life, the planet will continue to evolve. The transcendental is equivalent to the incarnation of the will of the thinking planet. The owner of the planet is dead. Will return to the mountain city. If this extraordinary planet dies, it will become a dead star. It will not be in a few days. Will become a spirit, with room for awakening. The Lord will become a cripple, an ordinary person. Zhao Xianshan, Fang Wei, and Wang Zhu, who saw this scene for the first time, also widened their eyes. In their cognition, it was the first time they saw a fierce beast with a black body and black substance. The point is, they can assimilate those supernatural creatures and undead beasts. Wow. A sound seemed to come from Jiao, from the black abyss. This is the sound of a dragon. Woo. It seemed that there was a bird flying, and the sound of flapping wings came out. A very large force it appeared. He looked a bit like the Ceratosaurus on Luo Xu's planet, but not quite. When he flew out of the abyss, Luo saw the whole picture. Just like the western dragon described in some comics he saw in his previous life. Very large wings. The body is like a mammoth with a long tail and a long neck. Wearing black armor, exuding aura under the sunlight. Fairy. Zhao Xianshan explained. This is a fierce beast from the dark world, and its level is equivalent to the city lord's fairy beast King Lang. He has 5 claws. That's a level 5 fierce beast. After listening to Zhao Xianshan's explanation, Luo Xu wondered, that means there are more powerful fierce beasts. Zhao Xianshan nodded, as if recalling something. Meteorites fell. The era of the earth began. With it came a great disaster for mankind. Among them, there are too many unknown historical disasters. At that time, there was a dark titan, who was very powerful, even stronger than the extraordinary of the level 5 planetary lord. In that war, the entire extraterritorial space was torn apart and collapsed. 30 supernatural creatures from different planets seriously injured the dark titan in a way of mutual destruction. It's hard to imagine how spectacular the war was back then. With the appearance of this goblin, the green dragon on the high platform also swooped down and fought with this goblin. However, the war has just begun. More powerful dark beasts emerged from the abyss. More and more extraordinary people joined the battle. Luo Xu used an arithmetic system. He wanted to see the nature of this war, or what the final calculation direction was. System. The beast tide crushed, and the losses were very heavy. A small accident happened in Luo Xu. In the past, the system would give several calculation directions. But this time, this is the only answer given by the system. There are some styles that are not like the world system. In fact, in recent years, this site has been rebuilt and expanded because of the beast tide. Now it can be said to be equivalent to half of Jiangnan. The magic circle, player circle, etc. are under the blessing. The whole venue is like entering another space. Outsiders are generally not allowed to enter the venue at this time. You will not hear the sound of fighting that resounds through the world in this venue. Watch the battle every day. Suddenly turned around and stood in front of Luo Xu and others. Look at the corner of the box. There, the space is fluctuating. You stand behind me, don't move, there may be enemies in a while. Zhao Xianshan just finished speaking. There are 5 people. 5 people wearing white robes and hoods. Some are 40 years old, and some are 20 years old. The 10 red-robed wizards around Zhao Xianshan immediately raised their scepters. Thrust. Lightning spread in this box. Among them are. Lightning is like a thunder knife, directly hitting the 5 white-clothed men who suddenly appeared. They are Starkillers, specialized in killing planet masters. At this time of year, they will appear and take the opportunity to kill planet masters in the stadium. Zhao Xianshan has been observing the rest of the box. These Starkillers are elusive and have very strong hiding methods. Unless they are a very sharp planet master or an extraordinary person. Otherwise, it is difficult for ordinary people to find their traces. Bang! A shield directly protected the 5 white-clothed men. There are 5 of them. At this time, there are already 10 people. It's like they can split infinitely. Just 1 minute. Just a few words. There are already more than 30 people. It's not a big box. Suddenly, many people are standing. White robe lens. Their target is the extraordinary person next to Mile. 20 people blocked Zhao Xianshan's top 10 wizards. There are more than 20 people. It's the strong warrior who rushed to Mile. Their postures are strange, and their limbs look stiff, but they have a very harmonious and agile feeling. It was a magic pen, or an unprecedented martial spirit. This was a Malay. Luo Xu and others stood beside Zhao Xianshan, watching the battle closely. At this time, only then did they understand. Why are there so many ownerless planets in Shanzheng? Why? Every day, low-level and high-level ownerless planets return to Shanzheng. Because of these Starkillers. They are everywhere, attacking and killing the masters of those planets. As for why, everyone knows why. Everyone knows who is behind them. Such a huge organization. And the Starkillers with very strong strength. Even the official authorities cannot completely eliminate these Starkillers. Even many Starkillers have been killed. In the blink of an eye, there will be a big Starkiller. The masters of many planets are dead. This is the real reality. For our sources, I can do anything. Lei's 12 guards are also relatively strong. He is already a level 4 planet master, mastering a large number of martial souls and extraordinary skills. The white-robed man at the time was also unable to seriously injure the 12 guards. Luo Xuanyang's calculus system found the fatal weakness of the white man. Boss, these white-robed people, it seems, should be divided by those 5 people. They are also the masters of this planet. However, the extraordinary people they cultivate are all based on their own standards. I don't know what method they used, but they can do it. I think if you want to beat them, you must be able to hit the first 5 Starkillers. Otherwise, they will always have people wearing white robes. Zhao Xianshan looked at Luo Xu with a little surprise and said, I didn't expect you to see the problem in such a short time. Yes, if you want to kill the Starkiller, you must kill the first Starkiller. Otherwise, they can continue to consume. It's just that it's not easy to find those 5 Starkillers. That is to say, the first 5 Starkillers who came in are actually not the main body. Luo Xu used the arithmetic system again. He wanted to know. Jinzhen can hurt these Starkillers on his own planet. System, Starkiller, the special energy system of the King of Eternal Night, has the abilities of magic resistance, legal resistance, and infinite replication. Calculation. 1. Vibranium can break defense, mainly with short crossbows and dense coverage. Calculation. 2nd, the wizard can bless the arrow feathers every day in the arcane week to break the defense of the Starkiller. Calculation. 3. The body of the Starkiller is in the window 5 meters in front of the right. After Luo Xu read the calculation results of the system, just know it in your mind. Immediately communicate with the UK. Send out 10 soldiers who have taken dragon blood pills. Boss, you ask the wizards to use arcane magic every day. At that time, I will let them shoot arrows and hit these Starkillers. Luo Xu said calmly. Zhao Xianshan nodded slightly. The appearance of these silver-armored warriors. Let the Starkiller and his dozen people immediately be on guard. According to the information they got, the warriors of the planet masters with technological civilization look like ordinary people, but they are threatening after they form an army. Swish. 10 soldiers, aiming at 10 star killers. 5 red-robed wizards who tried to break the defense of the star killer's body. One of them cast a spell in his sleeve with his left hand. Every day of the Olympic week. Can track the enemy. Real gold can absorb some kinetic energy and block some magic. But there is not offensive magic every day in the Olympic week. It is empowerment. In the last movie, the gem of the strongest villain failed to break the Zenjin shield. It can be seen that this powerful defense of vibranium. Only the strongest metal can break the defense of vibranium. When Starkiller saw the arrows, he was ready to hide. They could predict the trajectory of these arrows. In their opinion, the speed of these arrows was too slow. It would not hurt them at all. But in an instant, the empowerment arrows were very fast. It had exceeded the moving speed. Puff. 10 Starkiller arrows were shot out in an instant. Suddenly, the pressure faced by the supernatural warriors in Lei was greatly reduced. Soon, the rest of Starkiller was solved. Now, only the first 5 entities are needed. However, Luo Xu knew that they were not the real entities. According to the calculation of the system, they should also use a very clever hiding method and hide next to the crystal window on the right. Outside, the 4 immortals are dead. Because a more powerful dark beast appeared in the abyss. The goblins are nothing anymore. The dark 3-headed dog. One can emit black lightning, which is very powerful, and the other can emit black flames, just like the Samadhi true fire. Even this defensive shield can burn a hole. Fortunately, there are immortals sitting outside, using spirit stones to replenish in time. These laws that have been blessed with many layers, are used to prevent too much sensation on the battlefield here, affecting the citizens of Jiangnan. It is also to prevent these fierce beasts from the dark world from appearing in the city and causing great chaos. These dark beasts are extremely harmful. Zhuang. In 10 cities, to level 5 planet masters were sent to sit in meditation. Because they not only have to face dark beasts, chapter 27 pocket, and they have to face the attack of the Starkiller. The Starkiller will make corresponding arrangements for each major country. Their information is so well informed that it seems that they have been testing the planet masters of the whole world. Luo Xu has been waiting for an opportunity. In this box, it seems that only the first 5 Starkillers are left. However, they are just bait. They are consuming the energy of the red-robed wizard, waiting for the relaxation moment of Zhao Xianshan and others. They will still kill people, like Luo Xu, waiting for the opponent's flaw. Time passed slowly. As lightning cast the strongest magic, the light illuminated the entire box. People couldn't open their eyes. Luo Xu felt that this seemed to be an opportunity. Swish. Before he ordered the soldiers to shoot arrows, he reached out and pulled Zhao Xianshan's sleeve. Zhao Xianshan also understood what Luo Xu meant in an instant. He saw these soldiers aiming in one direction to shoot arrows. Every day of the Olympic week. Puff. 10 arrows and feathers shot straight at the target. Lightning also stopped attacking. They stood in front of everyone, looking at the crystal window in front of their right hand. A white Starkiller, lying on the ground. He was hit by an arrow in the chest. And the other 4 people, but blocked Zenjin's arrow with magic tools. It's just that, because of the daily empowerment of the arcane week, their instruments were also destroyed. Hey, they copied it again, and 12 white Starkillers appeared. Then they launched their own attack. Behind them, complex laws appeared. Various means of attack. Swish. Luo Xu ordered the soldiers to shoot again. The same. Every day of the Olympic week. Magic empowerment. However, this time, I failed to hurt the 12 people. The arrow seemed to shoot into another space. Hey. Behind a famous Starkiller, the law seemed to summon a powerful divine beast. Like a tiger, it is stronger than an ordinary tiger, with a martial soul body, and a coercion array. Lightning immediately set up a magic array. Under their feet, the magic array lit up, and then formed a protective shield. Protect Luo Xu and others. They also use the strongest magic. Sacred magic. They care about their dedication, and ask the generals of the gods. In the magic civilization, they have a lot of strange magic, and there are various magic civilizations. According to what Luo Xu learned in the classroom in those years. In magic civilization, it is also divided into traditional magic and modern magic. Traditional magic is actually a Chinese sorcerer in the previous life. On the other hand, modern magic is a bit like a Western magician. Zhao Xianshan's red wizard is actually some Western wizards like Luo Xu in his previous life. Their magic circle is a circle with a 5-pointed star in it. Not only that, their gods are all magic, and the gods they invite seem to be Western gods. He has pointed ears, golden hair, blue pupils and a Western face. The hand of the elf god is an arrow. A golden magic arrow. Very fast. With powerful magic energy. Just one arrow. He shot through one of the 12 star killers. However, the star killer also fulfilled their law. It seems that he wanted to die with Luo Xu and others. In fact, the boxes of the entire venue were also blessed by the law, cut apart from each other, and in different spaces. Otherwise, such a battle, the venue has collapsed. In fact, this is equivalent to a cave. With a powerful defense law, this space is opened up alone. Not good. Zhao he exclaimed together. Does the other party want to self-destruct? Exclamation mark. Luo Xu immediately asked 10 soldiers to raise the Zhenjin shield to block the front. The most popular magician outside immediately cast a magic spell to form the strongest defensive shield. Bang! A huge burst sound rang out. The whole space seemed to be shaking because it was closed, and this sound could not be separated. The red-robed wizard cast magic again to eliminate these sounds, as well as the energy shock generated by the self-explosion of the star killer. However, lightning was also greatly affected. 10 red-robed wizards, standing in different places, formed a very powerful magic circle. But in the face of all this, the star killer, they just missed being able to stop it. However, when the star killer detonated himself, the 10 lightnings were most affected by this energy. They were in front. Bang! Another star killer's self-destruction. Zhao Xianshan and others were also hit by this energy, vomiting blood directly. Deafening. Hiss. They couldn't stand it anymore, and squatted down with their ears covered. Zhao Xianshan knew that this couldn't go on. He had to find a way. Stop these star killers from exploding. There were still 10 people left. There are 9 chances of self-destruction. At that time, not only Luo Xu, but also the masters of these low-level planets will be burned to death by the earthquake. Even he himself may be seriously injured. So he immediately ordered the red-robed wizard to help the elves kill these star killers. There is no successor. The holy light lit up in this box. I saw the elf raised his hand, and a very simple bow and arrow appeared. On this bow and arrow, the energy of the point began to gather. Finally formed an arrow. Hey! A slight sound sounded, and the god and monster shot the holy light arrow in his hand. The star killer immediately merged into one, gathered his power on one person, and formed a very large magic shield in front. The holy light arrow failed to penetrate this magic shield, and was finally stuck. The shield was shattered. At the same time, the holy light and the holy arrow exploded at the same time. The whole space was a wave. Behind the meeting, there was a crack tearing the space, and a strong warrior and a white-haired murderer fought together. Finally, I entered the dark battlefield. It turned out that the strong warrior knew that he had been fighting all the time and the people in the box would be affected, so he led the battlefield to the dark battlefield. Those dark beasts immediately surrounded them, slowly separating the strong warriors from the fierce white-haired beasts. As for, there is obviously a tide of dark beasts. Why don't you build a shield here? Why do you have to suppress the dark beasts in this way? No one knows. A long time ago, officials made such rules. On the pretext of competition, gather strong people from all over the country, and work together at this time to suppress the beasts. In order to avoid the evil beasts in the dark. Star Killer. It also began to appear at that time. Inside the box, the elf shot an arrow again. Lightning was not idle either. They chanted magic spells again. Strengthened the defense of the entire space, and then a magic energy net with lightning appeared. Heavy Siege. It is a high-level spell of the wizard. This heavy siege is slowly approaching the Star Killer. Luo Xu was in the back, and could hear the sound of lightning and thunder. As for Zhao Xian and others, they have been fed by mild sedative pills, and arranged to rest on the narrative sofa. He did have some accidents. Why didn't Luo Xu, the planet owner of an ordinary planet, suffer much impact? Even he, the master of the 4th level planet, and the supernatural warrior in front of him, felt more or less uncomfortable. It was like being hit by an unintentional energy. Although he didn't look injured, but his internal organs were churning, and he had a strong sense of dying. Not bad. He took the PO pill in time and recovered. In fact, Luo Xu was also affected a little, but not much. The soldier standing in front of him blocked part of the energy, and he himself, through the advice of the system, had turned himself into a real gold soft armor. This blocked part of the impact. Another Starkiller died under the elf's arrow. Only 9 people were left. However, they didn't seem to retreat. The 9 people held hands, and the energy circulated in their bodies. It seemed to be exchanging, and it was like the strongest secret technique. White beast. The 9 people directly and slowly merged, and finally turned into a white-haired beast. In other words, they are not the masters of the planet. They should be the transcendent masters of the planet. Who is it? And such a powerful and transcendent person? No one knows. The official has been investigating for so many years. In their opinion, one black and one white. It's like day and night. It's a catastrophe that exists at the same time. A catastrophe that targets the master of the planet. The dark beast. The white-robed Starkiller. It's the era of the master of the planet. The strongest enemy of the master of the planet. The horns on the head of the white beast emitted white light, directly blocking the holy light arrows of the elves. Then use the horn to shoot out a lightning-like siege. Just one collision caused a crack in the siege. If it comes a few more times, we will really break it down. Seeing this, the monster immediately gave up shooting and turned into a spell. A holy light lit up. The barrier was reinforced again. Then turned himself into holy light energy and merged directly into the siege. Hey! The white beast roared. He was hit by lightning in the siege. His hair stood up, and the horns on his head emitted white light, blocking part of the lightning. But it can only block part of it, and the other part is tearing his body apart. Boss, let me go too. This time, the Starkiller has become stronger. Miles stood aside, watching the lightning struggling to resist the white-haired beast. He stepped forward. He whispered to Zhao Xianshan. Zhao hesitated every day. Finally nodded. The supernatural warriors around Mile returned to the planet. He passed through the magic barrier and went out alone. Then, called out the 12 guards. He upgraded the 12 guards to the strongest at the cost of the energy of the entire planet. Noting. Zodiac Killer. One of the advanced skills in martial arts. Under the feet of the white fierce beast, a very large 8-array diagram lit up. Trapped beast. There are 2-meter high 12 zodiac signs, with their own energy blessing, forming an 8-array diagram. Hey! The white beast was finally scared. He roared reluctantly. His eyes began to turn red. The temperature in the box began to rise, reaching more than 40 degrees. Bang! The self-destructive white fierce beast exploded. 20 knights stood in front of Luo Xu and Zhao Xianshan, forming the last line of defense. This shock. It was really too big. Luo Xu couldn't hold on and fainted. Zhao Xianshan's face was pale. He looked at the black hole in front of him, as if he was going to suck people in directly. 10 lightning bolts. Only 5 people survived. Mile and his 12 guards have disappeared, killed in a recent explosion. Zhao looks low every day. His heart is full of anger. But there is nowhere to vent. Starkiller. Finally killed. Outside. The war is still going on. Lei used his own death. For the lives of Zhao Xianshan, Luo Xu and others. If it continues to consume. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 28 Decisive. Zhao Xianshan's lightning was seriously injured, which will inevitably stop the last Starkiller. At that time, even if Mile died with himself, he couldn't even save it, and he could really kill the Starkiller. He had just reached the level 4 planet master, and his strength was far inferior to that of the level 4 planet master. And the Starkiller's ability was very strange, and he used a lot of means. It was simply impossible to defend against. Especially Mile, who had such a memory, knew the strength of the Starkiller very well. Every year, such an event, Starkiller, like the Dark Beast, would kill many planet masters. from level 2 to level 5. Not just in the meeting place. They would also attack other planet owners in the city. But they always have a target, and they would only kill those planet masters. Other planet masters who were not the target of their attack were usually just seriously injured, or affected and died. Just like Mile. He didn't have to die. But he was in this box, right here, facing the attack of the Star Killer. Luo Xu woke up weakly. It was already the next morning. A middle-aged man named Milan, a senior member of the Jiangnan Knight class, was in charge of leading the team. Luo Xu, Zhao Shan, Wang Zhu, etc. boarded the class's special boat and entered the gathering place. Today is the top 50 promotion. Our opponents have been analyzed yesterday. If there is no hidden magic, Luo Xu's army will inevitably become the opponent's primary target at that time. I hope you can be as united as yesterday. At the beginning, you don't have to hold back. Luo Xu, Zhao Shan and others nodded and replied, we will do our best. Jiangnan Knight class. Zhao Xianshan stood in the class's memorial hall like a monument. On the wall of the memorial hall, there is a very large crystal silver screen. There are many grey faces on it. This time, after the Star Killer appeared and attacked the class, the dead owner of the planet. Among the Mies, there is a man who has been a teacher and friend for many years, Wang Liao. Zhao Xianshan knew that the Star Killer would definitely attack the whole class this time. Because the Jiangnan Knight class is a place with many planet masters, it is one of the key targets of the Star Killer. When Wang Liao asked him to go to the meeting, he was actually ready. However, when I really learned the news that Wang Liao was killed, I felt a little sad. On the screen, Miles' head. In order to protect Zhao he chose to die with him. Help lightning and kill the last few Star Killers. Jiangnan Knights. In this competition, almost more than 3,000 people died. 2 of them were level 5 planet owners. A box in the stadium was killed by Star Killer. 1 was in the dark battlefield, killed by the Dark King Ghidorah. And this Dark King Ghidorah, who came out of the abyss, was finally killed by 10 City Lord level planet masters. The tide of darkness, just after midnight. As the darkness killed King Ghidorah, it began to subside. Finally, calm was restored. Wait until these 2 days. The top 50 promotions for the youth tournament began. Everything seemed to be the same as before. Nothing happened. Luo Xu and others. I have forgotten. Yesterday. Here. In order to protect them, someone chose to die with the Star Killer. Now they don't even know what the Star Killer is. Soon, the list of the top 60 group matches came out. Luo Xu is in the 3rd game. Against the Xiangcheng Knight family group. The masters of 2 spiritual civilization planets, 2 magic civilization planets, plus the master of a spiritual civilization planet. Their Linup is also very strong, and there are witch souls to assist the soul beasts in attacking. The magicians are responsible for defense and treatment in the back. Their combat effectiveness is not very strong. But there are many soul beasts on that soul beast civilization planet that are superior to their masters, and they all have strong defense and attack power. It seems to be about the same as Luo Xu's army of 10,000 people. The masters of the spirit beast civilization on this planet sent 1,000 spirit beasts to the final battlefield. Some are wizards, some are martial artists, some are overwhelming. Be careful. Milan analyzed it a little. Then, based on the data of the data engineer, analyze the weaknesses of this group. The 2 masters of magic civilization can let Wang Xu's wizards and Fang Wen's immortals duel. 2 martial soul civilizations, Zhao Shan and Zhao Xianshan. Finally, this planet of spirit beast civilization is your target in Luo Xu. At this time, Luo Xu said, Brother Yu, I have other plans. According to their current situation, this is indeed a battle, which is the most appropriate and safest. But Luo Xu calculated the result, based on the system. After the 50% success rate, the success rate was too low. Milan received some messages and comments from Zhao Xianshan sent by Luo Xu, and said with a smile, tell me what you think. Luo Xu stood up, pointed at the 5 opponents and said, the 2 masters of the magic civilization are our primary target. The opponent has spirit beasts, and can also target wizards and martial artists, but we have immortals, and can fight for half an hour. And the other 2 masters of the warrior spirit civilization can also be dragged by Zhao Xianshan and Fang Wei. From the beginning, Luo Xu and I have targeted the masters of the two magical civilizations. First destroy their defense and treatment, and then turn to besiege the spirit beasts. As a last resort, it is the first self-explosion drama, seriously injuring those extraordinary people. Give me a chance. My warriors, under the spiritual blessing of the warrior planet, have made a lot of progress. I have the confidence to defeat them. Millen nodded and replied, okay, I will give your plan to the data engineer and let them analyze it again. Of course, we will notify you when the results come out. Luo Xu and others nodded. Wait until Millen left, and Luo Xu and Fang Wei stepped forward quickly, smiling and said, Luo Xu, can you analyze it again? In this first game, which teams will win more? Luo Xu nodded and replied, okay. After a while, Millen came in and gave the final result. That is to say, according to the plan made by Luo Xu, in the overseas battlefield, we should also cooperate with some of Luo Xu's decisions. Don't fight blindly, so as not to miss the best time to defeat the opponent. In this group, everyone unknowingly began to focus on Luo Xu. The first game, one of the top 10 teams is coming out. The strongest swordsman. This sword is elegant and powerful. His opponent, almost no power to parry. Just half an hour. Give up. Face the planet master with a plug-in. They can only choose to surrender. In the eyes of Zhao Xian and others, the extraordinariness of the great swordsman makes people full of envy. Who doesn't want to have such an extraordinary person? With such talent, who doesn't want to be a talented person? Their talent determines their upper limit, and no matter how hard you try, you can't catch up with these people. In the second game, 2 teams entered the top 10. They are not in the extraterritorial battlefield. Audience, you won't see the strongest battle. The third game, that's Luo Xu. They are on the field. In the live broadcast room of the extraterritorial battlefield on the 6th, there are almost 3 million viewers waiting. Because Luo Xu defeated the enemy with ordinary soldiers in the last game, it left a deep impression on many people. Even after the game, StarNet's interpretation of this war became as hot as the top 10 teams. Ladies and gentlemen, for 5,000 ordinary soldiers, how can 100 people crush the immortal sword? How to fight the gods and players to the end? And the king of 5,000 people can shoot a 3-clawed golden dragon with an arrow. Not like an ordinary soldier at all. Therefore, it was learned that Luo Xu's team would appear in the 6th extraterritorial battlefield in the third game. Many spectators also poured in. I bet that this time, the knight class from Jiangnan will definitely win. If there are another 5,000 troops and arrows flying all over the sky, who can bear it? Not necessarily. Their opponent has an army of spirit beasts. In the last round, it was the master of the spirit beast civilization planet who finally killed the opponent. It seems that they are evenly matched. It's not evenly matched. Even if there are 5,000 ordinary soldiers, even if there are 5,000 more, it's not enough for the spirit beast army to fill the gap. In my opinion, in the end, the knight class from Xiangcheng City has a greater chance of winning. Be brave to go to the city, and don't be afraid of difficulties. What kind of Jiangnan are you? We are the strongest in Jiangnan. We have a magical girl in Jiangnan. We have a genius goddess in Jiangnan. Go upstairs. Stop arguing. Look at our great swordsman. It's that awesome figure, the demon girl, the genius goddess. In front of the great swordsman, it's all about the sword. I have a sword that can destroy the world. Before the game started, the barrage turned into a battle between the audiences of several cities. Then wait until the game started. All the audiences were in a dilemma. They didn't know. Which group should you bet on? One is the master of a planet with thousands of ordinary soldiers. The other is the master of a spirit beast civilization planet with many spirit beasts. It seems that the gap between the two sides is not very big. In addition to these 2 planet masters, the remaining 8 planet masters also suffered varying degrees of damage in the last game. Among them, the Jiangnan Knight class suffered the most damage, because they use the self-destruction process. Many extraordinary players blew themselves up in the last self-destruction. So I thought about it. Many people have invested in the Knight class group in Jiangnan. As usual, Millen bet on himself with Luo Xu and others gold cards. Start the game. The bridge was completed soon. Zhao Xian's immortal appeared. Just run the spirit beast army directly. Then Luo Xu sent out an army of 10,000 people. It was still led by Britain. This time, 200 British people rushed to the front line. They bent their bows and shot arrows directly. The bows were made of real gold, and the strongest hamstrings were used to make bows with great elasticity. Ordinary people can't pull them open at all. And they have taken dragon blood pills, so they are very strong. Swish. 200 arrows and a feather crashed directly into each other. They immediately cast magic, trying to break these arrows and feathers. But what they didn't know was that the arrows of these arrows were made of real gold. They had a certain defensive ability. Their magic attack failed. Puff. What's more, Chapter 29 Birthday. Wang Zu's magician cast a magic spell on the side, strengthening the speed and attack power of these arrow feathers. That is empowerment. This is just the beginning. Just shoot the opponent's wizard directly. The commentator of the live broadcast paused again. In an instant, I understood some of the plans of Luo Xu's team. Good calculation. This is to eliminate the opponent's magician first, so that they lose the protection and treatment of magic. In this way, it will be much easier to attack the remaining Spirit Beast army and the two extraordinary warriors. You see, the facts are just as I expected. They began to attack the Spirit Beast army. This army has almost tens of thousands of people. Ordinary soldiers fight Spirit Beasts. Who can be better? Let's wait and see. The narrator was excited. This explanation is exactly what he wanted. Through the commentator's explanation, the battle on a foreign battlefield is more exciting. Many viewers are actually the same as the commentator. After listening, I suddenly realized, oh, I understand. Luo Xu ordered Britain and told him to bring people. After shooting the wizard, he immediately rushed to the Spirit Beast army. Because these Spirit Beasts, for them, are not just food. They are also a panacea that can improve the physical fitness of soldiers. Kill. Danan. 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 An arrow shot from the UK. It directly hit the flying Spirit Beast in the sky. This is impossible. Seeing this, the planet owner of the Spirit Beast civilization only felt that it was impossible. But he strengthened the defense against these beasts. The opposite side was an ordinary soldier. How could they shoot their own Spirit Beasts? He also knew that the other party could shoot the three-clawed golden dragon. The defense of the three-clawed golden dragon is certainly much stronger than that of his own Spirit Beast. However, this is not, because the three-clawed golden dragon was injured by the immortal at the beginning. The data engineer's analysis cannot be wrong. They also immediately strengthened the defense of the Spirit Beast, unless it is a fairy or a stronger player and supernatural warrior. These levels of extraordinary creatures, and obviously strengthened the defense. The opponent of the ordinary army can actually shoot his Spirit Beast. What kind of army is this? The other party is definitely not as simple as the planet owner of ordinary energy. Be careful of the opponent's arrows. The planet has sent such a message to the gods and beasts, and many of them are very fast and agile Spirit Beasts, rushing into the British army. Don't panic. Use a shield, block, and then stab with a spear. Britain immediately ordered the soldiers to form a team. And behind him, this time, the utensils were also taken out. These are all very fast, and are also sharpshooters. They aim at the eyes, bones, and joints of the Spirit Beasts or the vulnerable places such as the nose, mouth, and ears. Bang! These bullets. For some Spirit Beasts with higher levels, they are lethal. But for Spirit Beasts with higher levels, it's like tickling. Their defense is very strong. Zhao Shan saw the high level Spirit Beasts, which caused some damage to Luo Xu's ordinary army. Let your immortals lead the team to fight immediately. They must ensure that Luo Xu's army can survive to the end. Go this way. Only in this way can they have the last chance to fight back and win this game. Because he has seen the defense of Luo Xu's army. As long as the shield is placed, even the dragon breath of the three-clawed golden dragon can only kill a part of the soldiers. And the extraordinary masters of the two planets, Zhao Shan and Wang Zu, led the troops to go out, making Luo Xu's ordinary army a lot easier. Wang Zu's wizards will also bring magic to Luo Xu's army. One defense, one demon. Otherwise, with the destructive power of those powerful Spirit Beasts, Luo Xu's army can't stop it at all. The real gold defense is very strong, and the attacks of the cosmic gems can be blocked. Needless to say, these are actually relatively low level attacks of spirit beasts. But the key lies in the people who use the real gold shield. This army is really an ordinary soldier. Only the 200 soldiers in the front, after taking dragon blood, have greatly improved their physical fitness. They separated the remaining parts of the slightly higher level spirit beasts. The remaining low level soul beasts are the remaining men, who use the power of layers of knights to consume the energy of the soul beasts. When the situation on the battlefield opens up, once I was in trouble. The immortals from Zhao Xian and the wizards from Luo Xu are inextricably linked to more than a dozen spirit beasts. Zhao Xian's players and Fang Wen's immortals are inextricably linked to the opponent's dozen martial souls. Luo Xu's army of 10,000 people is inextricably linked to hundreds of spirit beasts. The two sides are evenly matched. Zhao Xian and others also lost a lot in the last game. And the opponent's magician was killed unexpectedly from the beginning, and the opponent's martial spirit was also extraordinary, slightly weaker than the previous game. This created a situation where no one could do anything. But yes, Luo Xu. This is only temporary. According to the calculation of the system, he is likely to win. The key is to solve the hundreds of spirit beasts in front of him. England dodged a winged brown-haired tiger. The tiger went down the mountain. Frowning slightly, he tried various attacks, but they were all blocked by this vampire. Its swings are very hard, and it can instantly block its body, and it can also block England's attack. His golden arrow was blocked. The extremely sharp Zenjin arrow was actually blocked by the pair of wings. England wanted to shoot the vampire's eyes, but also its nose or mouth. But this did not happen. It seems that we have to use force. When the vampire roared, all its attacks were dodged by the opponent, and it felt very faceless. It flapped its wings, and brewed something in its mouth. Look here in England. I think it's a good opportunity. You're flying too high. England immediately raised his arm, which had a short crossbow on it. He aimed at the vampire's mouth and shot an arrow. Swish. There was already a ball of brown energy in the vampire's mouth, which also contained lightning and lightning. This seemed to be a big move. Unfortunately, it's a bit low, and this big move needs time to gather energy. And the golden shock arrow, not afraid of this energy, go directly into the vampire's mouth, and then pass through its body. Hey. The energy of the vampire exploded in his mouth. Suddenly turned into a ball of blood mist. Solved 1. Britain killed a spirit beast. This army of 10,000 people was immediately encouraged. They roared, Danan! 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 With the death of the vampire, the battlefield, which was originally like a quagmire, seemed to suddenly turn around. 200 dragon soldiers surrounded 10 powerful spirit beasts, including snakes, dragons, turtles, etc. And they used the vibrating gold shield to block the attacks of these spirit beasts, while trying to pierce the defenses of these beasts with short crossbows, arrow feathers, spears, etc. Luo Xu, I may need support here. Can I draw out some troops? Just then, Fang Wei asked for help in the voice. Luo Xu looked to the right. There. And the strange people sent by he had been beaten back step by step, and some could not resist the attack of the witch soul strange people at all. Luo Xu immediately conveyed this intention to a soldier on the periphery of the army. As if he was controlled, he immediately led people, rode horses, and rushed to the right wing to support Fang Wei and others. When Zhao Xian and Luo Xu saw Luo Xu's army, they were slowly killing spirit beasts. He also ordered, let these extraordinary people use big moves. Try to kill the spirit beasts they are fighting. The counterattack also began at this time. You tell me, this is called an ordinary soldier? I want to know what their equipment is. Even the defense of the spirit beast can be broken. Yes, I'm curious too. The spirit beast looked like it was using a big move just now, and the energy was on my lips. As a result, he was shot to death by the strongest soldier. In other words, shoot in the mouth. The barrage is getting more and more. Everyone's discussion is also very active. Finally, someone noticed the equipment of this Luo Xu army. Not only them, but also those capitalists. They are people who can't afford to get up early. They saw shields and armor that can block magic attacks, martial arts, player moves, and spirit beast energy attacks. It feels that these materials can definitely make a lot of money. If you take this out, it should also be sold at a high price. The members of the Jiangnan class group are no longer reconciled. The opponent's strength is obviously not as good as this, but they still lost. They can't send spirit beasts or extraordinary people anymore. Otherwise, it's not certain who will win or lose. They are thinking of saving some strength. The next game is coming, and they can't even support it for half an hour. Unfortunately, they don't even have a chance to play the next game. England rushed to the low-level spirit beasts besieged by ordinary soldiers, and the one holding the sword was the beast head. He wanted to kill these low-level spirit beasts first and preserve the strength of ordinary soldiers, then help 200 dragon blood warriors, and the rest of the ordinary soldiers went to help Zhao Shan, Fang Wei and others. So, the situation became clear. As time went on, the energy in the body of the transcendent was seriously depleted and not replenished. Gradually, I began to get tired. At this time, the advantage of the ordinary army became more obvious. Let's congratulate the Jiangnan Knight class. They have successfully advanced. I was dumbfounded. A class of Jiangnan Knights that many people don't like has been promoted. The Spirit Beast army can't beat the ordinary human army. Where can I find such a reason? Exclamation mark. Many people are arguing. Damn it, return the money. Give me a refund. Is it a promotion? Too easy. Many people were not convinced. The key is that they lost. Although I didn't lose everything, I naturally felt uncomfortable when I lost money. This has never happened in previous years. How could there be a weirdo of technological civilization this year? What's the situation? It's just, this is a youth competition. This is a major event jointly held by 10 cities, and it is absolutely fair. Only a few people called to ask for a refund, always thinking of getting rich at once. Bet all the money on the Jiangnan Knights of the Spirit Beast army, which he thought could win. The final result. Naturally, my wish fell through, and I almost lost money on eating. Look, Luo Xu's human army actually defeated the army of elves and beasts, and won the game. Here you go. Finally, many groups began to pay attention. Interesting. The magic girl ate the fruit. Good afternoon. She will have a game. Let the data engineer analyze the planet master of this technological civilization. Chapter 30, Yellow Dragon Pill. One victory may not be a big deal. But if you can beat your opponent twice and still have the upper hand, then you are not an ordinary planetary master. We may have all underestimated him. Milan's voice was a little childish, but no one in this box dared to despise him. Liden bowed slightly and replied, yes. After a while, some basic information about Luo Xu appeared in Milan's hands. It's lunchtime now. They can take a break and use this time. They still have to analyze the next game. 100 teams advance to the top 50. There are still a few games in the afternoon. Tomorrow is the top 25 of the top 50. The next games will become more and more difficult because many extraordinary people on this planet are also consumed in the early stage. Later it depends on who can really laugh to the end. Only 1 kilometer woke up at the beginning. Milan saw Luo Xu's information, and the awakening day awakened a planet with a diameter of 1 kilometer. I think it's a bit incredible. Is this the lord of the planet who defeated the 3-clawed golden dragon and the Huanglangdan army? It took only half an hour to transform a 35-kilometer planet. Lidan, you tell me, is this person a genius or a mediocre person? Lidan bowed slightly and replied, little princess, I think he should be a genius. Milan nodded and motioned Lidan to continue the analysis. Lidan said, in fact, the awakening of the planet also has some accidents and miracles, just like the sword demon 50 years ago. It is also a single-digit diameter, and finally transformed into a magical civilized planet. But he can control these demons, and cultivated a very powerful extraordinary sword demon that can suppress the super dark behemoth titan. And this planet master, although awakened by a single-digit diameter, also successfully gave birth to life. Established a technological civilization. It is also not one of the traditional planetary civilizations we know. In these 2 games, the strength of his ordinary army is not ordinary. So I think he should be a very rare genius like the sword demon. Milan, close the file. In this case, we will work hard to win it over. Such a talent, placed in the knight class of Jiangnan, is really a waste of talent. Lidan was in some difficulty at the moment. Little princess, according to the information we investigated, this person is also far-sighted and does not look like a novice who just graduated from high school. He rejected Zhao Xianshan's initial courtship and finally had to let Zhao Xianshan lower the contract requirements. That's why he signed with the Jiangnan Knight class. Otherwise he might still work alone, find a small company to cooperate with, and plunder in the mountain city. Milan took a bite of the magical fruit. I'm just giving you a suggestion. As for how to do it, it's all up to you. Sometimes, we can't fight for it, because the conditions we give are not enough. Since we have determined that this person is a great talent, don't be stingy, and show our strength and heroism. I believe that as a planet master, he will definitely have his own understanding. Now, resources are becoming more and more scarce. A beast tide makes all forces fight. Without a planet owner as talented as Zintu, it will be difficult for us to compete with those spellcasters in the future. Li Din bowed and said, what the little princess said is right. I know what to do. Milan wiped his mouth. Go down. I want to rest. Another box. The young man with a sword on his back was also thinking about Luo Xu. I think he is not simple, especially the material of his equipment should be very special. The truly extraordinary soldiers are the more than 200 soldiers who besiege the high-level Huanglangdan. The rest are ordinary soldiers. The reason why the owner of this planet can win is because of their equipment. My strange man needs to use this material to cast the fairy sword. I think the strength must have improved a lot. An old man sitting in the first seat stroked his long white beard. After listening to the words of the young great swordsman, opened, in this case, then find a way to buy these materials for you. I will let someone contact and try to buy these materials before tomorrow's game. The young great swordsman nodded. As for whether he can buy it, it is none of his business. His goal is to defeat all the enemies in front of him. For him, the great swordsman, the extraordinary person on this planet, is his weapon. And he himself is also a weapon for others. Luo Xu frowned slightly and asked in confusion, want to buy my arrows and armor materials? Milan nodded and said, well, the other party said that you can have as many gold coins as you want. What do you want? He doesn't want much. 1,000 kilograms. Luo Xu thought about it. Asked, well, can I refuse? Milan replied, yes, if you don't want to sell it, you can refuse. After all, the next game may be a fight with a great swordsman. If you sell them the materials, you will find yourself uncomfortable. The boss said it's up to you. If you want to make a profit, you can sell it. If you don't want to, you can refuse. Luo Xu nodded, indicating that he knew. I refuse. Because there are not many such materials, and they are not suitable for casting fairy swords. After all, it is ginseng. If this is cast into a fairy sword, it is not convenient to fly a sword or something. At most, throw it out to hit the enemy. Otherwise, it is really difficult to use magic to protect the sword. The first game in the afternoon. It's just that a few of the top 10 players are very fierce. The much anticipated magic girl Milan, the genius goddess Huangchan of Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School, and several other groups. They also have various planetary civilizations and various strange and bizarre skills. It can open the eyes of the audience. Of course, the most attractive to the audience are the magic girl Milan and the genius goddess Huangchan. As soon as they played, it caused a sensation. Xian, Wangzhu, did not continue to absorb mental power, but carefully taught the transcendentalists on their own planet. Instead, I chose to watch the game. Alas, people are stronger than people. It's annoying. Look at other people playing. They are all shouting. It's so lively. We played. There was no noise. Wangzhu spoke on the side. Fang Wei said casually, why don't you use magic to turn yourself into a beautiful woman? In this way, don't you have a lot of suitors? Whatever noise you want can be achieved. I suspect you are driving. Unfortunately, I have no evidence. Wangzhu rolled his eyes at Fang Wei. Bet. This time I want to win 1.8 million and buy a suite in Jiangnan. It's ridiculous to say. Whether it is a world of the planet master in the previous life or this life, have to face a problem. That is to buy a house. Luo Xu has a set of lifelong efforts from his parents, who have never seen this kind of life. But it's just a slightly better house in Jiangnan. God does have a planet. But that is the planet of the awakening space, not another space. They can enter the awakening space, but they can't do it themselves. So in this reality, they also need a place to live. Some planet masters with homes and houses naturally need a very good place to live. Very powerful planet masters. You can make full use of the extraordinary to create another space. They can live there, have whatever they want, and have as much space as they want. Of course, this is also related to the extraordinary strength. Even Zhao Xianshan, the owner of the planet with lightning, can only open up a few dozen square meters of space. After all, opening up space does not mean that it can be opened up. It's about the real power of the law. Time, space, element, etc. Otherwise, the empty space is useless. Even a project cannot be stored. For a planet owner like Zhao Xianshan, even if he has worked hard to open up a few dozen square meters of space, what's the use? Even a small jade seal cannot be stored. Because space has no laws of time and space, and no more important laws of element. It looks like a space, but it can only be seen, not used. The life on the planet owner can enter the real world through the chain bridge, and be used by the planet owner. Therefore, the world of this planet is a bit crowded. How many people and how many lives there are in this real world have not been counted. Because every day the owner of this planet will die. There will also be people on the planet who follow the planet into the mountain city. Even those who were born on the planet and still exist in the real world will go directly back to the planet through a chain bridge. They live and die with the earth. Otherwise, this world is destined to be crowded. Start the game. There are too many gamblers betting on the top 10. As for the remaining foreign battlefields, because the strength of both sides is equal, gamblers bet less. However, wealth and risk demand. Or do gamblers bet just to hope that they can get rich overnight? After all, there are big companies or big classes behind these groups, and they will bet on their own. These millions or tens of millions of gold coins are also very attractive. Luo Xu, how about you analyze it and see who won the most in these other overseas battlefield groups? After betting on the witch, the strongest martial artist and the red-scaled dragon, the remaining 7 foreign battlefields are not easy to bet on. Fang Wei finally set his sights on Luo Xu. After all, Luo Xu won them several times before. Of course, Luo Xu also deliberately left a hand when betting, so that the data engineer felt that winning the prize was just luck. After all, even if the data engineer is based on big data, he will make the final result not as good as the world system. He can directly make very precise calculations, and there is a kind of uncertainty. The last possible result was placed in front of Luo Xu. It's like a movie in my previous life, where a wizard said he saw 14 million endings. In the end, I only saw one ending with the highest success rate. This world should be like this too. He can see many different endings in an instant, and then display them according to the ending with the highest success rate, allowing Luo Xu to make his own choice. Luo Xu also began to place bets according to the calculations given by the system. According to the final ending of winning more and losing less, the final bet was completed. The game also began. This time, the audience also wants to see the spectacular scene of magical girls, red-scaled dragons, and the strongest martial artists fighting on all sides again. But only this year can I see such a scene. Fight again. Seeing the black wizard sent by Wang Zu's magical girl and the magic circle they formed, he suddenly became curious. What will they summon this time? He remembered that in the last game, they summoned the Duke's monkey to win the game. This time. Chapter 31 Let's go. I don't know what it will be. After all, the city lord shouldn't let them summon fairy beasts anymore. I really feel sad for the opponents of the magic girl. They can't even interrupt the black wizard from casting magic. Yes. Keep going like this until the summoning magic is over. They can only choose to admit defeat. I don't know what they will summon this time. I'm curious too. Look, it exploded again. In the barrage. Someone exclaimed. It turned out that the witch's rival came from a group of a large company in Wuling City. They saw that they couldn't interrupt the magic girl's summoning magic. There is also the practice of self-explosion, 800 injuries to the enemy, and 1000 losses. Because of this, you can hurt the extraordinary members of the other members of the witch, and you can also clear some obstacles for their Wuling City's strongest group. After all, and the final top 10 competition. This horse is not kind. Who invented this shameless play? It's so shameless. Wang Zhu stood up directly, pointing at the projection and roared, "It's so shameless." He turned to the other side and said indignantly, "Tell me, what is it called? If you can't win, just self-destruct. We can confidently beat the other side, so we chose to self-destruct and retain our strength." But what are they doing? It's really cruel. However, Fang Wei shrugged and said, "There is no poison, no husband. It is understandable that they do this. After all, this is a competition between two cities. In fact, it's a good thing for us Jiangnan. Don't be bewitched by the witch. She may not even know who you are. If you lick the goddess of Jiangnan #1 middle school, maybe you still have a chance to get the goddess's signature." After listening, Wang Zhu did it. Hey, smile. Haha, what you said makes so much sense. Just self-destruct a lot. In the next game, the magic girls will become a one-man army, and then we will see how they use summoning magic. Fang Wei rolled his eyes at Wang Zhu. Is your status too weak? Among the audience, in the live broadcast room, dissatisfaction with the Wuling City group is already very high. Everyone feels that this Wuling City group is really too shameless and too shameless. In order to win the game in his own city, he directly blew himself up and seriously injured the other members of the Magic Girl group. However, the other 4 members of the Witch group, after seeing the extraordinary self-destruction of their opponents, immediately, his extraordinary ability strengthened his defensive ability. Several black wizards strengthened the magic defense against other strange people while summoning magic. The impact of the opponent's self-explosion was minimized. As time went on, the magic girl's summoning, the magic was finally completed. Lightning roared in the magic circle. A very tall man made of energy appeared in the magic circle. He was 2 meters tall, very burly, holding a hammer made of energy in his hand. The power of lightning surrounded him, piercing and rumbling its Thor. Oh my god. What did I see? The magic girl summoned Thor. This is too strong. The barrage in the live broadcast room was overwhelming again. Many people have seen this scene. One of the strongest summoning techniques of magic civilization back then. 12 main gods can be summoned. They have the strength of Conan the Destroyer, and they are extraordinary. It is already a presence comparable to gods, unless it is the hand of a super planet master. Ordinary and extraordinary. You can't beat these gods at all. But this is just a youth competition. The magic girl is just a 3rd level planet master. She can summon Thor. Milan saw Wang Zhu's surprise and envy, and explained, "This is not the real Thor. It can only be said to be the power of Thor." It seems that Jiangnan has made great preparations for this youth competition. Luo Xu also saw the results on the calculus system. Thor's power. Possessing 1/10 of Thor's power, the strength is comparable to the divine beast King Lang. Such a powerful strength. Unless Luo Xu can upgrade his planet to level 5. Try to defeat lightning with the strongest technology lightning battle axe. Maybe there is still a possibility. As soon as the vampire came out, the game was almost over. The vampire flew directly into the air and gathered a lot of energy. Even the energy of the opponent attacking him was absorbed. Then several lightning bolts sprinkled on the vampire and instantly hit the opponent's strange man. No matter what kind of civilization, it is extraordinary. After being struck by lightning, I couldn't move. Then he twitched and began to burn. The opponent looked miserable. Surrender immediately. However, after being attacked by a vampire, even if he surrendered, he couldn't recall it. In the end, there was no dust left. There were more than a dozen black pits left on the sand outside the battlefield. This was all caused by vampires. It can be seen. How strong is the attack power of vampires? Yu Heo, a great swordsman in his youth, looked at the foreign battlefield and said softly, "I hope to fight her on the battlefield. I don't know if my great swordsman is stronger or her vampire is stronger. Tu Shen can make my great swordsman better honed and improved." He seemed to be telling a fact. There was no feeling at all. The old man above the table said, "There will be a chance. As for the other top 10 teams in strength, they are naturally amazing and powerful. Almost effortless. He defeated his opponent directly. This is not just an obsession with talent. It is also the crushing of civilization. Even stronger than others. The weak are self-pitying. After watching the first game, Luo Xu stopped watching the second game because he would become such a strong person. One day, let the world know that technology is not immortal and saint. Human wisdom is very powerful. If you only use the spirit to improve, you will treat the strongest extraordinary as a thug. These so-called great swordsman players or genius goddess players, in the final analysis, extraordinary is just a weapon in their hands. The transcendent cannot get rid of this most deadly shackles, and can never break through and become a real great swordsman or a real god. Will entered the awakening space. This time, Britain is still giving back to the world. The bodies of the Huanglang army were transported back to the awakening space by his army, became his trophy. When the officials in Jiangnan saw the bodies of these Huanglangs, it was also a big surprise. Then it was a big day. Finally, they can also strengthen their bodies and prolong their lives. In this era of rapid development, material life is getting better and better, but the pursuit of spiritual civilization has not fully kept up. So many people's pursuit seems to be power and immortality. Birth, aging, sickness and death are the rules on this planet. No one can violate it, even Britain. In fact, there will be a day of death. It's just that the flow of time has slowed down now. The bodies of Huang Langjun were taken away by the medical doctor of the Polytechnic Institute. They wanted to maximize the benefits of these bodies. Luo Xu also directly exchanged the technology of alchemy with this system, and alchemy can greatly improve the physique and lifespan of Jiangnan people. Huanglang, as a martial soul energy transformed by spirit, is also unique in its formation. People take these pills. They not only improve their physical fitness and lifespan, but also improve their wisdom. Scientific and technological civilization takes priority. On this basis, improve the physical fitness of Earthlings. That's it. Those real researchers will not be exhausted by studying a project. It's not just the cost of baldness. And now there is a foundation, and there will be magic martial artists, players, and raising Huanglang in the future. This is not just a technological planet. It's the geometry of many civilizations. Of course, it's still mainly developing scientific and technological civilization. After all, this is the direction of system calculation. Moreover, most of the technologies in the system are based on science and technology. It's like dragon blood dilution technology. It's not magic or magic, let alone alchemy. It's to study the true composition of dragon blood, some of the substances contained in it, and name it. Then look for the corresponding substances that can be used as antibodies to neutralize to a certain extent. Eliminate the cruel element in the dragon's blood, leave the element that are beneficial to the human body, and then neutralize some medicinal materials. That's it. When people take dragon blood pills, Chinese medicine can improve people's antibodies, so that when they take the pills, they will not be killed, because of the strength of dragon blood. This is the basic principle of dragon blood pills. And the meat of Huanglang is the same. People in the medical school divide Huanglang into 4 categories. The first is the blood of Huanglang. Each kind of blood of Huanglang is a separate specimen. Study the function of each kind of Huanglang blood. What kind of effect can it produce? The second is the meat of Huanglang, which contains some energy and is well preserved. Then make a fairy pill, and the effect is similar to that of Huanglang's blood. The third is the bones of Huanglang, which are very thick and have some different ingredients. The pills made from these 3 materials also have different effects. The effect of the pills made from each material is different. Finally, the fur of Huanglang. This kind of fur of Huanglang can also make people strong and healthy, absorb the energy in it, and make people full of martial spirit. These are all very expensive. Therefore, the Confederate Army's pay has directly increased several times. The benefits of exploration. In this harvest, it was perfectly reflected. Luo Xu's gold coins have also been used up. Because these pills have to be made, and people have to take them, before they can be effective. This is a long process. After exchanging technology in the system, some people also inherited this knowledge point, and then brought their ideas to Britain. Under the guidance of Luo Xu, Britain knew that this was the spirit of the road, which meant Luo Xu. He directly promoted this person, and started to run the Huanglangdan pharmaceutical factory. This back and forth took half a day. The key lies in the Huanglangdan pharmaceutical processing factory, which needs to find a substance that can neutralize the animals in Huanglang's blood. A real processing workshop also needs to be built. This takes almost a month. Luo Xu can't wait. Then what? Time accelerator. Directly adjust the time flow. Chapter 32. Where is your basis? You can get the desired result in a few minutes. Outside. The third game also started. Huangchan, the goddess of Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School, once again used a shower to quickly understand the situation of the game. It seemed to be intentional or deliberate. In the previous games, the top 10 had never been tied. Instead, they could successfully defeat other teams and then enter the top 25. The afternoon is a break. Tomorrow is the top 50 promotion. And this time, and the most intense moment is coming. The top 10 will directly brush out 10 groups. I can only pray that I will not be assigned to the list of the top 10 opponents. After watching the game, Zhao Xian and others also entered the process of upgrading and recovery. The top 100 game. Because they took the initiative, and Luo Xu opened an army of 10,000 to withstand the pressure for the 4 of them. This was a narrow victory. However, tomorrow is not necessarily. Their opponents are all very strong, with 10 geniuses and outstanding qualities. There are also some other combinations that have entered the top 50. They don't want to be a burden to Luo Xu. Only by continuing to absorb the spirit and then improving the transcendent strength, tomorrow's battle will be possible to persist to the end. Back to class. Zhao Xianshan presided over the group meeting. Tomorrow is the promotion match for the top 25. I'm glad you can make it to the top 50. The class is based on your current strength. I decided to give you a certain improvement. Zhao Xianshan motioned to Milan to turn on the projection. He pointed to some materials on it and explained. First, Zhao Xian, there are fairy clothes, which are made by the gods of the 5th level cultivation civilization. One is called the Endless Sword Suit, which is very powerful. At that time, the 5 immortals and the strange man will be sacrificed. Well, stay in the top 25 competition. There is another one, Fan Yinshan. Its defense is very strong and can block the attack of the fairy beast. You can use it in tomorrow's game, not the top 10 or other groups. With this, you can last for a long time. However, these are all pirated. According to the rules of the game, we cannot give support to some super materials outside your planet. Otherwise, this game will not be played. However, these pirated gadgets are okay. Tomorrow is here, and you will also see that the opponent will use some equipment. Zhao Xianshan handed the jade slip to Zhao Xian. Then Fang Wenu's cultivation culture also has a set of pirated immortals. Offense and defense. Then Zhao Xianshan's players have the spirit of players and the 36 strategies of players. With Zhao Xianshan's talent, the transcendence on his planet cannot perform the magic skills of super players. Because this requires the extraordinary people's own strong talents and qualifications, and the body can support such a peculiar skill. Otherwise, before the end of the show, the strongest players may explode and die before they merge. As for Wang Zhu, he got several pirated magic scrolls, one for summoning, and the other for the strongest magic defense. Luo Xu, your army is a little special. The reason why you win these games should be the equipment of your soldiers, right? So far, our statisticians have not been able to analyze why such a strange phenomenon occurs on your planet. It's obviously really ordinary, but it can fight against the fairy wizard. Even a golden dragon can be shot. Knowing that Luo Xu's paper can't cover the fire, there is no point in continuing to conceal it at this time. In addition, he also wants to do business with vibranium. Wakanda can become the richest place because he has real gold. Luo Xu intends to think about it, but now, his planet is developing very well. Just occasionally krypton gold and exchange some technology that requires a lot of gold coins and mental power. Selling vibranium. This is a good business. Vibranium. This is a special metal I discovered by chance. Luo Xu said. He held a sword made of real gold in his hand. Luo Xu did not use too much strength. He chopped the chair next to him with a sword. The iron chair was chopped directly. This comes from the vibration forging technology of the system. It is definitely a fine product. Anki in Milan's eyes flashed with a gleam. This material is really extraordinary. Cutting iron like mud is nothing. The key is that they think in the first game. However, Luo Xu's team of 100 people shot the fairy sword and shot it down directly. This is a real example to prove that the metal material in Luo Xu's hand is very special and powerful. You metal, do you want to shoot? Zhao Xianshan asked. He is very good to Luo Xu, but he is also the master of a planet and the head of his class. From his standpoint, this metal will definitely sell for a high price. At that time, Luo Xu can not only rely on this to get the respect of Prince Shen, but also make a lot of gold coins and then promote himself. Of course, more importantly, if he can be in charge of this project, it can also consolidate his position in the Jiangnan Knight class. Luo Xu nodded and just took out almost 300 kilograms of Zhenjin raw materials, which are all minerals existing underground on this planet. Yes, I need a lot of gold coins to buy resources. Since this ginseng is valuable, just sell a few. However, I don't have many stocks on that planet. There are about 1 ton in total, and I want to use it to equip the soldiers of the Confederate Army. So it's impossible to pay too much. Looking at Luo Xu's generosity, Zhao Xianshan said with relief, "It's okay, things are rare and valuable. Don't worry, I won't let you do business at a loss." This is why Luo Xu finally chose to shoot. Another advantage of selling vibranium is that Zhao Xianshan naturally has the possibility to get some benefits from himself. Otherwise, why would he keep helping himself? I'm not his relative. Even if I'm a relative, I won't help unconditionally and selflessly. Do you have any suggestions for your own promotion? Every week, I waved and received 300 kilograms of vibranium from Luo Xu, and then I wanted to know what Luo Xu thought about the power improvement of his planet. Luo Xu wanted to do an experiment, but the competition will start tomorrow, and the experiment will definitely fail. On the technological planet, those warriors were greatly improved by the spirit of the warrior civilization. This also proves that our planet can produce a warrior civilization, and these soldiers can also eat dragon blood to enhance their physique, so they are no longer ordinary people. Ordinary people can also fly over the wall. That is not an ordinary wall flying, it is similar to martial arts novels, especially those warriors with low martial arts skills. The 3-meter tall Zhuang tiptoed, trembled, the kind that Newton's coffin lid could not hold down. Since we can cultivate a warrior civilization on our own planet, can we also cultivate a magic civilization? So, Luo Xu wanted to do an experiment. As for the calculus system, his speculation is that the success rate is half, and it may succeed. It may not succeed, because he saw the results after success, but also saw the results of failure. This probability is the conclusion that the system has calculated many times. In this case, Luo Xu decided to give it a try. But not now. Boss, my planet is an ordinary planet. At best, it may be lucky to have such materials. So I may not be able to use these equipment. They are all ordinary people, without any martial spirits or magic. However, I can transform the spirits of the lowest warrior civilization every time, but not the higher ones. Luo Xu did do this kind of experiment. Later, he exchanged the spirit of the intermediate civilization for technology. Luo Xu can't keep earning gold coins, but he doesn't buy spirit. The upgrade of the planet depends on spirit in the early stage. After being noticed by Zhao Xianshan, these people will naturally have relevant information about him. If others see that he earns only gold coins, not enough to sell his spirit, he can reach the 2nd level planet master from the 1st level planet master. It will inevitably arouse their suspicion. These planets are mainly suspicious, so it's not as simple as asking questions. Otherwise, why are there so many ownerless planets in Shancheng, and they can still appear every day? In Luo Xu's opinion, part of it is a struggle between the owners of the planets. Part of it is an accident. Some are accidents, but this accident is not an ordinary accident. It is likely to be man-made. Part of it comes from the battle in Shancheng. The lower areas of Shancheng will be divided, and there will be no competition between them for the ownerless planets of Shancheng. Once the competition occurs, it will be detected by the official. Whoever moves first will be punished. This kind of sin, it is the death penalty. In the middle and higher level areas and super areas of Shancheng, there is no such regulation. Natural selection. Survival of the fittest. Everyone has their own abilities. This is also to give the initial primary planet owners a chance to grow. Otherwise, the world of the planet owner would have collapsed long ago. Hearing this small request from Luo Xu, Zhao Ji naturally agreed directly. The civilized spirit of the low-level warriors, and there are still many stocks in the class. Okay, I'll send it right away. Zhao Xianshan said to everyone, you must continue to improve and get familiar with these equipment. Tomorrow, the data engineer will recommend how to form an array and use these equipment according to your opponent. I won't bother you. After Zhao Xianshan left, Wang Zhu jumped up with joy. Great, I got your light. I didn't expect that one day I could also use the magic scroll. Fang Wei was also very excited. Although these equipment will be taken back after the game. But once, it has been a lifetime of no regrets. Zhao coughed and signaled with his eyes. After all, they all got super equipment. But here, there is still one person who didn't get it. That's Luo Xu. Wang Zhu hurriedly stopped his joy. Wanted to comfort Luo Xu, but didn't know how to start for a while. Luo Xu was very calm and said, it's okay, congratulations, I'm going to improve myself. See you tomorrow. Wang Zhu hurriedly waved and said, see you tomorrow. Wait until Luo Xu left. In the hall, Wang Zhu and Fang Wei began to cheer again. Every day, Zhao would look at those who had left. Some of his eyes were pitiful, and some felt reluctant for Luo Xu. They can get to this point. It is mainly because of Luo Xu. Luo Xu's army of 10,000 people, and unique metals. Otherwise, they might stop at the first game. However, Luo Xu's planet is an ordinary planet, and it is impossible to use it without extraordinary people and equipment. Zhao Xianshan felt that, if he were Luo Xu, he might have given up long ago, and lay flat directly. Therefore, he admired Luo Xu's perseverance. The strength of the soldiers who took the beast blood pill was improved again. In the Jiangnan governor's mansion, the research on weapons has entered a new period. Artillery has been developed. This is the artillery developed by the prisoners themselves, and there is no exchange of artillery technology with the system. Some are like tiger bottles, with relatively small calibers and small shells. But anyway, they developed their own artillery. After discovering Luo Xu, he exchanged the mental power he had just sent for the primary technology of artillery. The spirit of a fighter can increase the diameter of a planet, and can also improve the physique of ordinary people on this planet. But for Luo Xu, what he wants to develop is a scientific and technological civilization. This is also a planetary civilization that can be realized quickly and is very powerful in the later stage. If a warrior civilization is developed, it can only reach the stage of innate warriors in the end. After all, the qualifications of ordinary people are different from those of innate warriors, or the qualifications of players and martial artists. This is also the result of system calculations. There are several levels of artillery technology. The most advanced, of course, is the Death Star level, a special weapon that can directly destroy a planet. In addition, there are also turbo laser cannons, ion cannons, tractor beam launchers, etc. Use physics to defeat magic. This is the ultimate pursuit of scientific and technological civilization. Primary artillery technology includes fire, arrows, cannons, grenades, shells, cannons, anti-aircraft guns, cannons, etc. These are the main artillery technologies of the system, with the spirit of a warrior. As for the intermediate artillery technology, it is very small, but very powerful. Small, guided and projectile technology requires the spirit of advanced civilization. If you want to build a detachment on the planet, one child, one cannon, at least 100 high-level civilization spirits. At that time, Luo Xu's planet level must at least reach level 4. Otherwise, the industrial level and overall strength cannot support this technology at all. The next day, after an afternoon of rest and a night of planetary master group, I came to the arena again. Those who fell from the main group of the planet have not returned to their respective cities. They are also watching the game, and at the same time they are betting on getting some money through this youth competition. Chapter 33. Sorry. Of course, it is more about combat experience. The top 50 competition. All eyes are focused on the top 10 combinations. The audience also notes that today's competition will definitely be more intense, and there will be many types of equipment. This is also a scene that everyone likes to see. The more intense the battle in the battlefield outside the territory, the more interesting it is. Good morning, audience friends. Welcome to the youth competition, Jiangnan Stadium, jointly built by 10 cities. Today, this will be our most eye-catching event for the top 50 to advance to the top 25. Which teams will eventually enter the top 25 of this competition? Then let's wait and see. As the host's voice fell, the whole audience cheered, and then the atmosphere group began to strengthen the atmosphere. The beast came out and defended the entire field on the high platform. After that, this is the group stage list of the competition. Do you want some? Wang Zhu pulled Ji Yuoling and asked Luo Xu and others. Seeing that they were all pinning, he gave up and had to gnaw on himself. Obviously a little fidgety. Come out. Wait a moment. Wang Zhu said in surprise immediately. Luo Xu and others opened their eyes and saw the list on the projection. Their opponents. A regiment from Jiangnan City. It is also one of the top 10 groups. The employees of Yang'an Xiantang Company also occupied the supergroup of the 16th place in the Beijing Youth Competition a year ago. They have 2 very talented masters of magic civilization and 2 masters of Zeuxan civilization. Finally, Kaianki, a powerful animal. This is the planet master of animal civilization. Kaianki is one of the 10 advanced animals in animal civilization. Above it, there is a super animal. It's over. Wang Zhu was dumbfounded. It's good to die. They were assigned to the group stage of one of the top 10. There is no need to fight at all. The equipment they got last night was only enough to fight against a planet master. And this animal, however, has a very powerful force. It can completely drag down any planet master of the same level. On their side, it does have the support of the class, but the other side must have the support of the company. Everyone is ready. It depends on who is the most prepared and strong. Zhao Xian and others don't look too good either. Luo Xu used the calculus system. 50 roads, 49 days, 1 person escaped. The calculation system quickly gave the final result. Calculus 1, Zhao Xian vs Kaianki, Wang Zhu vs Zhao Xianshan vs Magic Civilization, Master vs Fang Wei vs Immortal Civilization, success rate 20%. Calculus 2, Zhao Xian vs Kaianki, Master vs Wang Zhu vs Magic Civilization, Zhao Xianshan vs Fang Wei vs Immortal Civilization, success rate 40%. Calculus 3, Master vs Kaianki, Zhao Xian and Fang Wei vs Immortal Culture, Wang Zhu vs Zhao Xianshan vs Immortal Culture, success rate 40%. Calculus 4, Zhao Xian defended with a powerful Confederation army, while the Confederation army blocked Kaianki with cannons and vibration gold, then used the Infinity Sword to kill the 2 immortals of Zeuxan civilization, and Fang Wei killed the wizard with a sword. Conquered Kaianki again. The success rate is 70%. There are almost 10 calculus scores with the highest success rate. Luo Xu, read it. Choose the 3rd calculation result. This success rate is the highest. When you meet a strong force, you will be strong. We can't be afraid of the enemy at the beginning. They also have weaknesses. Luo Xu stepped forward and said. Milan asked, so, do you have an idea? Luo Xu nodded and replied, well, this idea may be a little immature, but since we are here, we naturally have to do our best. Milan somewhat admired Luo Xu's aggressiveness. Tell me what you think. Luo Xu called up the previous competitions of Jiang'an Xiantang Company Group. You see, in this first game, the opponent sent Kaianki, which shows that they are very confident. I'm very confident that the other 4 planet masters did not send the strongest transcendents, and only Kaianki defeated the opponent. This is the 200 team competition of the youth tournament. It is also the first game. The team members of Xiantang Company did not take their opponents seriously. Their goal is always the top 10. Luo Xu analyzed, they must want to save their strength in the last, that is, the top 25 contest. If you don't believe it, look at their second game. It's still the same. The 4 masters of the planet are all strange people with strong defense, and they mainly use formations and magic defense. Zhao Xian and others nodded after listening to Luo Xu's analysis. So, it seems. It really is. When Luo Xu said this, everyone understood. This time, the opponent may be the same. The 4 planets are defending and letting Kaianki attack. regain your strength, and you will win a place in the top 10 and the top 25. Hearing you say that, we really want to have a chance this time. Wang Zhu murmured. Luo Xu continued, the opponent must also know that we may use equipment this time. They may send a slightly stronger transcendent, but in my opinion, they are still the same, mainly defending and letting Kyanki attack. Kyanki's defense itself is relatively strong. Coupled with Kyanki's own strength, it can indeed suppress all groups, except the other top 10 opponents. We can do this. Luo Xu explained the results of the system calculus in detail one by one. It gives people an immersive feeling, telling all the processes of the battle, and speculating on the results of the battle. Milan couldn't help but look at this common civilization planet with new eyes. In this world, as long as there are some special planet masters, they will be valued and have high achievements. Luo Xu, an ordinary civilization planet, can have a special metal that can crack the fairy sword. He himself has a very high evaluation of such battle calculations and can see the weaknesses of the enemy. It's already extraordinary. It seems that we may not only be in the top 25, it's even possible to be in the top 10, Milan thought. Okay, then do as Luo Xu said, and you can communicate by voice at that time and move yourself according to the situation. Milan did not continue to let the data technician analyze. First of all, Luo Xu performed very well in these youth games. From the first game, a very successful strategy was formulated. In the 200 group, his analytical ability and strategic layout have been fully demonstrated. Even if Luo Xu is really a planet of ordinary civilization, with his analytical ability, he is completely worthy of the current data division. He can also live more nourishingly with this ability. Secondly, Luo Xu's strength proves this. If he still goes to the data engineer, wouldn't it be a direct proof that he doesn't believe in Luo Xu's analysis? Now Luo Xu's status in the class has risen. If the special metal is sold, the status may be higher, and he will directly become a senior staff member in the class. Enjoy better and more advanced treatment. It will be the existence expected by all the small directors in his department. So at this time, it is natural to serve this. After the list of activities was announced, everyone has started to use data engineers to analyze how to defeat the opponent. At the same time, they can also preserve their strength and win the promotion to the top 25 later. The opponent's ordinary army is a planetary civilization we have never seen. There are already 2 groups that have been defeated by them. We have to pay attention. The mailbox of Xiantang Company in Zhonggan City. The senior executive sitting on the sofa suggested to Zhang. Zhang was sitting on the sofa alone, and there were 2 girls in Jiangsam who were serving him carefully. He stretched out his hands and enjoyed it. What can an ordinary army do? My Kyanki defense ability is very high, and their arrows and feathers can't break my Kyanki defense. In addition, didn't you just make a strategy? Start with an ordinary army at the beginning, and don't leave any troubles. Just follow this strategy. Zhang was a little impatient, because he felt that his opponent should be a magical girl, a genius goddess, not a small planet owner of an ordinary civilization. Such an opponent can't arouse his interest at all. The executive saw this. There were no more suggestions. Zhang is the only son of the chairman and looks quite delicate, knowing that such teaching must be bad for him. People, let's keep a low profile. The agreed time has come. The first round of 20 groups started to play. Luo Xu was in the second game. The first game had special performances by the Great Wizard, the Red Scale Dragon, the strongest martial spirit master, and the planet master who cultivated the immortal civilization. They all solved the battle quickly and used the best equipment directly. These were all equipment that did not exceed the level of their own planets, and no planet master could only use equipment twice in one event. After all, in the later period, they really didn't have anything out of the ordinary to issue. Many were just planet masters who had been developed for a year. They couldn't transform too many spirits. The second game. Still in Wang Xu's anxious waiting. Come on. When Luo Xu and others came on stage, some voices finally appeared. However, this time, their opponent was an animal civilization group in the top 10 in strength. These calls were also made by their supporters. It's just that everyone was shouting that they would lose. The Jiangnan class bet 5 million, plus Luo Xu and 5 people, adding up to 8 million, and finally counting some retail investors, some gamblers who supported the Jiangnan class. There were nearly 15 million gold coins in total. If Luo Xu's team lost, 15 million gold coins will be divided up by gamblers who bet on the animal team to win. Everyone walked into the arena and then took their respective positions. Luo Xu, this way. Zhao Xian sent the 8 immortals. The strength of these 8 immortals is not very strong either, just reaching level 3. After all, the strongest immortals. Already in the first and second rounds, I chose to detonate myself to win the game. As for Zhao Xianshan, Fang Wei, and Wang Zhu, the situation is similar. All the extraordinary people they sent are weak enough to be equipped. After Luo Xu's army of 10,000 people appeared there, as well as in the live broadcast room, I was a little surprised. They could intuitively feel that the spirit of this army was relatively strong, and there was a cold feeling. However, when the gambling table was opened, as well as the audience and the people in the live broadcast room, they all chose the beast army opposite Luo Xu. Kaianqi. In a book about Luo Xu's previous life, it was a tiger's head, a pair of wings, a long tail, and an animal's body. Do you like to eat people, or eat from head to toe? I also like to eat the one who is about to win when the two confront each other. It can be said to be a vicious animal. The Luo Xu and Kaianqi they faced were truly ferocious beasts, with some fins on their black armor skin. A pair of wings spread out, almost 6 meters. The tall and mighty body, standing in front of Kaianqi, also looks a little small. This is just a level 3 Kaianqi. If it is level 5, a pair of wings is more than 10 meters long. The person standing in front of him may only be as tall as one of Kaianqi's thighs, or even shorter. Game, start. With the command of the host, the battle horn will be blown. Let Zhang He rush directly. The target is the army of 10,000. As for the teammates, they were blocked by Zhang's 4 team members. Zhao Xian immediately used the Brahma seal to strengthen the defense of Luo Xu's army, and a golden shield blocked them. After seeing Kaianqi, the British's eyes flashed. If such a ferocious beast can be killed, wouldn't it be better to have the beast blood pill after returning to improve physical fitness? The point is that not only him, but many people across the country can enjoy the benefits of the beast blood pill. Kill. Danan. 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 The British's arrows and bows, looking at Kaianqi's eyes are an arrow. Very fast. But Kaianqi is also very fast. Directly blocked. Bang. In the UK, the flag was raised, and the artillery camp behind immediately opened fire. Kaianqi's attack was blocked. The guide is ready. Luo Xu warned in his voice. Wang Zhu immediately replied, okay, just wait for your next arrow feather. Luo Xu was going to give Britain an idea, let him bring 200 dragon soldiers to shoot Kaianqi with bows and arrows. Wang Zhu's directly arranged for the magician to empower the British arrows and feathers. Magic Scroll. Chapter 34 Idiot. Shoot. According to Luo Xu's situation, this class specially invited top shooters to make shooting scrolls. With Luo Xu's golden arrow feathers, it has a powerful effect. The arrow shoots out like starlight, dragging a shining tail, like a ray of light. It shoots at Michelle. Ding. Michelle protected her face. However, his wings were shot by these 200 arrows and missed the wind. Hey. Michelle was roaring. Su Qiang was surprised. He stared at Michelle's riddled wings. I can't believe it. An arrow authorized to shoot can hit his own Michelle. Even the fairy sword can't hurt Michelle. Why, the opponent's ordinary arrow can hit his own Michelle. Looking at Michelle's injured wings, Su Qiang became angry. You all have to die. He told Michelle to let go of the killing and kill everyone. Michelle got Su Qiang's instructions. It broke out directly, with a kind of flame in the body, and the whole body became bigger. Bang. Behind Britain, artillery fire hit Michelle again. Michelle was originally on fire, and she looked fierce and unusual, even stronger and more powerful than those yellow dragons. However, when people thought that Michelle would kill, this time, the gunshot actually put Michelle directly in the sea of fire, and it seemed to be wailing. Su Qiang was dumbfounded. He saw Michelle flying quickly to the back. The beast fire was gone, and there were many wounds and bleeding. What kind of weapon is that? How can you hurt my Michelle? Impossible. Su Kayang's eyes were red. What are you still doing there? Come and support me. Michelle is injured. If Michelle has something, I will never let you have an easy time when you go back. At this moment, Su Kayang panicked. The reason why he let Michelle fight the main battle before was to show off. At the beginning, he suffered an unprecedented setback. Luo Xu and others also noticed it. What's going on? When did my artillery have such a powerful ability? Luo Xu was also surprised. He didn't have much hope for his firepower, just to shock his opponent a little. But seeing Michelle injured in the gunfire, she didn't dare to step forward. It was also a bit incredible. Luo Xu, good opportunity. We are protecting you now. You can continue to attack Michelle with your weapon then. Zhao Xian thought this was a very good opportunity. He didn't care about Luo Xu's weapon, why it would hurt Michelle. He just wanted to win this game. The same is true for others. Let your extraordinary people stand directly in front of Luo Xu's army. Zhao Xian took out the endless sword. He directly sent several immortals to sacrifice, used up all his energy, and burned himself. Endless sword set. Dense sword intent. Shot out directly. Go to the dozen immortals. They use the strongest defense, as well as their strongest defensive equipment. But was broken by the arrows and feathers of 200 dragon blood warriors such as Britain. They took out muskets on horseback, and fired at the formation set up by the immortals standing in front. The effect of physical attack is naturally not so significant, but it can also play a certain role, which is small, but plays a key role in this battlefield. The endless sword broke the defense of another immortal. Even their other extraordinary people immediately used their equipment, but it still didn't succeed. And Su Kayang was very confident in his Michelle from the beginning, so there were some opportunities to use equipment, and he stayed in the last game. This one, he only brought very little equipment. This has led to the current situation. Zhao Xian's endless sword so directly killed the immortal of his teammate. The next battlefield is up to you, Zhao Xian said with a voice. Don't worry. Luo Xu immediately gave instructions to Britain and pushed the army forward more than 10 meters. Then there was a burst of artillery fire. Su Kayang immediately shouted, "Stop them." The shooters immediately cast their shooting spells to form a shooting shield. At the same time, some shooters immediately attacked to try to intercept the artillery fire, and Wang Zhu used his shooting scroll again, put out the fire. As for Zhao He, they also helped each other and blocked the attack of the opponents forward, and Britain brought people to shoot again. Shoot. After empowering. This time, the target was the shooters in front of Michelle. Swish. Very fast, directly breaking the shooting shield. But one of the archers stood up directly, raised the shooting scepter, and then recited the shooting spell. When the arrow was about to hit a dozen archers, his shooting spell was also over. Swallow. The archer sucked these arrows and feathers directly into his body at his own expense. At the same time, a burst of energy burst out directly. Bang. On the battlefield, smoke rose up. Britain took this opportunity and immediately ordered artillery fire. Hey. It turned out that Michelle also took this opportunity to stand up. Once again stopped by artillery fire. This time, Michelle had more injuries. Su Kayang's face flushed. He did not accept such a failure. In his opinion, even if he failed, that was a loss to real talent, not an ordinary civilized planet master. His eyes were full of madness. If I can't win, then you can't win. Michelle roared and rushed into the sky, and then the animal fire ignited again. The wings with many small holes hugged the body directly, like a ball. Not good. Zhao Xian saw this scene. You immediately looked pale. Michelle is going to self-destruct. Luo Xu and others were also panicked after hearing it. Luo Xu immediately instructed the British to put the shield holders in front and pile the Zhenjin shields in front. Quick! Britain roared, letting those shield holders hold their shields and defend themselves layer by layer. Zhao Xianshan, Wang Zhu and others also hurriedly let their extraordinary people hide in the center of this shield formation. The on-site commentator wiped his sweat. It was really crazy. He didn't know how to explain this last self-explosion. The members of Xiantan Company have gone crazy. All the betters held their breath. Once Michelle self-exploded, no extraordinary people of Jiangnan type were spared. They all lost. A tie. Or, died together. All the gambling money became the property of the dealer. Madman, this is at #% damn. This way of playing is not good. My gold coins. At this moment, I really hope that there will be an extraordinary person who survives in the Jiangnan class. Pray. The barrage in the live broadcast room was flying all over the sky, mostly dissatisfaction with the Jiangnan Xiantang Company group. Some people also prayed that Luo Xu's group would have extraordinary people survive, because they bet that Luo Xu's team will win. Of course, there is also the hope of mutual destruction. After all, I can't make money, and others can't make money either. There are other people watching, just to see if there will be any accidents. On the battlefield outside the territory, the flames filled the entire battlefield. Michelle's self-explosion. The energy generated is very large. No matter how high the level is, this space will collapse. Therefore, unless the extraordinary people have very strong defense, it is difficult to survive Michelle's self-explosion. The pirated version has been shattered. A heat wave swept the entire army directly. The soldiers on the front, even with Zenjin and Zenjin armor, were set on fire by this heat wave. No soldier took a step back. Behind them are their comrades, their monarchs. Once they take a step back, the burning energy will burn their comrades and their emperors. Danan. Britain's voice rang out in the sea of fire. After a while, someone responded. Danan. Then there were more people. The voices began to get louder, and the momentum began to grow. On the British side, Wang Zu's shooters used healing shots and ice shots to start cooling down the entire battlefield abroad. Audience. There's a voice coming out. It seems to be Diane. Jiangnan's team won. Did I hear it right? You didn't hear it wrong. I just heard it too. It's Danan. The Confederate army actually survived. This is Michelle's self-explosion. It's really incredible. The commentator also stood up excitedly. Come on, let's amplify the sound of the foreign battlefield. Let's listen to the roar of the Confederate army. Audience, a miracle was born. Ordinary soldiers escaped Michelle's self-explosion. This is incredible. Is Michelle too weak, or is our Confederate army strong? No one in the same class can survive Michelle's self-explosion. We witnessed a miracle. The narrator's passionate explanation also caused the live broadcast room to be full of barrages, all discussing why ordinary soldiers could escape Michelle's self-explosion. Some people speculated that it was the shooting. Some people speculated that it was the equipment. Some people speculated that it was the shield. Various conjectures. With the extraterritorial battlefield, Michelle's flames were slowly suppressed. The audience also saw the extraterritorial battlefield after Michelle blew herself up. Outer layer. Many soldiers fell to the ground, leaving only a set of armor, shields, and weapons. They could not resist Michelle's explosive flames. Jinzen did block these flames. But as long as the skin is touched a little bit, it will burn directly and will not go out. And after the third layer, the faces of those soldiers were burned by high temperature. Protected by the vibrating gold armor, they resisted Michelle's explosive flames and survived. But near the outer periphery of the United Kingdom, the soldiers were not injured. They had overwhelming defense, and layers of vibrating gold shields blocked most of the flames. In the end, the shooter's shooting shield formed layers of protection. Looked unscathed. War chair. When Su Qiang saw this scene, his eyes went black, and he fainted directly. I really can't stand such an ending. Michelle blew himself up. As a result, only some ordinary soldiers died. Many other soldiers survived. On their side, even the teammate's shooter was burned to death by Michelle's self-explosion. It was really a big loss. It's amazing. Is he also called an ordinary soldier? I think the real genius has appeared. A technological civilization can actually defeat animal civilization, and Michelle is one of the top 10 advanced animals. Is this an incentive for many low-level planet masters? Bullshit incentive. If you don't look, is this really a low-level civilization? Does anyone remember how big the diameter of the original planet is? More than 700 kilometers. It's already very high at the same level. There are some level 5 planet masters whose planets are not 700 kilometers in diameter. It's also encouraging that low-level civilizations will always be low-level civilizations, and it is impossible to surpass intermediate civilizations or even advanced civilizations. In the barrage, the discussion about low-level civilizations began. There has been debate since ancient times. Some planet masters are dissatisfied with their energy being called low level, and they also want to strengthen themselves, become a powerful master of this planet. However, once this talent level is determined, the available resources are very few. Unless there is such a talented planet master. At that time, there was a planet master named Zhao Yan, whose planetary energy was intermediate Daoqi. Originally, his future was almost certain. But this person forcibly broke through and was promoted from an intermediate energy master to a senior energy master. In the second year of the youth championship, the team directly entered the top 10 by its own strength. He became an existence that the planet masters of intermediate energy looked up to and admired. Later, this person opened a company in Jiangcheng, and there were many intermediate civilization planet masters. Unfortunately, the planet master later died unexpectedly. As for the real reason, no one knows. Game field. The host announced the final winner of this extraterritorial battlefield. Jiangnan Knight class group. When you hear this name, Wang couldn't believe that he was promoted again. Am I hallucinating? Or am I still dreaming, and the next day hasn't arrived yet? Fang Wei said in a heavy voice. Yes, you are dreaming. Wake up. You're going to a meeting soon. Ah, Wang Zhu, you are such a big man, and you still wet the bed. Wang Zhu rolled his eyes and said in his voice, Fang Wei, you are so unkind. Wait, let's go back to the lounge. I'll find you to practice then. Luo Xu and Zhao Xianshan took off their helmets, stood up, and left the war seat. On the contrary, Su Qiang's executives left the game on their backs. He was the first planet master to faint in the game. Zhao Xian watched this scene. A little worried. One of the top 10 companies in Shuhe. They were offended. From now on, I'm afraid I have to be careful. If nothing happens, I will stay in the class to improve my strength. He doesn't judge a gentleman by his own standards. But this kind of thing is possible. How can the owner of the planet be considered an employee trained by Shan Tong's company? In this game, Michelle was forced to explode. In the end, he was fainted by anger. It's such a big face. Luo Xu seemed to see Zhao Xian's worry, walked over, patted him on the shoulder and said, it's okay, there are classes later. Zhao Xian nodded. They returned to the box together. Milan finally smiled. Welcome to your triumphant return. Luo Xu paused, because he felt that he wanted to hear this sentence when he wanted to. Moreover, it was not what the person in front of you said. However, I couldn't remember it at the time. When, where, and who said it. Luo Xu was only regarded as a subconscious appearance and was not taken seriously because he wanted to appease Britain and let those injured soldiers recover. This game, the Confederate Army did not succeed at all. More than 2,000 soldiers died. When Luo Xu entered the awakening space, see Britain as comforting the wounded soldiers. There will also be a post-war summary, such as commemorating the soldiers who died on the battlefield this time. It is also to summarize this war. Last time they got a lot of yellow dragon corpses and made beast blood pills and panaceas. Let many Jiangnan people have the opportunity to improve their physical fitness. That's because a yellow dragon is relatively weak. This time, they encountered a very powerful beast. This ferocious beast was afraid of their artillery fire in Jiangnan. He was injured and dared not stand out. In the end, he chose to self-destruct. From this point, it can be seen that the soldiers in Jiangnan are still very powerful, and the artillery fire in Jiangnan is also very powerful. As long as we can avoid the huge damage caused by the self-detonation of these ferocious beasts in the future, we can gain something. If you can get an animal corpse with flames and several meters high, can the whole Jiangnan have the opportunity to get animal-made pills? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 35 Concussion. Luo Xu is next to Britain. Others can't see him. Only Britain can see Luo Xu. In response to Luo Xu's very satisfied expression, his speech is more passionate and has a strong sense of substitution. Britain continues to draw big cakes. He is a natural ambitious man and a natural leader. To be honest, Luo Xu already has some people who are unwilling to let such a person die. His death will definitely have a great impact on Jiangnan and the development of his own planet. But Luo Xu also knows, I made the rules of this planet, so it is impossible to break the rules. Birth, aging, sickness and death are the rules of this planet and the result of the evolution of all things. He can't let such a talented person live forever, just because he is reluctant to give up. But now, the British, after practicing the basics, take dragon blood pills and panaceas. Physical fitness has improved a lot. It's no problem to live for more than 100 years. Accompanied by Britain's passionate speech, the soldiers were heated up, and they felt a kind of Jiangnan glory, a glory belonging to the Confederate Army. The officials were silent. We can't really stop the expedition, because there is no gain this time. Dragon blood pill, they didn't get it. Panacea is to eat one. That feeling, they will never forget. It's like being addicted. They need more pills to improve their physical fitness, and they also want to become longer lived and enjoy the current prosperity. King. In Britain's study. At this time, he gave Luo Xu a gift. Luo Xu floated in the air. You did a good job. This time, Jiangnan suffered a lot of losses. Every soldier who can go to the battlefield has gone through layers of selection and finally experienced hard training. Only in this way can you become a soldier of the Confederate Army. So every sacrifice is an immeasurable loss to the Great Southern Army. Hearing Luo Xu's comfort, Britain bowed and replied, the king has a heart that cares about the world. How can Britain ignore the future of Jiangnan because of this little loss? Please rest assured, King, Britain will not give up the expedition because of this game without gain. Luo Xu put his hands behind his back and floated to Britain's desk. I know your ambition will not be defeated. This is what I value most about you. You are a very good leader. Jiangnan has always been a steady and wise enemy since its founding. The North is a defensive enemy, and the King of the South must be able to leave Jiangnan after founding the country. He can be recognized by the founding heroes and the later upstarts and officials, because he is a modest gentleman. Such a person is not suitable for adventure. It is right for him to defend Jiangnan at this time, and prevent the departure of the South from having a big impact. Whether it is the younger generation of the Chuhua clan before, or the upper and lower parts of Jiangnan, we need such a gentle monarch. When Jiangnan is stable, the outside world will change. At this time, Jiangnan needs an expedition to tell the outside world that we are not so easy to bully. Only by showing our fangs and strength can we resist the invasion of foreign enemies. Offense is the best defense. Luo Xu's words greatly affirmed the three emperors of Jiangnan. And these three, they are also England's grandparents and father, as well as himself. So this is the greatest affirmation and praise for their family, and it is also a hint that he has always supported him. England's heart was a little moved. Luo Xu said, don't worry, you won this war, and I will definitely give you an explanation. Walking out of the awakening space, the third game outside also started. Several teams in the top 10 also participated. On the battlefield outside the territory, all kinds of equipment were taken out, and many of them were newly developed equipment. The siege array, burning the earth array. Shan Tong's law originated from heaven and earth. It can be said that many of the previous games are scenes that appear every year, and this top 50 competition is a very important competition. It is impossible for everyone to win by a narrow margin. Save strength and save it until the last time, just like before. It turned out that the team of Chuhua Tangshan Company, which ranked in the top 10 in strength, met Luo Xu. Artillery fire turned out to be Michelle's nemesis. As a result, this group missed the top 25. Therefore, Luo Xu's group suddenly became a group in the top 20 in strength. Finally 25 strong men appeared. There are 6 in Jiangnan, the most promising this year, competing for the first place. The reward of 100 million gold coins, as well as various spiritual cities, and the mountain city starfield map. There is another break in the afternoon. Tomorrow is the top 25 competition. One team takes a bye, the remaining teams play against each other, and finally a winning team is selected to play against each other. Then one group competes for the top 9. In the end, it's the same again. One group turns, then play. Finally, two groups are decided. Compete for the first place. This is the rule of the youth competition. It seems fair, but it's not so fair. Everyone has their own strengths and luck. After all, some people just play a few games to conserve their energy. Some people have to play several games, which costs a lot. Extraordinary people are not inexhaustible. Once they die, they will have some impact on the earth. But the youth competition was set as an official competition a long time ago. Rich rewards. There are thousands of people paying attention. It has become the first step for the newly awakened planet master to improve himself and gain glory and fame. This is like Luo Xu. Even if he loses the next game. But being able to enter the top 25 can beat the Xiantan company group in the top 10 in strength. It is enough to prove that he is very talented. If you invest in Luo Xu, there will definitely be rich returns in the future. This is equivalent to a small company. If you want to develop, you have to raise funds and obtain those resources and connections. Finally, being strong is a truth. The annual youth competition is like a carnival. Jiang Cheng's discussion of this competition has reached its peak, and the topic is hotter than last year. The hottest is Luo Xu's technological civilization planet, which has performed in these overseas battlefields. Bright eyes, indeed very bright eyes. There is no one on the earth who has surpassed, but has persisted from the 200th group to the present, and entered the top 25. But compared with the shooting girl, the genius goddess, the young great swordsman and other planet owners and extraordinary people, it's just an ordinary army of 10,000 people, but not too bright. The problem also arises in this very big contrast. It gives many people a chance to complain. After letting Luo Xu lead the team into the top 25, Zhao Xianshan came to the box again. Boss, Milan guessed that Zhao Xianshan would definitely come and enter the top 25. In fact, the probability is very low. But now Luo Xu actually led the team into the top 25. It also defeated the Xiantan company team, which ranks in the top 10 in strength. This miracle, it can be said, that no one expected it. Yeah. Zhao Xianshan nodded, and then asked, how is Luo Xu now? Milan quickly replied, many soldiers died on the battlefield, and now he has gone to the lounge, to recover his energy with his spirit. Xianshan put his hands behind his back, and Zhao finally had some worries. This game is a narrow victory, and the next game may be more intense, and the enemy will be stronger. Zhao Shan, Wang Zhu, and Zhao Xianshan will not play a big role in the next game. It may be difficult to rely on Fang Wei and Luo Xu alone. Milan has also thought about this problem. However, he still feels that it is not easy to come all the way, enter the top 25. But at the beginning, it was just talk, as an incentive. In fact, I don't think it's possible in my heart. But now that I really got in, I can't go up. Boss, with their current strength in Luo Xu, it may be difficult to win the next game. However, Luo has created several miracles. I still believe that he can continue to create miracles. Maybe in the next game, the Confederate army can restrain the opponent. Zhao Xianshan looked at Milan and asked, do you like Luo Xu very much? He remembered that the last team leader, Mile, was also very optimistic about Luo Xu later, saying that Luo Xu had a very high strategic vision and miracles might happen. In fact, Zhao Xianshan first saw the miracle that Luo Xu could travel from a 1-kilometer planet to 35 kilometers. It was only later that when I saw Luo Xu, I used my ability to increase the diameter of the planet. I made up my mind to recruit this person into the class. But Luo Xu also gave him a big surprise. Milan looked at Luo Xu's lunge with his eyes and then answered firmly, yes, I believe him, because I'm his captain. So I must believe in him, believe in his strategic vision, believe in his technological civilization, and believe that he can win the next game. Zhao Xianshan said nothing. The game outside was over, and most of the audience had left. On the screen also play some wonderful moments of the overseas battlefield. Among them were Michelle's self-explosion, and the Confederate army survived the flames. I feel that the batch of real gold I just sold is a bit of a loss. Zhao Xianshan sat on the sofa and murmured. After a while, Luo Xu went out. Zhao Xianshan asked gently, how do you feel? Do you need to use your mental power again? Luo Xu is short of money now. If he wants to vigorously develop science and technology, he needs to exchange a lot of scientific and technological knowledge. So many theories, no matter what conjecture or proof, or a piece of paper. It is even a book about the universe and technology. All need money. The spirit can also be exchanged for many things, and the cost performance exceeds that of gold coins. Yes. Don't be polite at this time. Zhao Xianshan directly took out the 8 spirits. These are the spirits of civilized warriors. You should use them first. Recover well. Luo Xu replied, okay. With these spirits, some more knowledge points can be exchanged. We have power bases, phones, motors, and batteries. The low-level mental power of level 8 can only exchange the knowledge of these less advanced scientific and technological civilizations. Luo Xu chose the motor, which requires 6 low-level elves or 3 intermediate elves, or 1 high-level elf. The other is a relatively simple conjecture about electricity. As for why 2 spirits should be exchanged for this conjecture, it is because imagination has an invisible charm and influence. It can be seen from the value of its 2 spirits. It is because there are many conjectures, that there are many proofs and reasons. Whether it is academic, objective, or ideological. Metaphysics. No. Luo Xu continued to use his will to observe this planet, which already has a diameter of 800 kilometers. Although it is much smaller than the blue star in the previous life. But compared with other planets of the same level, it is a very large planet. On this planet, in fact, in the early morning, the 3 continents were divided, and after the diameter of the planet increased, the edge of the continent was also expanding. But Jiangnan has been busy with its own development and rarely expanded outward. The resources of the other 2 continents are also rich, and some unknown resources have also appeared. Luo Xu has systematically calculated that these resources will not be developed until 100 years later. This is also the most suitable time for development. At that time, Jiangnan has developed very well. However, the local resources have been consumed too much and need to be expanded and developed. The resources of the other 2 continents will also change during this period and become better. After reading system calculus, Luo Xu gave up pointing out Britain and developing these 2 continents. In order to make up for this failure, Luo Xu is going to use the gold coins won this time to buy Huanglang in the market. After all, the next game will be more difficult. The panacea can not only improve the physical fitness of soldiers, but also enhance their morale. When Zhao Xianshan heard that Luo Xu was going to use Huanglang to improve the physical fitness and combat effectiveness of the soldiers on his planet, just in exchange, let the whole class prepare. Since this is possible, you should have said it earlier. In this regard, the class will definitely not treat you badly, and you will be promoted to the top 25 tomorrow. You have shown your great potential. I don't think the rest of the class will not see this. Luo Xu just didn't want to owe Zhao Xianshan too much. Some people don't care about this, but for Luo Xu, he doesn't want to feel guilty in the future. Boss, this time, I still want to buy it with gold coins. Zhao Xianshan looked at it, thinking of what Luo Xu said at the beginning, for freedom. Then forget it. Well, since you insist, what can I say? When Zhao Xian and the other 4 recovered, they returned to the class together. Luo Xu also found nearly 100 Huanglangs who were still alive. Open the chain bridge. Enter the planet of awakening space. The British who got the news have built this site. In front of the minister and some people. England, together with the Chuhua army, successfully resisted the invasion of the Huanglang army. That day, it was dark, and the cities with electricity were all lit up. The capital without electricity was also decorated with lanterns. Suddenly, a strong wind blew up from nowhere. A red moon also appeared in the sky, dyeing the earth dark red. This vision soon caused panic and concern among people up and down Jiangnan. In fact, England had learned from Luo Xu that there would be an invasion by the Huanglang team tonight, so that he could be prepared. After seeing this vision, I knew that Huanglang was going to invade. He immediately ordered the Chuhua army to prepare for war, and at the same time, let officials and some people follow. England directly borrowed the name South. He said that he dreamed of South, and said that Jiangnan was facing the invasion of Huanglang. At that time, we will be ready to meet the enemy at the Zishan Royal Hunting Ground. Guanbei, the hearts of the people of Jiangnan and the national pulse of Jiangnan can gather a momentum. It can have a certain impact on the Huanglong army. In fact, some officials don't want to go. It's Huanglong, a very powerful beast. At that time, if you hurt yourself, or run out and eat yourself, wouldn't that kill you? However, it is difficult to disobey your order. Aang brought Chu Hejun to the hunting ground, and arranged the army formation. The huge searchlight illuminated the entire battlefield. But there was a moment. A crack suddenly appeared in the space in front of the hunting ground. A rainbow bridge appeared. Then many yellow dragons rushed out of it. Chu Hejun, line up. Kill the enemy. Aang drew his sword. Chu Jun shouted. Chuha, Chuha, Chuha. This was the first time that officials and some people saw Chu Hejun on the battlefield. Such momentum. And immediately infected them. Chapter 36 Angry. I actually felt safe in my heart. The vanguard troops of the Chuhua army rushed up directly, which made the officials and the people sweat. Now they are not only worried that the wild boars will rush over and hurt themselves. I'm also worried that Chu Hejun's men will be injured and killed. Because they began to fear losing this sense of security. The vanguard brigade rushed up and through directly when they were almost there, and the movements were very smooth. Swish. Arrows were shot at the wild boar army. Hundreds of wild boars felt the danger, and they immediately began to run around and try to escape. Some wild boars felt that their defense was stronger. Let's not talk about this arrow feather. Keep going forward. However, this is not an ordinary arrow feather. Part of the wild boar fell directly into the arrow feather. Others, whether they dodged it or relied on their own defense, were only slightly injured. Good. Hello Chu Hejun. Come on. Chu Hejun. Chu Hejun. Among the officials and civilians behind, I don't know who called Chu Hejun. Then everyone shouted together to cheer for Chu Hejun. At the end of the day, everyone seemed excited. Britain listened to the encouragement of the officials and civilians behind him, and listened to them shouting Chu Hejun's name. I finally understood why Luo Xu wanted to let the live wild boars invade, and why he arranged such a battle. In order to let them feel the strength of the Chu Hejun, these powerful officials and the Jiangnan people who had never felt the Chu Hejun. It is also to let them know why the Chu Hejun went to war. Because they don't go out and don't show their swords. Jiangnan may always face the invasion of various foreign enemies. Jiangnan will never have peace. That's it. No one will go to the war of the Chu Hejun, get nothing from the Chu Hejun, and complain about the harm of the Chu Hejun. Because the Chu Hejun is guarding the security of this country. Born in worry and die in comfort. This is what my father said at the time. Kill. Think of Britain here. Give the order again, and then raise the national flag in your hand. Bang. The rear artillery began to support. Many wild boars were seriously injured and fell to the ground. There are still some wild boars who are very tough, so they still run to the front of the team with injuries. Facing it is a vibranium spear. Hundreds of wild boars. After a while, they were almost killed by the Chu Hejun. But, great. Chu Hejun is invincible. Chu Hejun. I will never regret entering Jiangnan in this life. You are all great, the people I admire most. Officials and Jiangnan people saw the wild boar rushing out of the rainbow bridge. They were all killed by the Chu Hejun. Suddenly full of a sense of security. At the same time, they began to really identify with this Chu Hejun. The soldiers of the Chu Hejun are treated very well, and treated very well. Dragon blood pills, panaceas, animal blood pills, etc. All soldiers of the Chu Hejun use some first. Few pointed out. Now they understand. These may be bought by the Chu Hejun with the lives of soldiers. Britain arranged for people to start cleaning up the battlefield. Send all the wild boars to Xianligang Medical College and let them refine panaceas and animal blood pills. Not a drop of animal blood can be left. In addition, also stand on a high platform. Continue to draw big cakes and start his Ponzi campaign. Win the hearts of the people. Britain is also good at it. He knows what he says to impress officials and what he says to impress the people of Jiangnan. When he finished his speech, there was a very intense cheer and applause below, and everyone got the kneeling clothes. Luo Xu, look here. The evaluation of Britain is also higher. Comparatively speaking, is such a person considered a real talent? He murmured to himself. The chosen son is talking about Britain. Working all night. The panacea and animal blood pills were also refined. Britain immediately led some soldiers of the Chuo army lead, and then trained overnight, and rested for almost 4 hours. They will face a more difficult decisive battle. The next day, together with Zhao Xianshan, Milan, Zhao Xian and others, Luo Xu came to the box of the stadium. Prepare for the top 25 competition. The atmosphere is a bit dull. Because Zhao Xian has not been able to create a very powerful immortal, and has no chance to use equipment. Wang Zhu is also. The extraordinary magicians who can be sent out are all low level and poorly capable. Fang Wei only has a few slightly stronger immortals. And Luo Xu's 10,000 soldiers. But what is this? It is likely to be a shooting girl, or a genius goddess of the strongest player, or a planet master like a young great swordsman. What are they going to fight with? In a slightly longer wait, the list of the top 25 matches has been published. Jiangnan team against Yiling City number 1 middle school group. The team that eliminated it is Jiangnan. As for Yiling City group 1, it is also a group in the top 10 in strength. That is, in the afternoon of the first day at the beginning, he defeated the opponent's shooting civilization with the super shooting of the big shooter. The old shooter with a shooting stick is very strong. Every time he advances, his performance is quite strong, directly crushing all opponents. Just one person. His shooting spells are also endless, making the opponent vulnerable. While fighting against opponents, you can also find ways to cast spells to help teammates, so that the extraordinary members of the group can always have the upper hand. He is like a smart man, taking the overall situation into consideration and fiddling with a chess piece. I won this game. Milan took a deep breath. He knew that the more this time, the more he couldn't help but think about morale. Yiling number 1 middle school, in the past few years, has not been able to enter the top 20. This year, it should be a very talented planet master. So we have stepped up training and tilted a lot of resources. Before the game started, all of us failed to find any information about this planet master. After the game started, the great shooter did bring some very commendable battles. However, you can also see that after he defeated his opponent in the last round, the strength of the regiment was also weakened a lot. So we still have a chance. Zhao Xian and others were silent. By this time, they really tried their best. The extraordinary people they sent out might be targeted and eliminated by their opponents as soon as they appeared. After all, preemptive strikes are preemptive strikes. With their current strength, a big move from the opponent is gone. Milan looked at the crowd with some frustration, and finally looked at Luo Xu and said, Luo Xu, why don't you come and analyze it, and tell us how many chances there are? Luo Xu, stand up. Zhao Xian and others looked at him. 40%. Luo Xu didn't feel good either. Chu Huajin was his money. For such a game, he finally finished his home. He was still weighing whether it was worthwhile. According to the calculation of the system, the maximum chance of winning this time is 40%. Among them, there are also very unstable factors. The main reason why it will be lower this time is that our losses are very large. Now there is no super extraordinary person, and the strength of the extraordinary people who can show can only be average. Secondly, the opponent is very strong. So far, the great shooter has never been injured. The opponent seems to want to save the best shooter for the last. As long as he holds on to the next game, he will be in the top 10. So in the last game, their teammates beat the opponent with all their strength, and the best shooter just coordinated the overall situation in the back, giving treatment and defense. And I said there is a 40% chance of winning, because in the next game, the support of the scoring champion will be less. The extraordinary members of their team members are also in these few games, and the losses are relatively large. We only have a 40% chance of winning, because my Chu Huajin can block some shooting attacks. But if the opponent shows some other special shots, such as not attacking the inside, like fire or ice, then there may be no chance of winning. After Luo Xu finished speaking, they were silent for a while. Finally, Zhao Xian stood up and said, "Give it our all. No matter what happens in the end, it is not easy for us to get to this point, and it is something to be proud of. It is not shameful to be defeated by a great shooter." The others also relaxed, and were no longer bored. Wang Zhu also hurriedly said, Brother Han is right. It is my honor to know you and work with you. Especially Luo Xu. He is now my idol and role model. Don't say too much. If there is anything you need me to do for Luo Xu in the future, I will definitely not be vague. Luo Xu replied excitedly, thank you. Since we are fortunate enough to be in a group and fight for honor, we are comrades in arms. In the future, in the class, you can also manage it. Wang Zhu patted his chest and said, that's a must. Fang Wei also said, we need more care from Luo Xu in the future. Suddenly, the atmosphere is a little better. After they saw the list, they felt a lot of tension and depression, and they also reduced a lot. After a while, it's time to enter the battlefield. They hugged each other. Enter the arena together. In the live broadcast room, the topic of this incident has begun. Will there be a miracle when the great shooter fights against the ordinary army? Will the top scorer win, or will the ordinary army win? I think it must be the great shooter, because no matter how strong the defense of the ordinary army is, it can even defend against Michelle's flames. But if you keep attacking, the Chuhua army can't stop it at all. I also think the best shooter will definitely win. This is obvious. The gap between the two sides is really too big. Almost all the extraordinary members of the Jiangnan team were eliminated in the last competition. In this game, there probably won't be any high-level extraordinary people. The top shooter is so powerful. As soon as he makes a move, the Jiangnan class will probably lose. There is no suspense at all. On both sides of the extraordinary, you can see the gap. Luo Xu is still 10,000 Chuhua army, and Zhao Xian, Zhao Xianshan, Fang Wei, Wang Zhu and others, almost all the transcendent figures on this planet, have been taken out. They also put on real gold armor and surrounded Britain. But there are only 10 opponents. A great shooter. There are 9 people on the planet where the team members are, and their strength is not very strong. But in comparison. But this is enough to stop Zhao Xian, Zhao Xianshan, Fang Wei and Wang Zhu. These extraordinary people. Start betting. This time, only Jiangnan class and 5 members including Luo Xu still won the bet. They can't lose motivation. The betting time is over. The host announced the start of the game. Kill. Britain drew his sword and gave orders. Swish. Arrows flew all over the sky and shot at the top shooters. Empire's staff. The archers shot directly, controlling these arrows and feathers. Counterattack. Vibranium can block part of the kinetic energy and energy, but it can't block the shooting of controlled objects. Otherwise, Tony would kill Ebony Throat. Shield. Seeing that his arrows and feathers were useless to the opponent, Britain immediately ordered a shield. But after the arrow feathers were controlled by the opponent's shooter, they were very fast and had great energy. The shieldmen in the first row were almost wiped out. The soldiers of Chuhua army were behind. Fortunately, there were those shooters of Wang Zhu who were shooting defense. Otherwise, this arrow feather controlled by the opponent might directly destroy himself. Change formation. Artillery cover. Britain once again issued an order and raised the national flag. The shieldmen outside immediately changed their formation and then fired artillery at the opponent's shooters. The archer raised the scepter slightly and finally dropped it to the ground. I saw in front of him, there was a defensive wall like lightning. These gunshots, also outside the defensive wall, broke out. The opponent also analyzed the data of Luo Xu's team and finally came up with a countermeasure. Arrows and artillery fire were useless. This was the first time that the Chuhua army encountered a war where their weapons could not hurt the enemy. They did not retreat. Under the command of the British, the vanguard rushed directly. They were divided into left and right wings. Among them were immortals and players from Zhao Xian and Zhao Xianshan. The strength of these extraordinary people was very poor, but at least some of their abilities were not too low. Stronger than ordinary soldiers. There were 6 of the 9 people around the number 1 shooter, divided into 2 wings. Swish. The short crossbow shot directly at these extraordinary people. But they did not hit it. With their own abilities, they dodged these short crossbows, which were very slow for them. The war has begun. But at the beginning, the Chuhua army showed their weakness. In addition to more people, they had almost no advantage. The wild boar added defense to the 2 men. On them, the shooting shield was like armor, protecting them. Some immortals flew in the air and then used magic. Some earth spikes stretched out from the ground and instantly stabbed more than a dozen soldiers. If it weren't for their armor, this kind of earth spikes would not have much effect on them. I'm afraid that just this little immortal can cause a lot of losses to these ordinary soldiers of the Chuhua army. Bang! The light camp was in the rear, shooting the heads, hands, etc. of the immortals. In the end, several immortals were injured. Although they are supernatural creatures who cultivate immortals, their bodies are not made of iron, and high-speed bullets can still hurt them inadvertently. After seeing it in the rear, the wild boar immediately used therapeutic shooting. However, under the command of Luo Xu's will, the Chuhua army immediately shot arrows and feathers, interrupted these therapeutic injections. Not only that, I once again took advantage of this opportunity to hurt several immortals. Bang! There was a sudden sound of talking outside the battlefield. It turned out that a transcendent person blew himself up. No, the other side should use self-destruct bombs. Everyone retreat quickly and use the vibrating gold shield to block the energy of these explosions. Zhao Xian lost several immortals, and my heart was already bleeding. His face turned pale because of these dead immortals. There was some instability in his planet, which made him feel very weak. It was like going through a very intense exercise and then entering a greater void. When Zhao Xianshan and others heard the voice prompt, they immediately let their extraordinary people retreat to the rear. Luo Xu also asked the Chuhua army soldiers to set up shields. Bang! Another extraordinary person blew himself up. More than 100 Chuhua army soldiers were taken away directly. The wild boar watched quietly there. Then, I seemed to have received some instructions and began to cast spells in a low voice. The spell was vague. In front of him, a shooting formation appeared. Shouting to shoot. He should be calling a ferocious shooting beast or something else. Luo Xu and others also noticed this. No, this can't go on. We have to interrupt him quickly. Zhao Xian was pale and depressed, looking like a ghost. Brother Han, what do you think? Fang Wei asked directly. Zhao Xian replied, Luo Xu, now we have to let some of our extraordinary people self-destruct, and it is best to die with other extraordinary people. Otherwise, we still have to restrain ourselves. The longer we delay, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. Chapter 37. It's hard for you. In the systematic guess, Luo Xu actually saw the self-destructive flow of mind play. More importantly, I know what the gunner is talking about. I'm already mentally prepared. Okay, just do as you say. I'll let the soldiers of the Chuhua army escort you forward. Zhao Xian replied, yeah. The others didn't say anything more. The Chuhua army was divided into several teams, escorting Chaoran to rush forward. Bang! The soldiers blocked the opponent's attack and attracted the opponent's firepower. Zhao Xianshan's team members flew forward directly, approached the enemy, and then blew themselves up directly. Suddenly, the body was like a reactor, and a violent reaction occurred. Then a kind of energy belonging to the company broke out, and the players' extraordinary people directly turned into an energy ball and exploded. From each other, there was only a wild boar and 6 extraordinary people. Then, it was a self-destruction. The wild boar watched quietly, chanting the spell all the time, without stopping for a moment. In the end, the lightning curtain protection in front of him disappeared. The crystal ball on his scepter also became dim, and the whole person was extremely weak. In the shooting array in front of him, like a dimensional door, one after another, energy points appeared. Then, this point turned into a person. A tall and mighty person formed by energy. Undead Legion. This shooter can actually be a necromancer. The key is that he also has such an undead legion. It is very likely that this night Luo Xu inspired the other party, and in the last period of time, they let this undead legion go. This is about 40% of what Luo Xu said, which is an accident. But he has knights, and it seems that the attack of the undead army can also be stopped. These undead can pass through Jinzen Yujian. Only when they really fight, will they reveal their true bodies. At the beginning, some soldiers of the Chuhua army were afraid to see such undead warriors. Many people were lost in an instant. But when Aang rushed up and killed a tall and mighty undead warrior with a sword, Chuhua-jun was no longer afraid. They were looking for opportunities to kill these undead legions. I feel that in the future extraterritorial battlefield, it is very likely that an extraordinary army will be trained directly like now. In this way, the chances of winning will be greater and the strength will be stronger. Your idea is good. I also think it is very likely. In the future extraterritorial battlefield, it will be an army of extraordinary people against an army of extraordinary people. I feel that the confrontation between armies may be better. It's like the current battle between the Chuhu army and the Undead Legion. It's very interesting. Better than the Great Swordsman. The Great Swordsman always has that one move. What is it called? This is called a one-trick all. Just that one move. Many extraordinary people can't stand it. One move kills an extraordinary person. One move kills an extraordinary person. Have you noticed that the Great Swordsman's sword seems to have changed? It looks sharper and stronger. If you don't say it, I haven't seen it. It seems to be really different. A lot of barrages. When everyone saw the Undead Legion, the atmosphere began to rise. Extraterritorial battlefield. There are too many Undead Legions. It seems that there is no end, and it will never end. Chuhuajin. Kill. 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 But the soldiers of Chuhuajin did not retreat. They did not take a step back. The enemy will show his sword. This is the iron will of Chuhuajin. Luo Xu can also see it. Chuhuajin is choosing death. He can use his will to make these Chuhuajin step down, and then admit defeat. In this way, we may be able to save this Chuhuajin. But he also understands. Once you do it yourself, maybe it's just the 8,000 people who survived, instead of more than 8,000 Chuhuajin soldiers. In the war history of Chuhuajin, they have never said retreat and admit defeat. Never. As the last strange man sent to block the soldiers of Chuhuajin, he blew himself up and died. Only the shooter and 3 extraordinary people were left on the other side. The Undead Legion is really powerful. Facing Zhao Xianshan's several team members, Fang Wen's dozen immortals and Wang Zu's several shooters. These Undead Legions are actually not very harmful. Chuhuajin has a golden armor that can block some attacks of the Undead Legion, and is more durable. This Chuhuajin can hold on. Yes, there are a lot fewer undead in the Undead Legion now. I feel that, if we hold on for a while longer, this undead army will not be able to continue to hold on, and will inevitably be killed by the Chuhuajin. Great. Is the Chuhuajin too strong? In the live broadcast room, the barrage was full of some incredible expressions that Chuhuajin could still hold on until now. There was also some admiration. After all, who would not respect a firm and powerful Chuhuajin? However, Luo Xu knew that things were not that simple. There were 3 other extraordinary people. The wild boar still had a successful side. They would definitely not win so easily, and the other side would not give up easily. After a while, the undead army was finally slaughtered. But Chuhuajin still failed to break the shooting shield of the wild boar display, and would not hurt the shooter inside. The wild boar seemed to be recovering, and the crystal on the scepter in his hand flashed a dazzling light. Luo Xu, we can't let that wild boar recover. We must find a way to break his defense. Zhao Xian said in the voice. Luo Xu replied helplessly, there is no way. The gap between the 2 sides is too big. I have tried it. Zhao Xianshan said at this time, or I will blow myself up with my player to see if I can break it. Wang Zu replied in a low voice, no, the opponent's shooter is very strong. This kind of shooting defense is not something that a player with a little low energy can self-detonate. Luo Xu replied, our extraordinary people must wait. The other 3 extraordinary people are very strong. We may need these extraordinary people to resist these 3 extraordinary people. Hearing Luo Xu's words, they were silent for a while. Luo Xu continued, let your extraordinary people return to England, and I will let Chuhuajin form a formation. It is impossible for the 2 of us to spend so much money. Since we can't break the opponent's defense, let's wait and wait for the opponent to take the initiative. Zhao Xian sighed and said, okay. The wild boar recovered, and saw that the undead was useless. He recited his shooting spell again. In the battlefield outside the domain, in several places, there are already shooting formations. Luo Xu immediately asked the Chuhuajin to form a ring army to defend all directions. Shoot in the formation. Lightning was flashing. At this time, the 3 extraordinary people beside the wild boar also set off. They left the shooting shield. There were 3 players. With every step they took, their power was changing. When they reached the 3 positions, their clothes had all burst open, and their bodies were full of muscles. Not only that, their shapes were also changing, tall and powerful. They didn't stop changing until they were about 2 meters high, and the lightning in the shooting array began to flash more violently, emitting the rumble of thunder and lightning. It was just this sound that made the soldiers of the Chuhu army a little uncomfortable. Wang Zu immediately asked his archers to recite a spell to shield the sound for the soldiers of the Chuhu army. The power of these lightnings seemed to have a kind of consciousness, and they began to flash slowly, as if connected to the players. The players hummed and seemed to be in some pain. After the power of lightning entered their bodies, they seemed to suffer great pain, and roared to the sky. In the end, they turned into 3 tall and mighty thunder and lightning giants, 2 meters tall like Thor. The power of lightning and the shooting array has been connected to them, turning them into thunder giants, which look very powerful. The 3 extraordinary people rushed directly into the ranks of Chuhu army. No matter how powerful the real gold shield is, it still can't withstand such physical attacks. However, the lightning of the 3 lightning giants was blocked in the ranks, and did not cause much damage. Luo Xu, let Chuhu army retreat. It's our turn to play. Fang Wei said directly in his voice. Chuhu army can't lose too much. They must persist until they defeat the gunmen. Go. The immortals rushed forward and used Zenjin to block the power of lightning. Then get closer. Untie Jin Zen's armor and rush forward. Bang. Another extraordinary person blew himself up. Directly hurt a lightning giant, an extraordinary person on the other side, and made the lightning on his body start to panic. Shoot. Aang also ordered Chuhu army to shoot arrows. Jin Zen's arrow penetrated the power of lightning and hit the 3 lightning giants directly. They were loaded with arrows. Thunder and lightning began to run around them, and the actions of the 3 thunder giants began to be hindered. Hey! Once again, the huge thunder roared upward. Then they clenched their fists, and the thunder and lightning burst out with more powerful energy. Defense. Britain accepted Luo Xu's consciousness. Ordered to defend immediately. Bang. The entire battlefield turned into white light, and the extraterritorial battlefield thunder and lightning raged. The extraordinary shot directly strengthened the defense of the extraterritorial battlefield, and prevented these thunder and lightning from crushing the entire extraterritorial battlefield. Look, on this battlefield, a flash of lightning appeared. Wang Zu couldn't help but say in a voice, I can't feel my extraordinary. Zhao Xianshan, me too. Fang Wen's voice was hoarse, and he replied, me too. Zhao Xian's extraordinary person has already detonated himself. So they are waiting for news from Luo Xu. Such a self-explosion, full of thunder and lightning, can kill extraordinary people if it hits them. Not to mention those ordinary soldiers of the Chuhu army. Wang Zu's extraordinary, Zhao Xiante's extraordinary, Fang Wen's extraordinary, finally, surrounded the British, and blocked the 200 dragon blood warriors outside. Because Luo Xu said that it was these people who were the most powerful Chuhuajin, and might survive to the end. Wang Zu's shooter, Zhao Xianshan's player, and Fang Wen's immortal formed a protective wall. Did you really succeed in defending against the wrath of thunder and lightning this time? The commentator was making all kinds of guesses there, and praised Chuhuajin's strength for forcing his opponent to end the battle in this way. Even if you lose, that's an honor. However, do Luo Xu and Chuhuajin really want such glory? Luo Xu took a deep breath and replied, I feel it. Chuhuajin survived the explosion. However, there are really too few people who survived. When the lightning disappeared, Britain was still standing there with 200 dragon blood warriors. They were on the defensive with shields in their hands. What did I see? The commentator was excited and shouted, I saw a miracle, and the Chuhu army created another miracle. Let's cheer for these heroes. It's incredible. They actually survived. I actually survived the wrath of lightning. This strategy of yelling number 1 middle school was used twice. The first time, Huang's team failed to stop it and completely destroyed it. But the Jiangnan class group survived. The Chuhu army survived. Let's cheer for the Chuhu army. They are great. The commentator was actually adjusting the atmosphere and wanted to increase the attention of ascending. In fact, the Chuhu army even survived. Can't stop the wild boar on the opposite side. Seeing that the Chuhu army soldiers survived the disaster, the wild boar was also surprised. Kill. Ying Jian immediately pointed at the wild boar. 200 people rushed up. The wild boar raised his scepter and shot a defensive shot. On him, armor, a special kind of scales, seemed to protect his whole body. Not only that, a shooting array lit up behind him, and it was another spell. When Chu Huajin had already rushed in front of him, the shooting spell had come in handy. The scales on his body blocked Jin Jian, but also left many scars. When Ying Dong shot the second wave of arrow feathers, the wild boar mace fell to the ground, and the whole person was gone. Defense. I saw a shooting dragon in the shooting formation of Ying Dong, and the wild boar disappeared. Let the soldiers defend themselves immediately. Vertical bar vertical bar. The dragon roared, rushed straight up. Flames spewed from his mouth, trying to burn the 200 dragon blood warriors to death. Luo Xu immediately asked them to raise their shields, to block the fire dragons that were shot. And the wild boar also appeared on the side of Chu Huajin at this time. He fired. Want a sneak attack at this time. Luo Xu immediately asked the soldiers to block the attack with shields. Then Ying Dong led the soldiers to start shooting at the dragon, vibrating the golden arrow feathers and directly shooting through the dragon's wings. The dragon can't fly. It began to run on the ground and rushed towards Chu Huajin. This is another shot. The dragon plunged into an army of 200 people, directly dismantled the army. The wild boar attacked again. Luo Xu also immediately used the golden shield to ask the soldiers to stop, but this time, the other party used the soul locking spell and cast it directly on people. 200 soldiers, more than a dozen died directly. Chu Huajin. Kill. 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 England's eyes were red, and he was unwilling. It's over. The crossbow in my hand never stopped until the wild boar, but every time it was dodged by the wild boar's teleportation. England suddenly calmed down, thinking that he had a short spear on him. He took it out immediately and cast teleportation on it. The wild boar attacking the Chu Huajin fired a shot. Bang! The wild boar just moved and dodged the arrow feathers of the dragon blood warrior. But I couldn't stop it. The bullet was so fast that England obeyed Luo Xu's will and knew the next displacement position of the wild boar. It's just that the shooter has scales. In the end, it only hurt him. The bullet grazed the wild boar's cheek. The wild boar continued to kill several soldiers of the Chu Huajin with the soul lock and wanted to continue to cast. And England rushed forward directly at this time. Before the gunshot hit his body, he used his high strength and flexibility to dodge. Then there was an arrow shot at the wild boar. The wild boar once again took advantage of displacement. However, the arrows and feathers of other dragon blood warriors shot him. Part of the scales and armor were broken. The wild boar fired again and fired. Swish. Flashing. More than a dozen dragon blood warriors were hit. Even in front of Zhenjinjie. Still injured. That's it. You come and go. Consume each other again and again. And on the Chuhu army side, every time it is consumed, a dragon blood warrior will die. The wild boar scales and armor fell off badly. On the Chuhu army side, there are only more than 80 soldiers. England also suffered some damage. Chapter 38 Kung Fu. Several times, he was almost shot by a wild boar and died on the battlefield. More and more viewers in the live broadcast room are paying attention to this event. Some people want to see that ordinary soldiers can also defeat wild boars. This is not a matter of betting. I just want to see that even the smallest ordinary people can show great power. Luo Xu has been trying to mobilize every soldier of the Chuhua army, but such frequent transfers also make his own consumption relatively large. I'm a little confused in my mind. However, he did not give up the idea. Going to this point, there is no retreat, nor does he admit defeat. Chu Huajin. Kill. 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 Only 50 people are left. These 50 people, each with bloodshot eyes, have forgotten their own death and everything. I just want to kill the old shooter in the rough black robe. Revenge for the dead comrades. Come on, Chu Huajin. Come on, Chu Huajin. Come on, hit him. At this moment, I actually hope that the soldiers of the Chu Huajin can win. Come on, Chu Huajin. The live broadcast room barrage cheered, and Chu Huajin swiped the screen. It seems that everyone hopes that Chu Huajin will win this game. This concerns an ordinary person, and also the power of great faith, the faith and face of ordinary people, and so on. Many people began to pray. There were also some people who hoped that the wild boar would win. Because he made a bet. England, take a deep breath. He knew that the wild boar was already at the end of its strength. Now, it depends on who can hold on to the end. Luo Xu used the calculus system. He wanted to find the flaws of the wild boar and his weaknesses. The system gave the answer. The wild boar's scepter. Find a way to shoot the wild boar's scepter. Luo Xu immediately pointed out this flaw of England. England rekindled his confidence again. Luo Xu also began to dispatch. The first time, England's arrows were already aimed, and the arrows were also shot at the crystal of the scepter. Unfortunately, the wild boar noticed it, and directly cast a shooting spell to block the arrow. The second time, England was caught off guard again. However, the crystal on the scepter was slightly shiny, and it actually blocked the blow by itself. Then, the wild boar seemed to be more defensive. The fourth time, there were only more than 30 people left in the Chuhua army. England, take a deep breath again. He wanted to use himself as bait, to attract the wild boar on the opposite side. Then he took the opportunity to smash the crystal on the scepter. Sure enough, the wild boar fell into the trap. Swish. Britain has the ability to walk 100 steps. And this arrow is still in the system calculation, etc. 50 roads, 49 days, 1 person escapes. Ding. A crisp sound rang out. The wild boar immediately used displacement and retreated far away. He looked at the shooting scepter in his hand, and the shooting crystal on it was also the source of his shooting power. It was broken. Just like that, it was shot into pieces by the enemy. He has been very careful and careful, and he dodged several shots from the enemy. However, the wild boar did not expect that he could not dodge after all. The team of Yelling No. 1 Middle School pressed the button to surrender. A rainbow bridge appeared behind the wild boar, and he turned directly onto the rainbow bridge and returned to the shooting planet. Go on. It has lost its meaning. The opponent has more than 30 people, and there is also a warrior with high ability and strong defense. The wild boar's cards have been used up. Of course, if this is the case, they will not be able to advance to the top 25. It is because they have bigger cards, and they want to stay in the next round, to fight against really powerful enemies. But I didn't expect that I would lose in this game. If they take out a part of the Transcendence, drag Luo Xu's players, and use the self-explosion method to deal with Luo Xu's Chuhuajin, I'm sure I can win this game. They still misjudged the strength of Chuhuajin, and also misjudged Luo Xu's true strength. Luo Xu is not just a Chuhuajin, there is a powerful calculus system behind him. The calculus system can not only calculate the development and evolution of the planet, but also calculate for such a battlefield. 1. The barrage in the live broadcast room was overwhelming. All congratulations to Chuhuajin. There was also a burst of warm applause and cheers from the audience, as if they had forgotten that they had placed a bet in Yiling City No. 1 Middle School. They cheered for the ordinary soldiers to show such great power. Cheers for the power of ordinary people. For myself. For the same ordinary people. However, Luo Xu and others were not happy. The next game, they are destined to face a stronger enemy. However, except Luo Xu, other players can't send any extraordinary players. The advanced class began preparations a year ago and trained a group of planetary masters such as Zhao Shan, Zhao Xianshan, Fang Wei, Wang Zhu, and Fan Yi. Finally, these 5 people were selected, and their strength is among the newcomers of the year. This is first class. But from the information they collected, it can be seen that only these 5 people are unlikely to enter the top 25. At most, the top 50 will lose. But now, you have not only successfully advanced to the top 25, but also to the top 10. This is completely beyond the class budget. In addition, this year's Planet Masters, as long as they are talented, have been poached by large companies. Because of some things, their class has not achieved good results in the youth competitions in recent years, and has not recruited a very talented Planet Master. This situation has occurred. The senior management of the class was also silent. Back in the box, Milan still smiled. Welcome back triumphantly. Then he also made mental preparations so that Luo Xu, Zhao Xian and others could recover. Luo Xu mustered up the courage to go to the lounge. This time, the Chuhua army in Jiangnan also gained nothing. Instead, they suffered heavy losses. 10,000 people went out. Only 30 returned. For hundreds of years, the Chuhua army has never suffered such a heavy loss in the war. Britain returned to the Jiangnan Arc de Triomphe through the Rainbow Bridge. Look down. Hold the sword with both hands. Look at the corpse in front of me. The soldiers of Chuhua lay there quietly one after another. I'm sorry for them. Britain said. He failed to bring these soldiers home safely. So many soldiers died. These are the elites of the Chuhua army in Jiangnan, and they are all battle-hardened soldiers. Defend the country for Jiangnan. But now it is a cold corpse. Dijun, it's not your fault. This is a war crime. As soldiers of the Jiangnan Chuhua army, we must die. The battlefield is the only place where we can prove our worth. Even if we die 9 times, we will never regret it. Yes, Dijun, I'm a rough man. But the moment we entered the Chuhua army, we were ready to die. They are also martyrs who followed the Chuhua army, not really dead. I believe that on another battlefield, they will continue to fight with the martyrs in all directions. Everyone, hold your hands tightly. I will convince Britain. They are worried that Britain's ambitions will vanish after this battle. What they want to see is that the high-spirited emperor takes them everywhere. Britain took a deep breath and waved his hand. Go, let someone arrange it. Continue the sacrifice and tell the dead. Let the Ministry of Finance prepare the pension. It's all for the peace of Jiangnan. Jiangnan can't treat them badly. Lieutenant Fuel said. Here. Britain was mentally prepared. But when the officials came, they saw the bodies of the Chuhua army in this area. When those Jiangnan people came, Britain is still a little confused. After all, Chu Huajin led the battle, and the blame lies with him. But when Luo Xu appeared, Britain still calmed down, and he knew that the spirit of the great Dao would definitely help him. Sure enough, this time, Luo Xu intervened directly. He used the will of the planet master to make everyone in Jiangnan no longer feel blamed. It was admiration and touching. Under the leadership of Luo Xu, the British began to build a hero monument in Jiangnan, and the names of all soldiers were engraved on the merit wall. Luo Xu used his spirit to exchange for electronic printing technology. With this, newspapers can be mass-produced, and printing can be upgraded. Jiangnan must also officially control the overall public opinion. Only by cultivating the patriotic spirit of the people of Jiangnan and uniting the hearts of the entire Jiangnan people can we have greater influence. As for recovery, Chu Huajin, who died nearly 10,000 years ago, for this planet, there will only be a little impact. Because Chu Huajin is just an ordinary soldier, at most he took dragon blood pills and elixirs and the like. However, compared with this transcendent planet master, Luo Xu really didn't think there was anything. Zhao came to this box again every day. This time, the Jiangnan class directly took out all the resources that could be used. This is the spirit we have been collecting for a long time. This time, we will use it without hesitation. Luo Xu, you are here. Now it's up to you. Chu Huajin. Zhao Xianshan held a piece of flax in her hand, and there was a spirit in it. It came from Shancheng. But it's a little special, and it also came from a relatively ordinary planet without a master, and the civilization is not high. But there are many ordinary people. After listening to Zhao Xianshan's story, Luo Xu felt that this was very similar to the previous life of Blue Star. But there is only one very large continent, not several continents, just like, but not the same. The key is that this spirit cannot be absorbed by other planets. After the class got this spirit, it also studied it for a long time, and finally failed to study it out. Zhao Xianshan plans to take it out, and let Luo Xu try it. Zhao Xian and others showed envious eyes. Zhao Xianshan's behavior is enough to show that the Jiangnan class now attaches great importance to Luo Xu. There may be more resources in the future. This time, in order to make Luo Xu recover, he did his best to take out this special spirit. They welcome such treatment. It can only be sour on the side. Luo Xu took the linen and said, "Thank you, boss." He also knew that Zhao Xianshan must have thought of many ways, and in the end they could only try their best. After all, he is a planet owner of ordinary civilization. The class library does not have very advanced spirits. The key is that with Luo Xu's current level and a technological civilization country like Luo Xu, advanced spirits, he can't transform them at all. As for Zhao Xian and others, they actually receive spiritual rewards. But for them, this spirit has little effect on them. Next time, they still can't think of extraordinary people. Unless it is long-term training, there may be more powerful people who can be trained. Not now. Chapter 39 Flax. Luo Xu took the linen back to the lounge. He put his hand on the linen, and the linen guided the soul into the awakening space. Then, don't rush to convert. Ask the system. What kind of spirit is this? If there is any damage to your own planet, it is absolutely impossible to transform it. Direct communication of technology, civilization, and technology. System, can you figure out what kind of spirit this is? If I convert it into planetary energy, will it cause some damage to my planet? System, this spirit has changed the special civilization of the Earth. Luo Xu looked down, and the system converted the calculation results of this spirit into himself. In the end, it can be determined that it is very beneficial. As a planet transformed from light energy and eventually gave birth to life, it can be regarded as a purest planet. And this special strange civilization, after fusion, may produce extraordinary people. Cultivate it. After that, it will be the transcendental on this planet, that is, the superhero. After watching this movie, Luo Xu thought of the superhero movie he had seen in his previous life. I don't know if I can cultivate such a superhero on this planet. The poor rely on mutations, and the rich rely on technology. Don't say that a very powerful golden elixir, at least there must be a more powerful golden elixir and extraordinary people appear. Luo Xu thought. Then the transformation began. This spirit seems to be relatively pure, and there is also a strong energy. So in the process of transformation, it's just a little slow. Moreover, with the transformation of this spirit, the diameter of Luo Xu's planet also began to increase, and the planet became larger. It's hard to imagine. In a person's body, there will be such a very large planet hidden. Everything in the world is so wonderful. Britain, who is training a new army. Look up at the sky. As the Emperor of Jiangnan, he is also the ceiling of Jiangnan's human strength. He was the first to feel that his continent seemed to be undergoing some changes. This change made him feel that the world suddenly became a lot bigger. Not only that, every time he took a breath, he felt stronger. Is it the king? Britain muttered. The last time he was defeated, the king sent wild boars. I don't know what the king will bring this time. Woo. Luo Xu finally transformed into that special spirit. Greatly relieved. If this is not good, maybe your own planet will be blown up. This kind of thing has not happened before. Many times, the owner of the planet is transforming his own spirit. Once the spirit itself, or the spiritual energy is too large, it can't support the planet directly. Therefore, many planet masters will not transform at the first time. After obtaining some special spirits, only after being tested, can they be transformed. And Zhao Xianshan spirits of Zhao Xian and others are naturally tested by those data technicians in the class. Zhao Xian and the other 4 people can successfully transform these spirits. Then restore the planetary energy in your body and enhance the planetary spirit. Let the planet maintain the state of the planet after losing its original transcendence. It also takes a long time. After Luo Xu absorbed it, the energy of the whole person became stronger. Naturally, he is not as good as the masters of the Xiuxin civilization on this planet. They can cleanse themselves with the energy of the planet. It can be said that the more powerful the planet of Xiuxin civilization is, the planet itself will become very powerful and even surpass any transcendent person on the planet with its own body. What's the situation? Xianshan sat on the sofa. Zhao saw it coming out and asked. Luo Xu replied, yes, this spirit is accompanied by the Jiandan civilization. Perhaps, in the future, some low-level extraordinary people will appear on my planet. Xianshan listened. Zhao nodded and said, in this case, I'm relieved. If there is time, let's take a look. This is the list of the top 13. Tomorrow, 12 teams will compete for the top 7 promotion places. We have a chance to get rid of it, but we also have the opportunity to face those super powerful groups. Zhao Shan, they won't play a big role in the promotion after this. Class means that, if the opponent is strong this time, you can choose to give up, recharge your energy, and the class can continue to train you in the future. We'll fight again next year. Such a good prospect. The Jiangnan Knight class naturally doesn't want to give up just like that. Not this year. Then in next year's youth competition, Luo Xu can at least be in the top 10. That's it. They can also get the resources of the top 10. Of course, there is also the reputation of the top 10. Luo Xu nodded. Now is naturally not the time to show off. The reason why he can defeat the wild boar is because the defense of the real gold is very strong. General shooting attacks have no effect on real gold and can only be used to protect objects. But once facing the shooting girl, the strongest player is Huangshan, the genius goddess of Jiangnan No. 1 middle school. The knight is likely to block the opponent's attack. A punch from the player. Even if the knight does not die, he is not far from death. There is also the summoning of the condor girl. Who knows what kind of condor beast or god she can summon. Britain is not the captain. You can split it in half with others. No matter how strong he is not as good as the gods, not as good as the players, and not as good as the great swordsman. Zhao Xianshan said nothing more. Let's see the final list tomorrow. When this youth competition is over, it means starting to cultivate Luo Xu and take the path of upgrading the planet level. Can a strong talent be cultivated in 1 year? It is unknown. Because of the danger, it is everywhere. And there will be a lot of open and secret struggles behind the big guys. However, in order to be able to walk up a flight of stairs, Zhao Xianshan will not give up this opportunity and give up Luo Xu, the owner of the planet with great potential. This will not help Luo Xu. More is also involuntarily. Zhao Xianshan also needs resources and needs larger and more precious resources. Back to the classroom. Luo Xu came to his suite and took the linen and his gold card from Zhangting. He wanted to continue kryptonite. With electric motors, there should be engines, and there should be nuclear energy, primary energy, secondary energy and other higher level technological civilizations. At this moment, Luo Xu suddenly felt that something powerful was born on his own planet. Entered the awakening space immediately. A trace of will entered the planet and found the place where extraordinary life was born. At the bottom of the river, you can vaguely see a huge figure there. In his body, there is a huge energy. Not only the spirit of Luo Xu's planet, but also the spirit of the later warriors and the spirit of the then civilization transformed yesterday. When Luo Xu's will entered his sacred knowledge. Only then did I know, what kind of creature is this? Godzilla. Yes, it is a creature in the monster movie of Luo Xu's previous life. It can be said to be very powerful. Even the three-headed evil dragon Ghidorah is not Godzilla's opponent. What Luo Xu wants to build is a technological civilization, but there is such a creature. There are really some strange things. Of course, with Godzilla, Luo Xu thought of the monster movie, that is, the mecha. If Jiangnan University of Technology can have the strength to build such a super mecha, can we have a mecha team? Jin's mecha, super defense. Suddenly, Luo Xu's thinking was opened again, not just limited to laser cannons, iron cannons, two-way film, etc. System, you calculate, what kind of impact will a monster like Godzilla have on the development of my technological civilization? This is another development direction that Luo Xu wants to understand, and he wants to calculate it systematically. System, the appearance of the monster Godzilla proves that this planet has a strong ability to accept and transform, which has greatly promoted the development of science and technology. After reading it, Luo Xu breathed a sigh of relief again. It seems that I'm the legendary son of natural selection. This horse, if it is really known by those planet masters, it is not crazy. Even their spiritual transformation depends on their talents. No matter how outstanding the talents are, they can only build one civilization. Luo Xu is working hard to build the most powerful technological civilization. With technology and filming, is it okay? Exclamation mark. With Godzilla, there should be a relatively high success rate for advancing to the top 7. Luo Xu's confidence soared instantly. His will withdrew from the sacred knowledge of Godzilla, then mobilized the energy resources of the planet, and began to accelerate the hatching of this super creature. The creatures on the entire planet began to gradually feel a fear of being suppressed by blood. In their subconscious, there will be a very powerful natural enemy on the land of this river. Britain got advice from Luo Xu. He immediately sent people to rush 800 miles and announced to the world, there will be a sacred beast in Jiangnan. The news spread quickly from BJ to all places, and the speed was also very fast. In order to prevent some panic among the people in Jiangnan after Godzilla appeared in court, the official also increasingly believed that the emperors of the South, North, and England should all be true dragon emperors. They can get guidance from God. A kind of respect and loyalty grew in their hearts, and of course there was also a kind of fear and terror. Godzilla woke up. He opened his blue eyes and swam quickly. Not for the time being. It approached the coast. Finally, he climbed ashore and shouted at the sky, "Hey, hey." His huge body made him make a loud noise every time he took a step. The fishermen on the seaside had not yet received the news. They looked at the monster that suddenly appeared and were directly scared silly. Some people began to flee the village. However, Luo Xu instructed Godzilla to bypass the village. The messenger ran out of several horses, changed several people, and finally met Godzilla, who was going to the capital. "Is this the holy beast that the emperor said? Too big. He found us." Godzilla saw the people on the ground, got Luo Xu's instructions, and then raised his hand and walked towards the capital. Then he continued to walk step by step. The messenger felt incredible. Does he seem to understand what we are talking about? This is a holy beast. He is going to the capital. Quick, we will open the way immediately. Godzilla's appearance shocked the whole Jiangnan country. Many people began to follow Godzilla's footsteps to the capital. Hundreds of thousands of people. Seeing such a tall Godzilla, Britain was equally shocked. Will there be a patron saint in Jiangnan in the future? Luo Xu appeared next to Britain. He is a monster, a special creature born in Jiangnan. Tomorrow, he will go out with you. Britain nodded slightly. He couldn't communicate with the king in front of so many people. This is what the king meant. In case he looks like a hysterical person. That night, the people of Jiangnan didn't sleep. They were full of Godzilla. The next day, on Sunday, Luo Xu came to the stadium with Milan. After the opening ceremony, Chapter 40 Unreliable. Then the list of players was announced. The warrior group was disbanded. Luo Xu was fighting against the Jiangnan No. 5 middle school group, which was quite strong, and had persisted until now. Among them, the strongest was the Dragon Soul civilization. The 5-clawed 3-clawed Azure Dragon was also a relatively strong Wind Vein Azure Dragon. Its wind could attack and defend, and the 4 teammates were not low in strength. As long as they did not encounter the top 10 teams, they could basically persist until the end of this game. They found that their opponent was Luo Xu's Jiangnan group. They just breathed a sigh of relief, because according to their information and the calculations of the data division, the Jiangnan class group was already a spent force. Only the masters of the planets with technological civilization might continue to send thousands of troops. But as long as they could hold on, they would directly destroy the extraordinary army by self-detonation in the opening game. They could stand at around 7 o'clock. By that time, losing to those super strong teams would be an honor. For this game, I'd better bet on the Jiangnan team. Chu Huajin, invincible. Chu fans appeared. Chu Huajin's performance from the beginning to now was not eye-catching, but it was the most touching. Because many people are actually ordinary people. Even if they awakened the planet, their level was too low to transform their spirits. They were no different from ordinary people. Even if some of them transformed their spirits, but failed to give birth to life in the end, it was still the same. There are actually many such people, and some planet masters with low-level energy, or intermediate energy, were actually moved by Chu Huajin's ordinary and powerful spirit. No. Even though I admire Chu Huajin very much, my opponent is still very strong. The 5 green dragons are seriously injured. Now a night has passed, and they have almost recovered. Chu Huajin's defense is very strong, but he can't stop his opponent. Even if it's delayed, it will eventually kill Chu Huajin. That's right. I also think it's really hard for Chu Huajin to win. However, I still want to bet on Chu Huajin. This time, it's not a matter of money, just so that they can live to death. I bet on Chu Huajin too. Chu Huajin, come on. If Luo Xu saw this, he would probably vomit blood. Yesterday's battle made him a fortune. When he came back in the evening, he directly exchanged several knowledge points of scientific and technological civilization. Cement. Glass. Graphite battery technology. He is still waiting to make a fortune today. Each team member sat on a battle chair. Bridge construction. Team members will send extraordinary people from their respective planets. Luo Xu naturally sent out the Chuhua army. This time, there were only 3,000 people. Of course, he did not rush to close the Rainbow Bridge, but waited for a while. So wait a minute. I just don't want the other party to show off after seeing his Godzilla. In terms of planetary information, Luo Xu's planet is still a technological civilization, or a second-level planet master. Godzilla's appearance. He did not upgrade his planet level, which was due to the calculation results sent by the system. Develop technological civilization. At least wait until technology develops to the third stage. Become a third-level planet master. Seeing Luo Xu's 3,000 Chuhua army, I was completely relieved. Just after the bet, I was going to directly come to a self-destruction play, with a transcendence in the middle, go up to self-destruct, and destroy Chuhuajin. Only to find that the other party had not closed the Rainbow Bridge. Something happened. The team of Jiangnan No. 5 Middle School suddenly felt a hint of conspiracy. Sure enough, the next scene. It can be said that it directly shocked the audience. Including Luo Xu's team members Zhao Xianshan and others were sitting in the box watching the game. Godzilla entered the extraterritorial battlefield through the Rainbow Bridge. The group of people from Jiangnan No. 5 Middle School were dumbfounded. The audience was stunned. The announcer in the live broadcast room was stunned. The barrage also appeared blank. Zhao Xianshan stood up directly from the sofa. How did Luo Xu get such a tall beast? Maybe. Did you buy the wild boar from class? But those wild boars can't grow into such a powerful beast in such a short time. Unless it's the spirit of yesterday's special energy. Zhao wants to be here every day. Basically this conjecture has been confirmed. Otherwise, with Luo Xu's ordinary energy planet, it is impossible to have such a ferocious beast. What did I see? Please open your eyes. We actually saw that the owner of the planet with technological civilization sent such a powerful beast. What on earth is going on? This is a miracle. Or is the technological civilization not the technological civilization we imagined? Or is this planet owner a dual civilized planet owner that is rare in history? This is shocking. Oh my god. I don't know how to describe such a war. The narrator got excited again. This topic is too strong. The owner of the civilized planet is simply a topic maker. This time, he can get a lot of dividends. These times, as long as it is the commentary group, the number of viewers and betting participants is very large. It can be said that he pays more dividends than the other 9 commentators. The narrator's passionate explanation really drove the audience's emotions. The barrage instantly covered the entire projection screen, and the audience could not watch the event. Only by adjusting the screen can they continue to watch this game. This is the first time they have seen a monster like Godzilla. It is very tall and has thorns on its back. 10 people go up first, while entangled with the murderer. Look for opportunities to blow yourself up in Chuhuajin. We can't mess up the formation just because the opponent suddenly comes over. The team leader of Jiangnan No. 5 Middle School spoke immediately. At this time, it must be divided among people. 10 extraordinary people rushed up immediately. However, Godzilla was faster than them and rushed to the front in a few steps. Blue light came out of his mouth. A sweep. 10 extraordinary people turned into scum directly. Damn it. This is too strong. It feels like this monster is comparable to the 4 immortals. That's right. I killed the other 10 extraordinary people at the beginning. Look, the monster is rushing up. Godzilla sprayed out energy beams again. The extraordinary people over there gave way one after another, and some were slow and turned into scum. 5 green dragons immediately sent storms to Godzilla. These wind blades are wind knives. They can't see them, and they are very fast. Godzilla was beaten back several steps before he stopped these violent attacks. But his defense is also very strong, and these winds are like to cling to him. The eyes of the dragon spirit civilization planet master, who was originally full of expectations, also dimmed. Seeing that Godzilla's second energy beam failed to play a big role, Luo Xu immediately asked the British to take the Chuhua army to at least help Godzilla kill these extraordinary people. That is, to affect their speed. World War I. Luo Xu did not ask Zhao Xian and others to send another extraordinary person, because there are not many extraordinary people on this planet in their bodies, maybe only a few. In this battle, even if he was sent out, the effect would not be great. At the beginning, he only sent the Chuhua army, which happened to be weak in strength. Britain began to attack with the Chuhua army. Seeing this, the other party wanted to use the extraordinary self-explosion to destroy the Chuhua army, or use this method to attract the monster's firepower. The influence of another extraordinary person also hit Luo Xu's heart. Bang! An extraordinary person bypassed Godzilla. He was very fast. He also avoided the arrows of the Chuhua army and rushed to the front of the Chuhua army. When the next wave of arrows came, he exploded directly. The energy generated was not small. Hundreds of men in front were injured to varying degrees. Luo Xu, be careful. The other party wants the extraordinary to self-explode and destroy the Chuhua army first. Zhao Xian warned immediately. Luo Xu replied in his voice, yeah. Britain immediately set up a shield and then slowly moved forward. At this time, Godzilla no longer attacked with energy beams because his speed was relatively slow. Such an attack is not only ineffective, instead, it will waste energy. Entering this kind of extraterritorial battlefield, it is unconventional to continuously replenish energy. Godzilla wanted to rely on his strong body to generate attack power, as well as his own defense and 5 green dragons. The battlefield outside was so big, and 3 of the 5 green dragons could not hold Godzilla. 2 of them went straight into the Chuhua army. Seeing this, Luo Xu immediately asked the Chuhua army to withdraw to Godzilla, then formed a defensive formation. For a time, the situation on the foreign battlefield was a bit stiff. However, Luo Xu had come up with an optimal battle plan, based on the calculus system. He not only had a golden shock arrow, but also a Chuhua army. Bang! The gun pointed at the extraordinary person of the other side, just like it didn't cost money. They had a lot of artillery, which could completely consume the energy of the other side until the other side ran out of energy. With Amanda's energy beam, the other side would definitely not be able to escape. The 5 manuals were relatively fast, and the artillery attacks would not cause much damage to them. However, there were still some effects. Because of the defense of their armor, they could not always withstand the attacks of artillery and fire guns. Fight for a while. Amanda saw an opportunity. Ouch. The energy beam hit Manul directly. Shoot directly through Manul. Compared with Manul in the Dragon Soul civilization, Manul is definitely stronger. In the Dragon Soul civilization, the strongest is the Red Scale Dragon. They have the ability to take shape and have many combat skills, such as calling the wind and rain, lightning, etc. These 5 manuals are all cultivated wind attributes. In the early stage of the battle, they were also seriously injured. This time, I met Amanda and Chuhuajin. It can only be bad luck. What should I do? The team members of Jiangnan No. 5 Middle School saw their strange people being killed by monsters, and they were worried directly. Everyone else was silent. On the battlefield today, only 4 manuals are struggling. Give up. The team leader said hoarsely and reluctantly. Fuck. What is this horse called? Someone cursed. They have survived until now. I thought we would win. As a result, a monster appeared over there. You said. Is there an inside story? The other party was fooled. Finally, a counselor raised the question. They must have cheated. How can an ordinary planet have such a monster? I want to report. Team leader, quiet. His words hit the floor, just making the other members quiet down. If the other party cheated, our senior officials in Jiangnan would definitely find out and would have fought for us long ago. Since there has been no announcement so far, it means that this monster is indeed a creature from another planet. If you lose, you lose. Don't lose. The team members were silent. The leader was right. If the other party really cheated, the city lord and senior officials of Jiangnan must ask for an explanation. Moreover, the incident has reached the stage of admitting defeat and has not been announced. In other words, In fact, it is very likely that the other party has been hiding from others. What kind of civilization is this? And what kind of planet master is this? In the barrage of the live broadcast room, there are also many Amandas appearing, which caused a great sensation. It is impossible to cheat in the youth competition. Zhuang. Everyone relies on their own strength. As for equipment, only the top 50 will qualify. Will there be rest matches and friendly matches? After all, after a series of events, some players naturally lost a lot of extraordinary people. They also need to recuperate and return to their original peak. Of course, more are also demonstrations and experiments of new equipment developed by these 10 cities. They will use these equipment on the real battlefield, that is, the mental power competition in the mountain city. In addition, the participating planet owners can no longer use the equipment. The appearance of Amanda in Luo Xu is like derailment to many people, suddenly sending out such a powerful monster. It doesn't look like a planet with technological civilization, nor is it something that a level 2 planet master can transform and cultivate. However, strictly speaking, Luo Xu is cheating. That special spirit. Without this spirit, Luo Xu's planet would not give birth to such a powerful monster. The monster attacks. Invincible. Chu Huajin defeated his opponent again. However, for the British, this war seems to be designed by the king. Because Chu Huajin's participation is not much, it was the monster Amanda who really defeated the enemy. Chu Huajin is still too weak. Go back to the lounge. Luo Xu saw Zhao Xianshan standing there. The monster's name is Amanda, the life of yesterday's special spirit. I just found out last night. Wang Zhu said hurriedly. Luo Xu, I think you have trouble with naming. What do you call Amanda? This name is a bit bad. If you ask me, it should be called Titan. He wanted to adjust the atmosphere. In short, they won. Chapter 41 Overcoming Difficulties. If you win, you should be happy. Zhao Xianshan nodded and said, your name is really strange. Have a good rest, I've prepared it for you. He said to Luo Xu, don't worry, your monster has been analyzed by data technicians since it appeared. This is certified. It really comes from the planet inside you. This is not cheating. Otherwise the notice would have come out long ago. You have a good rest, and when today's activities are over, there will be some resources to replenish after returning to class. Luo Xu and others responded, and then took the ghost to the lounge. In other boxes in the stadium, the data of the Jiangnan class group needs to be reorganized. Because of Amanda's appearance, everyone was caught off guard. This is so fun. The shooting girl opened her mouth and took a bite of the shooting fruit. I watched Luo Xu's video again. Milan's eyes were bare, and she looked like a talented and intelligent person at a glance. I've said that he has good potential, and you can't think of a way. She meant to dig it out. Such a talented planet master. There is a possibility of creating miracles from time to time. The future results will definitely not be low. The senior official bowed and said, we investigated the life history of this person. In addition to these events, we also found that the other side is not only special in planetary civilization. I'm also a strategic master. For each event, the things that can be analyzed are not much different from the final results. One person can be equivalent to a team of senior data engineers. Such a person, the Jiangnan class will not let go. We are still formulating strategies. Milan's mouth curled up slightly, and the curiosity in his eyes became more prosperous. Interesting. This can no longer be described as a genius planet master. It is a talent. Proficiency in data analysis should be his talent. It is also because of this that he was able to awaken a planet with a diameter of 1 kilometer. He can also successfully cultivate life, then build a planet with some special technological civilization. He can also stand out in the youth competition. Not only did you defeat a team in the top 10, but you also made it to the top 7. Milan's curiosity about Luo Xu and his competitive spirit became stronger. I don't want to see you so early. You are not my opponent yet. The girl murmured, with a hint of nobility in the crispness and a little cold-bloodedness in the nobility. Another box. The genius goddess Zhao Xianshan was also watching the projection of the event in Luo Xu. Good chess. Preemptive strike. When I met Luo Xu, I just sent out thousands of Chuhua troops, but did not close the Rainbow Bridge. Wait until the opponent is not paying attention, then close the rainbow bridge, and then send out a powerful monster like Amanda. This is something that many people did not expect. Of course, such a strategy is not unprecedented. Many planet masters have also done this in the game. Luo Xu is not the first, but he successfully confused his opponent and formed a preemptive strike. The rainbow bridge is closed, and even if the opponent sees Amanda, they can't open it again, and then send some extraordinary people. One of the executives stood aside and analyzed. This planet master should be a genius in data analysis, and has a very far-sighted strategy. If we meet, it may take some time. Zhao Xianshan felt that she had no time. I'm afraid she is likely to be calculated by the other party. I don't know yet. The final win or loss is still uncertain. Her team members were seriously injured in these wars. I haven't recovered yet. The next big battle depends on who consumes more energy than who. She really doesn't want to waste time with opponents like Luo Xu. Thousands of Chuhua soldiers, as long as it is the last one to survive. The result of the event is that the other party wins. 7 groups. There will be a bye and 6 teams will enter the promotion. And 2 groups have already said goodbye, so this time the group saying goodbye will also appear in the other 5 groups. For these 7 groups, this time's goodbye is very important. Everything can only depend on God's will. When I returned to Luo Xu's Jiangnan class, I found that this class seemed to be more lively than before. There were a lot of passing boats parked outside, or exclusive flying vehicles such as flying beasts. This is because Luo Xu was very close to the top 7. The Jiangnan class played a little role in this regard, but it cannot be said that there was no help at all. This is just the celebrity effect. Luo Xu is a celebrity. That night, Luo Xu is also paying attention to the development of Jiangnan technology. For those technologies, it may take decades or even hundreds of years to fully develop. Now because of the youth competition, the time accelerator is not used. It can't be seen how much the technology has developed. The technology exchanged yesterday. The project was officially established today, and then the materials were prepared, which also required manpower and material resources. Fortunately, the people of Jiangnan are now united. Everyone wants to develop in a better direction, and they all want to go on expeditions, to plunder, and to live a better life. As the war stabilizes, the demand for high quality life becomes stronger and stronger. Outside, the discussion about the emerging dark horse Luo Xu has reached its most heated time. For example, in the director's office of Jiangnan Normal University, Wang Qiang Luo Xu's deuce is also very popular. 3 years. For 3 years, this classmate Luo Xu has been quite satisfied, although the conditions are not very good. But this student is willing to work hard. I heard from his substitute teacher that this classmate Luo Xu likes the night history class very much. Not only that, he also has a comprehensive grasp of various planetary civilizations. Maybe this is why he is very strategic in these games and successfully defeated his opponents. Here, there are also some directors and teachers of the school. On the projection, it is the battlefield between Luo Xu and Michelle. As a teacher who once went to Luo Xu's class, this is also an expression of honor and disgrace. The director is right. At first I thought Luo Xu had good talent and this student was very willing to learn. I feel like what he learned at first is actually comparable to those professional data engineers. He can know everything about various planetary civilizations. Every time, he almost always ranks among the top in these evaluations. Other teachers. Looking at the teachers who taught Luo Xu, they were all envious. It is worth a lifetime to be able to bring out such a student. Wang Qiang listed the top 7 again. But, you see, there are only 7 groups left now, even if it is the last group. With Luo Xu's current strength, can we hold on to the end? That's the first among the 10 cities. Even if it's just the first group, who doesn't know that Luo Xu is a very powerful planet owner? As long as the effect is there, it's fine. They can also rely on Luo Xu's reputation this time, and then continue to receive a gold coin of educational funding. It's a bit difficult. A teacher said, Luo Xu's current planet level is still level 2. I don't know how that monster appeared. Unless, Luo Xu has several such monsters. Otherwise, I met a samurai, or a shooting girl, and the strongest player. In the end, it's just a sword, a call, or a punch. Especially the girl who shot. Her summoning shooting is very powerful, and it also complies with the rules of the competition. Even if she summoned a fairy beast in the end, it was a very powerful wild boar, or even one of Manuel, Monkey, and Zuanwu. This is also Luo Xu's powerful existence. That monster had a hard time fighting 5 Manuels, let alone a powerful fairy beast. They were silent for a while. Wang Qiang said, in any case, Luo Xu has come so far, and is already very powerful. Later, I want to invite him to visit his alma mater. Just for the anniversary celebration next year. What do you think? Look at me, directors. Let me see you. Finally, Director Li, who is in his 50s, said, it will naturally be good for the normal school. It's just that I just don't know if Luo Xu is willing to come. Can he come? After all, they have met several classmates. After becoming a senior planet master and becoming famous, he also went further and further. So that there was no news later. It was like disappearing into the air. Of course, it may also be that there are too many people. Whether it is a planet master or an ordinary person, the development of this era is also relatively fast. Because the master of the planet can do a lot of things with the transcendence on his own planet. Every oak tree must be an acorn. If you are a very powerful planet master, it may only take one day to build. The pace of life is accelerating, and the world is also very large. It is understandable that some planet masters want to seek better resources. Should come. The substitute teacher seemed to know Luo Xu better. He firmly believed that Luo Xu would not refuse the invitation from his alma mater. Because Luo Xu is a sentimental student, even if he becomes a planetary master, he has become the youngest and most talented planetary master in Jiangnan. He will definitely remember his 3 years at the normal school. I don't think he will refuse Wang Qiang's invitation. Wang Qiang also nodded. He was very happy that on the day Luo Xu woke up, he sponsored him with 500,000 gold coins. This amount of money is not much for one of his directors. His salary is only about a year, but for Luo Xu at that time, it was very important. So it was equivalent to the first startup capital. In fact, Wang Qiang was not sure whether Luo Xu was really a sentimental person. It was just an investment at that time. Even if there was no Luo Xu, and there was a Li Yi or Zhang Yi or something, he would sponsor it. With good talent, future achievements will not be low. It's just that the president of the normal university wants to invite Luo Xu to participate in the normal university's anniversary celebration next year, to enhance the popularity of the normal university. In fact, they also hope that Luo Xu can win the top 7 again tomorrow. The analysis of other groups is well founded, and everyone's hope for Luo Xu can only be hope. The senior management of Shendong's company, the genius goddess, is listening to the analysis of the executives. The top 7 teams, the warriors, the shooting girls, the red-scaled dragons, the martial artists, the 7 sword fairies, and this time there is also a dark horse player, the owner of the technological civilization planet. Tomorrow's buy will also appear in the remaining 5 groups, excluding the warriors and shooters. That's a 20% probability. Our opponents will not be warriors and shooters, but red-scaled dragons, martial artists, 7 sword fairies and monsters. Compare these 4 groups. Maybe that monster is a difficult group to deal with. He not only has a tall monster, but also an army of 3,000 people. More importantly, the army of 3,000 people has strong defense, and Michelle's self-explosion failed to destroy them all. And we don't have many people who can beat us now, and our strength is not strong. From their confrontation with another group today, it can be seen that the strength of the extraordinary group is not enough to threaten the 3,000 army. It can also be said that it can fight against the Dragon Clan, the Martial Soul Master, and the 7 Sword Fairies, each with its strengths. But according to analysts, if you encounter the Jiangnan class group, you have to do your best. After listening every day, take a deep breath. A crisp voice rang out, that is to say, the biggest threat I will face next time is the master of the technological civilization planet, that is, the genius Luo Xu from the normal school. The executive replied, almost, that's what I mean. Zhao Xianshan pondered for a while and asked, if that's the case, can I? She wanted to say give up, But the executive said directly, "No, according to our contract, you have to go all out." Zhao Xianshan sighed and replied coldly, "I know." In fact, she still hopes to admit defeat and see if Luo Xu can successfully win the championship. At the very least, by doing so, Jiangnan can get more resources. These resources are enough to give those planet masters in Jiangnan more opportunities to improve themselves. However, the company will definitely not agree. It seems that giving up is for Jiangnan, but losing without a fight is also a loss for the company. The key is that, if you go all out for a battle, Zhao Xianshan will also have a chance to advance and compete for the first place. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 42. Be serious. The closer it gets to the end. In fact, everyone is already holding their last breath, and it depends on who can hold on to the end. Zhao Xianshan's 4 team members are also on the front battlefield, trying to save some strength for Zhao Xianshan. Up to now, they can't send out any extraordinary people to fight. Similarly, in other groups, everyone has already regarded Luo Xu as their biggest threat, because there are too many Luo Xu people. Not a word all night. The next day, the final battle of this youth competition is also ushered in. The top 7 advance, the top 4 compete, the last battle, and the champion appears. The audience on this day has reached its peak. Those who can't get tickets and can't watch the game on site can only watch the game through various projections. In the squares of the 10 capitals, there are very large projections. People can see the entire youth competition here, and they can also participate in the game of the competition through this projection. And many people actually have communication equipment to watch this game. And today, the square is full of people. It seems that everyone wants to watch a movie. How can one person watch the game as well as so many people watching the game together? Now, they have been tired for half a year, and because of this game, they can rest for a day. Most people are the same, choosing to watch this live broadcast at home, in the square, or in the cinema. The top 7 teams compete. 3 extraterritorial battlefields. The audience will make an appointment in advance, and which 2 groups will face off in the extraterritorial battlefield at that time. It's all random. The audience can switch the battlefield outside the territory with their eyes. There are also 3 projections on the square. See which one you want. Everything is normal. At the opening ceremony, today's rules were read out. Then the list of group confrontations that made the top 7 teams very excited and concerned was about to begin. First is the selection of the eliminated team. A big roulette wheel appeared. Then it opened, then closed, and the pointer of the roulette wheel finally pointed to a group. Damn it. Wang Zu's tightly grasped hands loosened directly, and the whole person jumped up. Because they were empty, you can directly participate in the next game. The top 4. 20% probability you can actually meet. And other groups. Even a little relieved. After all, Luo Xu's civilization is really strange and difficult to deal with. Other teams may still have a chance. To fight this luck is too strong. I feel that the Jiangnan class group is likely to be the champion this time, because they have too many people. This is the first time I really saw the end of the youth competition. It will be a planet master with a large population, who will become the champion. This is a record. On the barrage, there are also many discussions about Luo Xu's farewell. Everyone is satisfied. Some are dissatisfied. After all, Luo Xu's performance is actually not that outstanding. At least, the warrior, the shooting girl, the goddess of gods and monsters, the martial arts spirit master, the lord, and Zhao Xian are all gifted. No matter which one, they have become a level 5 planet master, or even a duke level planet master. And the final confrontation list has also been announced. The warrior fights Zhao Xianren. The shooting girl fights the martial artist. The genius goddess fights the lord. It can be said to be a real battle of the Xianjiao. It's full to watch. Because the other members of these groups, there are not many people who can play extraordinary. It's the same to rely solely on the 7 strongest planet masters themselves, that is, to fight alone. 3 extraterritorial battlefields. It's really a battle between their 6 strongest masters. There are no other extraordinary people. Because you can't take it out, it's useless to take it out. At this time, the strongest opponent can completely suppress it. No group will want other members to do other things. Because it can't be hidden at all. The competition started with 200 groups, to 100 groups, to 50 groups, to 25 groups, to the top 13, to the top 7. Even after a year of training, they can send the strongest supernormals, and there are also losses of similar magnitude. Luo Xu, take another look. Which 3 groups are most likely to win this time? Wang Zhu asked. At this time, there are fewer choices for betting. There are only 3 battlefields. There are only 3 groups left. So the ratio of winning and losing is not very large. Once you lose, you will lose a little. If you win, it is actually quite considerable. Luo Xu finished reading the calculus of the system. In the end, it fell on 3 groups. One is a warrior. One is shooting girls. One is a genius goddess. Wang Zhu also quickly followed and said, great, actually I like them too. And Zhao Xian and others did not mention this, so they bet together. The betting is over. The game began. The 5 shooters first gave themselves the strongest shield, or a shooting shield to resist lightning. The Witch Soul Master also directly summoned his Witch Soul Duke Hammer. Suddenly, the outer battlefield began to thunder and lightning. The archers resisted these lightning by shooting, and at the same time they had to change positions and summon the gods. As you can see, they moved slower and slower. There were 2 shooters who had vomited blood, but were still gritting their teeth. The martial artists knew that they could not summon successfully. They must be interrupted. The strongest blow. Someone outside immediately strengthened the defense of this outer battlefield. The strongest blow of the Duke Hammer is likely to destroy this outer battlefield. Bang. Thunder and lightning. The entire outer battlefield was covered by thunder and lightning, and no one could be seen at all. No one knew what happened to the 5 shooters in this outer battlefield. Have the gods been summoned? Has the strongest blow been shielded? Or say it out, has been buried by lightning? Let's talk about the warrior show. Sword Fairy vs Sword Fairy. Warrior vs Zhao Xian. 1 attack. 7 swords in 1. At the beginning, there was no way out. Because at that time there was no way out at all, only to use all our strength to defeat the opponent. It is possible to enter the next round. Sword against sword. In the end, the warrior won. Zhao Xian was seriously injured, and almost died under the attack of the warrior. This is the fastest and most important game to win or lose. The second extraterritorial battlefield. The lightning seemed to be strengthening, as if it was competing. It was like a duel between 2 lightning bolts. Someone saw it. This should be the Duke summoned by the shooting girl. Battlefield 3. The strongest player chased the Lord to play. The player's defense was very strong, and his own energy was the fusion of several extraordinary people. So relatively speaking, he was stronger than the injured Lord. The miracle that some people hoped for did not happen in the end. This is the same as Luo Xu's bet. The warrior narrowly won. The shooter narrowly won. This player is excellent. Next, there is only an hour of rest. The second promotion is about to begin. 4 groups. 2 extraterritorial battlefields. The 2 winning teams will play again. Decide the champion. The confrontation list will also be announced in an hour. At this time, everyone is waiting. There are speculators who want to make a lot of money in this game. There are also ordinary people who hope that the planet master, who is also an ordinary civilization, can enter the finals. This game is also the most critical game for Luo Xu. Whether we can enter the final decisive battle depends on whether we can survive this level. Warrior, shooting girl, genius goddess. Any of the 3 masters of the planet is much stronger than Luo Xujiang. By this time, everyone can look favorably on Luo Xu's Jiangnan class group. Everyone will look favorably on a technological civilization. In the history of awakening, there are actually many masters of other civilizations. But the waves wash away the sand. In the end, it is divided into 3 levels, and many planetary civilizations can be ignored. Why? Because their planetary civilization is completely useless on the battlefield. On the battlefield, it was also hit by the opponent in 1 stroke. An hour's rest, whether long or short. For many people, this is a torment. As the final countdown begins, the highly anticipated list of the top 4 will start to compete for hegemony. It also appears on the projection. Samurai vs shooting girls. Civilization vs genius goddess. As soon as the group list was announced, all the audience was boiling. Some people support the warriors. Some support shooting girls. Some support genius goddess. Few people support Luo Xu's Jiangnan class group. Because this is a battle of Shi and Jiao, Luo Xu can only say that, with many of his own people, he entered the semi-finals. At the end of it all, it's not enough to see. If the opponent has not experienced the previous battle, the two sides will fight directly. Luo Xu will definitely be kicked out. The samurai sword is unstoppable by mortals. The duke who shoots girls, the general army can't stand it. Players who have a clear understanding of Sanking can shake the mountain with one punch. Ordinary armies will also be destroyed under this punch. Is this comparable? Wang Zhu sat there slumped, his eyes blank. He didn't even know how he got there, how to end. The road ahead is dim. Even now, it's incredible for me to enter the semi-finals. In the last 2 games, Luo Xu's Chu Huajin fought tenaciously and defeated their opponents. They also showed their faces in the last few games. What should I do? Fang Wei was also unwilling. It has come this far and entered the semi-finals. Don't stop in the semi-finals. The closer to the championship at that time, the stronger my hope. Milan has stopped shooting. The battles of the genius goddess of Jiangnan #1 middle school are wonderful and praiseworthy. In fact, he wanted to say that he had to give up. Let Zhao Xianshan save his energy and enter the final championship game. Maybe Jiangnan still has a chance to win. But he can't say such a thing. Especially for Luo Xu. Luo Xu, what do you think? Luo Xu thought for a while and replied, do your best. Milan will understand what Luo Xu means, and Luo Xu is even less likely to admit defeat. Zhao Xian looked at Luo Xu. He also knew that at this time, the best way was to let one of the two sides preserve its strength. The warrior and the archer fought, and both were bound to lose. But this time, one of them can preserve its strength and have a fighting force in the final championship battle. Luo Xu has a very far-sighted strategic vision, and he can't fail to see this. Now I see it. Luo Xu still has to do his best, which means he has a way to win. Indeed. The conclusion given by the calculus system, the success rate of finally reaching the championship position. Very large. The 4th team began to enter the battle seat. Amanda, 5000 Chu Huajin, 6 great wonders. This is the combat power that Luo Xu's team can take out now. In fact, the 6 great wonders can be ignored. Because they don't have much combat power, they may not be as good as Chu Huajin. Chu Huajin has been trained for many years, and every time they can cooperate tacitly, they can produce a certain threat. Chapter 43 Nephew. There is also Jiangnan #1 middle school. Among Zhao Xianshan's players, there are 5 extraordinary players. At this time, betting depends entirely on luck. No one can tell which team will win. Because there are the strongest players in the practice field, you can tell clearly with your strange skills. There is a tall and mighty energy player with strong defense and great damage. As for the Jiangnan class, the only one who really makes people feel powerful is a monster. The rest are war scum, pretending to be. The final betting result. The Jiangnan #1 middle school group should be slightly better. As for the warriors and the archers, the warriors finally get a higher bet. Game. Start. Start the game. After many foreign battlefields, Britain has become more mature and stable. Perhaps, this is an experience. Knowing that today will be a critical day. Last night, Britain held a selection competition to select the strongest 5000 Chuhua army. Yesterday, they got Manul's dragon blood on the battlefield. Although not much, it also produced 400 dragon blood warriors again. On him. It seems that the fighting spirit is completely burning. Zhao Xianshan is integrating his players and showing the unique skills of the strongest players. Luo Xu was not in a hurry to let Amanda do this. Interrupt the other party. The 5 players finally merged into an energy player through a special array. The player was almost as big as Amanda. The 2 heavyweight extraordinary people rushed up directly and then fought. Because of her body shape, Amanda was somewhat limited and was beaten by the player. However, Amanda's defense was also very strong. Both sides had never won from the beginning. In addition, there was also a transcendence battle between members of their respective teams. The attacks of other players on number 1 were blocked by the knight. They themselves were not very strong. In addition, Luo Xu had 6 extraordinary people, and the gap between the two sides was highlighted at once. Shoot! Arrows filled the sky, not only for extraordinary enemies, but also for players. Gold actually has some influence on energy players. The energy of the player is slowly draining away. After all, real gold can block part of the kinetic energy. Empowerment. Swoosh. This time it was arrow feathers. Directly killed the other 2 extraordinary people. There are 3 left. Be careful. The other 2 extraordinary people covered each other and rushed directly. Bang. Chu Huajin exploded directly before he arrived. No way. Their strength is very weak. They can't beat Jin Zhenyu Jian at all. It's just that the distance of the self-explosion will not hurt Chu Huajin. Chu Huajin, come on. During the live broadcast, there were fans of Chu Huajin cheering for Chu Huajin. Then there were a lot of fans. Of course, the players also have a lot of fans, and everyone is cheering. The commentator is also explaining the struggle between monsters and players, and the struggle between the supernatural on the ground and Chu Huajin. Now the situation is very clear. You see, another extraordinary person was killed in Jiangnan No. 1 middle school. I have to say that Chu Huajin can defeat wild boars and so many enemies. It is really powerful. Zhao Xianshan originally thought that if possible, he would let the water go according to the situation. She knew that it was impossible for her to win the championship with her current strength. After all, her team members were severely injured and have not fully recovered. It might be a bit difficult to defeat the warrior or the duke. Even the warrior was injured. Even the duke was severely injured, but she needed to hold on to the end or drag her opponent to death. At this point, she had no confidence. However, people in the rivers and lakes cannot help themselves. Zhao Xianshan's company does not want her to pretend to lose this game. One reason is that the hypocrisy is too obvious, which will affect the company's reputation, and is a blow to the company's reputation. Another reason is that they do not think Luo Xu will hold on to the end and win the championship. Even the Jiangnan class may not have this idea. As the last extraordinary person was killed by Chu Huajin, the situation on the entire battlefield became obvious. The player must not only kill Amanda, but also kill Chu Huajin. Otherwise, Chu Huajin will hold on to the end and still decide that the Jiangnan team must win, and the player can't beat Amanda for a while. If it was in its heyday, Amanda's defense was just a matter of the player's fist. However, now the players are all seriously injured. Coupled with Amanda's several energy attacks, and the influence of Jin Zhenyu Jian, it is impossible for the player to defeat Amanda, even if consumed. In the end, the Jiangnan class will win. Another battlefield. And the warrior and the duke did not win quickly. Because the warrior's attack did not cause much damage to the city lord. As a summoned god, he does not have a strict entity, but a special life composed of energy. He has the same body as a man, but has a very strong defense. Not only that, the duke's lightning power consumes very little energy. This lightning power is his innate ability. It only takes a little energy to maintain his body. In the previous battles, the warrior always defeated his opponent. It was a series of wars. In fact, his injuries were relatively large. In particular, the battle with Zhao Xian caused the warrior to be seriously injured. Today's attack is much worse than the beginning. They also came and went, and the means of attack emerged in an endless stream. The power of thunder, and lightning and martial arts are all on the battlefield outside the territory. Unfortunately, they failed to quickly break through the opponent's defense. Luo Xu looked at the player's body. As long as he persevered until the end, he should be able to win. But Amanda's injury will be greater, and she is afraid that she will not be able to hold on to the next final. Then it was over. Chu Huajin attacked the players with artillery fire, affecting their speed. And it can be seen with the naked eye that the player's energy seems to be beginning to be affected. Ouch. Amanda roared. Under Luo Xu's guidance, he deliberately betrayed a big flaw. The player really took the bait. The moment Amanda fell to the ground, an energy beam was directly sent out. Bang. The player had no time to escape. Tokugawa wanted to hit Amanda's head. This should be Amanda's vulnerable place. But what was unexpected was that Amanda actually fired an energy beam at this time. The key is that this beam actually carries an arrow. This arrow is very short. It seems to have been hidden in Amanda's mouth, just waiting for this moment. The player's reaction should not be unpleasant. It's too late to say it now, but it's too fast. The player leaned to one side and wanted to turn over to avoid this energy beam. But his speed was really too slow. The beam of light penetrated his arm directly. Then, an arrow feather shot directly into his forehead. This is Britain. He listened to Luo Xu's advice and immediately picked up the bow and arrow and shot at the player. Jin even directly inserted it into the player's eyebrows. The player fell to the ground. Then a beam of light came on, and 5 players appeared on the original method. Suddenly, it turned into the prototype of the player. The audience watching the game outside was also amazed. Amanda was very strong, especially at the end. There was no confrontation with the players in their heyday. What is this called? It's called a tiger in Pyongyang is bullied by a dog. However, the audience did not shed tears for Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School. Because this kind of thing is not unheard of in the youth tournament. Jiangnan class said it well. That is strategy. Why leave Amanda at the end? Isn't it possible to fight against those talents at this time? Of course, some people are still unconvinced. They lost the bet. Huang Chan gave up without thinking. She tried her best. I also hope that Luo Xu can win the championship. With so many resources, the planet masters in Jiangnan will use some resources from the 10 capitals at that time. And Shi Huang Chan, as the top 4 in the youth tournament, has a very talented planet master. Will definitely benefit. This is what Huang Chan really wants. As for reputation, resources are important there. With resources, she can go further, improve her planet level, and have stronger self-confidence. After all, as a female planet master, she doesn't want to become a personal item of a certain boss in the future. Only when you become stronger can you live more freely in such a world. Seeing the other party admit defeat, Luo Xu also breathed a sigh of relief. This time, he may owe the other party a favor. Because according to the system calculation, it will not be so easy for him to win the game. In the system calculation, the other party actually retains part of his strength. If it is really a quarrel, the possible final result is a lose-lose situation. In the end, it is Luo Xu who has a lot of people to win the game. But what should we do in the next game? Whether it is facing a warrior, or facing the Duke, Luo Xu's Chu Huajin and Amanda are unlikely to defeat each other. Luo Xu should remember this feeling. Jiangnan Lei, as well as all the planet masters in Jiangnan, actually remember Daya. Outside, the masters of the Jiangnan planet are cheering. They hope to get more mountainous areas, and at that time, they will have more opportunities to improve themselves. We actually made it to the finals. I can't believe it. Chu Huajin, invincible. Chu Huajin went out, and nothing grew. Chu Huajin, invincible. This is really unexpected. It feels like the goddess didn't try her best in the end. Owen also thinks. This is the strategy. They see farther than us. This is not just a youth competition. It's the allocation of resources. If Jiangnan had the resources of the other 9 cities, it would definitely be on the next level next year. It can only be said that Jiangnan and Beijing were planted this year. Who would have thought that a technological civilization would have monsters? Not only that, but the defense of an ordinary army would be so strong. Question mark? With Luo Xu's victory, the 2 teams in another foreign battlefield soon tied. The warrior failed to block the Duke's lightning. After all, the other party is a god. It is a powerful and extraordinary person summoned by the shooter. In fact, strictly speaking, this god is an extraordinary person of the master of another planet. It's just summoned by the shooter. Strictly speaking, this is equivalent to summoning extraordinary people from outside your own planet, which is illegal. However, the planetary civilization of the shooting girl is shooting, and there are summoned beasts to shoot, which is not surprising. Many people also have summoned shooting. The point is, they can't summon such a powerful god. The opening shocked everyone, and directly summoned a monkey, which was the face of Shenzing, the Duke of Jiangnan. Chapter 44 I'm the protagonist. After all, for many people, look, a level 3 planet master can summon your guardian fairy monkey to be her warrior. This is not face. What is this? Of course, in the real battlefield, a level 3 planet master wants to summon a level 5 planet master's fairy beast. That's unlikely. Any magic method can directly cut off this summoning shooting, unless it is of the same level and strength. If you want to cut off the summoning shooting, it will take some time. No matter how affected the city lord is, no matter how weak the 5 female shooters are, a person with extraordinary energy must be stronger than the samurai. The samurai's attack failed to completely break the city lord's defense and injured 5 shooters. In the end, because of lack of energy, he could not continue to attack and had to give up. One trick can really eat all the world. But at this time, if you can't beat your opponent, it will be difficult to win. The list is announced at the end of the game. The moment when the gambling money begins to be cleared. Among the audience, some are happy, some are sad, some are rich at once, and some are bankrupt at once. Some gamblers like this feeling of being a stallion. Unfortunately, they did not learn successfully. The samurai lost. The player lost. The finalists will be Jiangnan class and Jiangnan. Milan gnawed on the shooting fruit and watched a battle every week in Luo Xu and Can. Have you found out the origin of that monster? The member replied on the side. No, we have consulted a lot of information. Luo Xu's technological civilization, monsters, and Shuhuajan's equipment are all the first time. In the history of the planet master, there is almost no technological civilization, and there has never been such a monster. Milan tilted his head and pondered, then continued to ask, what countermeasures do you have? In her current state, to be honest, it is difficult to form an absolute crush. Just had a fight with the warrior. She has nothing to lose. The warrior's martial arts have been stirred in the Duke's energy body. A little careless. The city lord's energy body will be broken by martial arts. The only way is to use the rest time to find the warrior and drive out the martial arts in the city lord's energy body. But Milan and others also know that this may cost a lot of money, and it may be rejected by the other party. After all, once it is done, in fact, it is equivalent to cheating. If Jiangnan Duke Shenzing knows, the two parties will be punished. The above will not agree. The member also understood the situation and then answered, data engineers mean defense. The opponent's monsters are very strong and the players can't crush them. With the Duke's current state, he may not be able to hold on to the end. The data engineer has not been able to analyze the monster's weaknesses and the energy element of the energy beam. They are worried that this energy beam will have a certain impact on the Duke. As for the Shuhuajan, in their eyes, they are like ants. If the city lord can hold on to the end and defeat the monster, it will not be a problem to destroy the Shuhuajan. They won't shoot when they call. In Milan's heart, there is actually another idea. In a box like Jiangnan, Luo Xu absorbed the spirit of a warrior civilization and exchanged the spirit of another technological civilization for technology. Then came to the hall. Everyone was waiting for him. In the last battle, our data engineers also conducted some analysis. Luo Xu, do you want to listen? Luo Xu saw that Milan's face was not bad, so he asked. Luo Xu sat down, nodded, and replied, then please tell me about it, brother. Milan stood in front of the projection and said, according to the analysis of our data engineer, the Duke was actually seriously injured in a battle with the samurai. Especially the martial arts of the samurai. It should have a great impact on the city lord, and now it may not be possible to completely eliminate their martial arts. So next time, we really have a chance. Having said that, Milan still has some confidence, which actually comes from Luo Xu. The energy beam of Luo Xu's monster Amanda can have a certain effect on the Duke. If possible, we can completely suppress the Duke from the beginning. Luo Xu has seen the calculation of the system, so he said, brother you, the data technician has done a good analysis. My Amanda should be able to stop the Duke. However, I'm worried that the other party will not use summons to shoot again. Milan was also stunned when he heard Luo Xu say this. Then I thought of one thing. They all seem to have some subjective consciousness. The opponent is a shooter, but he can shoot with more than one call. The Duke was seriously injured, and summoning him out is also a high probability of failure. So why call? At this time, the data engineer failed to analyze it. Luo Xu is right. I'll ask the data technician to analyze it again. Milan quickly left the hall. At this point, Wang Zhu came over and sat next to Luo Xu. comforting him. Luo Xu, it's okay, don't be nervous, we all made it to the finals. This is a problem we didn't even dare to think about at the beginning. You have to believe in yourself. Zhao said beside him. I see that you didn't have much confidence at the beginning, but I always believe that you can make it to the finals and work hard. Have you forgotten that Luo Xu had analyzed it before the first game? He said here. There was a sudden pause because he suddenly thought of something ambiguous. At that time, I really didn't think Milan was leading the team. But who would lead the team? I don't remember. Luo Xu and others also suddenly thought of the possibility of the original analysis from the preliminary round to the final. However, I just can't remember who that figure is. What's going on? Luo Xu was curious. How could this happen? Just as he was about to ask Zhao Xian and others if they had the same feeling, Fang Wei beside him spoke. Yeah, at that time, brother, you also said that according to the analysis of the data engineer, it would be great if we could enter the top 50. But who knows, we should be able to enter the finals? Look at what brother you looks like now. In fact, the analysis does not listen to the data master. Just ask Luo Xu directly. Wang Zhu also hurriedly agreed. Suddenly, this eliminated the doubts in Luo Xu's heart. Put your mind on the next final. It is very likely that the other party will not use the Duke. Because Luo Xu has seen the calculation of the system, his greatest possible failure is the other party's greatest possible success. The other party also has a data engineer. Presumably you will think of this, right? After a while, Milan came in. He glanced at Luo Xu who was discussing with Zhao Xian and others. Just now, it was Luo Xu who suggested that the shooting girl could stop shooting by calling the Duke. According to the analysis of the data department, if the other party does not use a summon shot, there will definitely be other shots that are not powerful, but can produce checks and balances. Once this happens, the ending is hard to say. If the summon shot is used, the other party's consumption will be very large, and it will not be enough for other shots. If they do not summon the Duke, they can also use other shots. What other shots can suppress the monsters Amanda and Chu Huijin? Milan thought this was really too much. When everyone saw Milan coming in, the discussion stopped. Just now, Luo Xu reminded very well. According to the analysis of the information department, the other party is very likely not to use the Duke again. Milan took a deep breath and continued. Once the opponent stops using the Duke, it is likely to strengthen the defense and block Amanda's energy beam. It is also possible to absorb these energy beams and then fight back. There are other powerful ones that can shoot at Chu Huijin, such as taboo shooting, such as Doomsday Judgment. With the current level of shooting girls, it is really difficult to shoot such a powerful force. But any taboo shooting will have a great impact on Amanda and Chu Huijin. After listening to Milan's analysis, everyone fell into an unusual silence. Wang Zhu and Fang Wei seemed to want to say something to comfort Luo Xu. However, they didn't know what to say. At this time, it is impossible for them to use self-detonation to affect the opponent, thereby giving Luo Xu's Chu Huijin and Amanda a chance to defeat the opponent. Because they don't even have a few extraordinary people, if they take them out, they are all cannon fodder, and they can't play much role at all. Self-detonation is impossible. The opponent's defense will be very strong, and even the warriors can't break it. It's impossible for them. They can only mix in the Chu Huijin and protect the leader of the Chu Huijin. Milan looked at Luo Xu. He felt that this question was raised by Luo Xu. Then Luo Xu should have a way. Luo Xu, what do you think? Luo Xu looked up at Milan and replied, now it's only a matter of manpower, and we will do our best to fight. If it's a general shooting, Chu Huijin can stop it. If it's that kind of taboo shooting, Chu Huijin may find it difficult to stop it. This is an indisputable fact. Luo Xu's technological civilization is not strong enough to compete with a higher level shooting civilization planet owner. If the other party shows a taboo shooting, such as a test shot similar to the Doomsday Judgment, then the Chu Huijin may be wiped out, because each of them has a life. What's more, they are just ordinary soldiers, and real gold can only defend against some attacks and shooting, and cannot defend against this kind of shooting attack against the soul, or any weightlessness, spatial illusion, etc. Can restrain an ordinary Chu Huijin. Unless the Chu Huijin can restrain the opponent's shooter from the beginning. About this final decisive battle, the discussion on Jiangcheng is also very ordinary, and the audience can directly follow such an event through the projection of the jade slip. At the same time, many people are also optimistic about shooting girls. What if it's Amanda? For talented girls who shoot civilization, there will be many means to check and balance. Jiangnan Normal University, Jiangnan Level, Jiangnan People's Square. Many viewers actually hope that Luo Xu can win this game. However, he will face the shooting genius of Jiangnan. Any level 3 planet master can summon undead beasts, summon dukes, and crush opponents all the way from the beginning to now. And he also defeated the warriors, and defeated the other 10 ability groups. What does Luo Xu rely on? Relying on the way of self-destructive traffic, and relying on teammates at the beginning to win. It depends on the large number of Chuhua troops in the later period and the relatively strong defense. The monsters sent later. To say how strong Luo Xu is, maybe many people will shake their heads. It's really not that strong. But some people still believe in miracles. Because Luo Xu can enter the finals. It shows that Luo Xu is not ordinary, and technological civilization can also become one of the advanced civilizations. Chicken rib planet civilization is no longer chicken ribs. As long as you work hard, as long as you have great resources, as long as you are willing to learn, you will definitely not bury your own planet. The 1 hour break passed quickly. There is only one battlefield outside the domain. Milan walked onto the battlefield and sat on the war chair. The host made a preliminary introduction, and the most famous battle of the two people was also fought as a supervisor before the war. That is to say, it's appetizers. The audience can't wait. Some people are still wondering if they can use this opportunity to make a comeback directly. Everyone. The final of the 10 cities joint venture youth tournament starts now. Please ask 2 groups of members to start building a chain bridge to let the extraordinary people on their own planet participate in the war. Luo Xu, go this way. Amanda is in the lead. Behind them are extraordinary people like Chu Huajin, Zhao Xian and others who stand with the United Kingdom. And across from Jiangnan, more than 50 middle and lower level extraordinary people. And behind, 5 female shooters in gold and black robes. Betting time begins. Everyone is hesitant because they are not sure who will win this final. But as time goes by, some people start betting. Then, the stakes get bigger and bigger. Some people start to follow the crowd, while others believe in their own vision. Some people get analysis from data engineers of some small companies. Some people just leave it to fate. It's really too difficult. I feel it's hard for me to choose. I see Jiangnan has a lot of money to gamble. I want to go down. God please, let Jiangnan win this game. Otherwise I'll go back and kneel on Idarian. Well, I think you should think like this. Jiangnan has so much money to gamble. If I bet on the Jiangnan class. Chapter 45 Decompression. In the end, the Jiangnan class won, and I'm going to make a profit. It's a game. It should be small and wide. What you said makes so much sense. At this time, not only the audience, but also companies of all sizes are actually participating. This is the final decisive battle. The gambling money directly climbed to 1 billion. Over the years, it was also at this time that many people started to go crazy. Of course, there are also officials who want to raise funds behind the scenes. The final ratio came out. Jiangnan's gambling money is more than 18 billion. The Jiangnan class's gambling money is almost over 100 million. This is 18:1. Over the years, there have been few such disparity ratios. For many years, it has been evenly divided, and the gambling money has not reached almost 20 billion. The ratio of the gap can also be seen. The audience's views on this final are very different. Everyone thinks that even with Amanda, Luo Xu is unlikely to win the favor of the master of the advanced shooting civilization planet. This is a very intuitive feeling caused by the huge gap between civilizations. The event was finally announced by the host. It was completely started. Luo Xu's Amanda took the lead in launching an attack. The scanning of the energy beam. On the contrary, the shooter immediately waved the shooting scepter and opened fire. Jiangbi. This not very powerful defensive shot made them feel very strenuous. So it is unlikely to maintain the summoned Duke and Amanda to compete. Milan realized this. So I chose to give up summoning and shooting. Amanda's energy beam failed to break through the opponent's shooting defense, a virtual domain, directly like two spaces. However, in this way, the opponent can no longer attack. The opponent is chanting a shooting spell. It seems to be a very powerful shooting. We should be careful. Luo Xu is a master of shooting civilization. This time he only sent 2 shooters, both of whom are relatively low level shooters. After seeing the opponent's 5 shooters chanting spells to shoot, immediately gave this situation to Luo Xu. Luo Xu also saw it. The opponent should cast taboo shooting magic. Just don't know what kind of shooting spell this is. Now we can't break their defense. We can only watch them shoot taboos. Besides this, there is no other way. Zhao Shan said in the sound channel. Luo Xu said softly. He asked the shieldman of Chu Huajin to set up a tall shield and block it outside layer by layer. At the same time, the tall Amanda was watching the entire battlefield outside the domain. Prevent accidents from happening. During the live broadcast, the commentator explained. This is what we are seeing now. Jiangnan's genius shooting civilization planet master is casting a very powerful shooting spell. I guess it's probably taboo shooting. In the past battlefields, Chu Huajin's performance was also surprising, and their defense was very strong. Will the taboo shooting hurt them this time? Let's wait and see. The Jiangnan team can't break the Jiangnan team shooting defense, so they can only choose to sit and wait for death. Give me a deep sense of powerlessness. I just don't know. Once the taboo shooting is shown, can Chu Huajin stop it? Can you hold on to the end? Look, the battlefield outside the territory has changed. It should be that the shooter has shown the taboo shooting. But what is shooting? We can't even see it. The Chu Huajin formation is in chaos, and some soldiers have fallen. According to Chu Huajin's feedback, Luo Xu frowned. He never expected that the other party would be so skilled. It can only be said that the other party is actually a genius with a strong strategic vision. She actually shot with suffocation. That is to say, a large part of the space outside my virtual domain, that is, the air of the battlefield outside the domain, has been sucked away. Just a moment. When approaching the virtual domain, the soldiers in front suddenly felt a huge breathing airflow coming. After a while, I was suffocated directly, and those soldiers near the UK were killed by Luo Xu's 2 shooters. Barely survived, but their ability is really poor. Don't care about all the Chuhur army soldiers. Just a moment. The Chuhur army has fallen on a large scale. Nearly 1,000 people. The air is getting thinner and thinner. If this shooting taboo cannot be broken, perhaps the entire Chuhur army will explain here. Luo Xu immediately started to let Amanda attack Jiangbo's shooting according to the calculation of the system. No matter how much energy Amanda consumes, constantly attacked. Jiangbo seems to have some. The shooting became blurred. Not only that, the 5 shooters were pale and even vomited blood. Hundreds of people fell on the battlefield abroad in extreme hypoxia. And at this time, someone finally explained what this taboo shooting is. Shooting suffocation. When you are really smart, you will soon realize that ordinary soldiers also need to breathe. Drawing air directly from the battlefield outside the territory can directly suffocate the soldiers. In this way, what else can a soldier with the best defense do? This kind of shooting is similar to a soul attack. No matter how good the armor is, it can't stop such an attack. That's right, it's the goddess in my mind. I didn't expect it. A simple suffocation shot actually killed nearly 2,000 Chu Huajin soldiers. Isn't that too strong? The suffocation shot is not the strongest taboo shot, and the opponent's shooter is also fighting with the shot. But in this game, the taboo shot suffocation is a very lead-in shot. This is amazing. How did the goddess think of it? So many people in front didn't think that they would be shot by a girl before they thought of this. It's no wonder that they are the Xianjiao. Suddenly, Chu Huajin has an opponent. Luo Xu said in a low voice, Luo Xu, my 2 extraordinary people are dying. In the heyday, just choking the gun, his extraordinary will definitely stop it. But not now. His 2 extraordinary people can still know some simple shooting spells. Barely protected the air of more than 3,000 soldiers around. But it won't last long. Once you run out of energy, you have to go all out. Luo Xu said in a deep voice, hold on, I can break the opponent's defense. Amanda is still outputting Such a super long-term output is also a great pressure on him. It was a feeling that the body was about to be hollowed out. Seeing that the virtual domain was about to be broken by the energy beam, the opponent cast another shot. Then, a smaller virtual domain appeared, and this time, it is completely impossible for the 5 shooters to continue to show stronger shots, because they can't recover themselves, and what they need to shoot is the spirit. They have fought many battles and lost many. In order to just display the virtual domain of defensive shooting, the consumption is very high. It's almost done. It was almost directly emptied. The state was unstable, and it died of exhaustion. Fuck. Luo Xu saw this scene and directly complained about the fragrance. It was really too unwilling. One step away. Obviously, the other party was waiting for the time limit of this suffocating shooting to pass. And this limit is a very long time for the shooter in Luo Xu. The gap in strength between the two sides lies here. And this kind of competition is just an event for the planet master who has just awakened for a year. There are also some who participated in this competition a month after awakening. For example, the genius goddess Zhao Xianshan, the warrior and shooting girl Milan, or Luo Xu. Many contestants have actually been working on this planet for about a year. In this year's time, it has only been promoted to level 3. To catalyze the rapid growth of life on the planet, it takes a lot of mental power. In fact, this is equivalent to encouraging seedlings. In the end, the transcendents promoted in this way are far inferior to those who use their spirit to improve the various element and ecological environment of the planet. This is also for the sake of many participating planet masters, whose planet diameters are actually not very large. When I saw a planet over 700 kilometers in Luo Xu, I lost my jaw in surprise. Think about it, most of them are more than 100 kilometers, and the highest is only more than 500 kilometers in the Wild Boar planet. How big can such a planet be? How many extraordinary people can you cultivate? I'm afraid that 4 or 5 extraordinary people have no place to stand. However, the real King Say is actually far less than what we see now. It is not just to suppress the dark beast tide that appears every year. It is not just to raise resources and let a city develop first, so as to produce more planet masters. It is not just to pick out those talents. This is a game between some super planet masters. Seeing the opponent Luo Xu once again cast defensive shooting, forming a small shooting virtual domain, there is no complete panic. Although he also wants to curse in his heart. But with the calculus system, he anticipated every possibility of the opponent. So, Luo Xu asked Amanda to continue. The battle has come to this point. You can't give up easily. Luo Xu did not give up in life. Amanda's energy beam continued. Luo Xu's shooters were all entangled. They were already sweating and pale. Continue. They will definitely run out of oil. But Luo Xu did not order them to withdraw the therapeutic shooting. This time, it's about who can hold on to the end. Time. Every minute is passing. Amanda can no longer stand and sits directly on the ground. But his energy beam has never been broken. Both sides are trying to support it. Milan lost her initial calmness, and she gave up summoning and shooting. Just worried that, if he summoned the Duke, he would be directly destroyed by the opponent's monster with this energy beam. After all, the martial arts in the city master's body have not dissipated. And she also thought, with her current situation, what are the taboo shots that can be cast? In just 1 month, her 5 shooters were trained according to the analysis results of Jiangnan's very famous data division. On her planet, she trained 5 such shooters. Every day they are fed with the spirit of shooting civilization, and then the strongest teleportation shooting spell. However, the strongest shooting they can understand is the summoning shooting. For this reason, her father is ready to let her shoot the Duke, one of the strongest gods in civilization. This is the summoning shooting that she can really summon directly, and it will not be interrupted casually by the external force of the mission and other super shooters of the mission. The other players were very quiet and didn't dare to speak. At this time, it depends on Milan's decision whether to stick to it or choose to give up. Amanda's energy beam is a little smaller, and the shooting virtual field will be broken at any time. Milan knows very well that her 5 shooters don't have the energy to continue to perform Jiangbi, and it is difficult to stop this kind of energy beam with ordinary shooting defense. Bang! Jiangbi. It's broken. Look, the shooting defense is broken. Wow, the shooters have erected another shooting defense wall. In this way, the losses to both sides are huge. On the Chuhua army side, several soldiers have fallen. The shooters of the Jiangnan group are struggling to support and bleeding from all 7 orifices. If the Jiangnan team can hold on to the end and hold on until the opponent's shooter falls, maybe you can really win. Britain watched some soldiers in front of him suffocate to death. My heart twisted like a knife. These are the Jiangnan warriors he trained with great effort. They are also Jiangnan people. However, they fell one by one without even encountering the enemy. 4 soldiers. This is probably the most cowardly way to die. Because the shooters with Luo Xu adopted therapeutic shooting and formed a shooting defense. Under this defense, they can breathe. However, it is difficult for these soldiers to make larger movements, let alone artillery support. Amanda's energy beam shattered the opponent's shooting defense at once. Then, however, the opponent rose up. Up 1. Amanda broke 1. Just like that, the stalemate lasted for almost half an hour. 5 shooters are bleeding from 7 holes. But Luo Xu's shooters can no longer hold up, and the area of shooting defense is smaller. Many Chuhuajin soldiers fell on this battlefield. We must do something, Zhao Xian said in a deep voice. On the battlefield, they are the last few extraordinary people. Once these extraordinary people die, their planet is likely to stop functioning, because there is no life. It will be difficult to cultivate stronger and more extraordinary people in the future. But by this time, do you care about the future? Will there be a future? Zhao Xianshan was the first to express his opinion. I listened to you. Although Fang Wei was reluctant, it was difficult to make this decision. But at this moment, he must make a decision. Admi 1. Then Zhao Xian said, Luo Xu, you let your shooter hold on. We will rush forward. When the opponent's defense is broken, we must give Luo Xu a chance. Chapter 46 Certification. Luo Xu wanted to say something. However, his words came to his lips and finally turned into only one sentence. Thank you. Bang. The defense wall was shattered by the energy beam again. Just then, Zhao Xian's immortals, Fang Wei's immortals, and Zhao Xianshan's actors rushed up. They knew that it might never come back. I know. Maybe there will be no results. After all, there are more than 50 extraordinary people on the other side. But Zhao Xian and others know better that, if they wait and die, they may not even have a chance to win. It is impossible to rely on Chuhuajin and Luo Xu's monsters all the time. They must also do something. Create opportunities. Luo Xu immediately used the calculation system to calculate several results. Then connect Amanda's divine sense, and wait for Zhao Xian and other extraordinary people to rush up. Bang. The immortals exploded. The defense was broken. Several extraordinary people on the opposite side immediately rushed up. Amanda attacked. Don't say that in this previous stage. Those advanced civilizations are still very powerful. Without Zhao Xianshan's special spirit, Luo Xu may still have only 1 Chuhuajin, and with such combat effectiveness, he can't enter the finals at all. On the other hand, under the witness of history, there are 3 levels of planetary civilization. In fact, it is also because they are different from the beginning. A warrior civilization planet master on the battlefield can't beat those fighting civilization planet masters. And the fighting civilization of this planet can't beat the immortal civilization. Martial arts span 3,000 miles, and one sword chills 19 states. Of course, there are also some very talented planet masters in various civilizations. This classification is also the result of big data analysis. But this does not mean that all the masters of this planet. It's like Luo Xu's technological civilization. This is a civilization that has never appeared, but everyone can know it. Before the planetary era, they lived in an era dominated by technology. But in the planetary era, humans are no longer dominated by technology. Just like flying out of this continent. It used to rely on aviation technology, but now it only takes an immortal after the tribulation period to achieve it. The strength of the planet is actually the same as the strength of the planet. Zhao Xian's planet is an immortal civilization. In fact, he himself is also an immortal. Zhao Xianshan's planet is a shooting civilization, and he himself can show very powerful shooting. As for those level 5 planet masters, let alone Otherwise, why should everyone work hard to improve the strength of their own planet? Because I can become stronger. No one knows. What is the end of the hierarchy? Because after level 5, it is a mystery, or a taboo. Only when you reach level 5 and become a very powerful planet master can you know what is after level 5. At this stage, the books they learned from Luo Xu and all the knowledge and information they know about the master of this planet are below level 5. Let's go back to the battlefield outside the domain. Amanda's blow, followed by the extraordinary people of Zhaoshan, Fangwei and Zhao Xianshan. It was almost an instant thing. The Transcendental who walked in the front was counter-attacked by the opponent's Transcendental. In fact, what Luo Xu and Zhaoshan wanted was this counter-attack. After they had just completed the counter-attack and killed extraordinary people such as Zhaoshan, they faced Amanda's energy beam. The 5 shooters failed to improve their shooting in time. Amanda attacked once, and then again. The 2 beams of light were almost adjacent, straight through the extraordinary people who rushed forward to counterattack. Then, the 5 shooters also found the energy beam emitted by Amanda, and at that moment, completed the shooting spell. Bang! Unfortunately, the shooting defense completed at this moment was not as well prepared as before. The whole wall-breaking turbulence let the 5 shooters spit blood directly, and their bodies were instantly seriously injured. The remaining more than 30 transcendent people received the order from their planetary master and rushed up immediately. They blocked the front of the 5 shooters with their bodies. Amanda couldn't continue to use the energy beam because he had consumed a lot. Now only Chu Huajin is used. Night. Britain gave the order with difficulty. If you don't take a deep breath at this time, someone will die from lack of oxygen. So they must be gentle and relaxed. Puff. The Knight's soldiers are in action. Come to support them. Wang Zu's 2 shooters vomited blood directly because of excessive consumption. And some soldiers also had hideous faces because of lack of air. But they didn't panic, nor did they have difficulty breathing. In their subconscious, taking a deep breath is a sin and a betrayal of comrades. This is a betrayal of the leader. So they endured it, knowing that they were dizzy and still controlling their breathing. Finally, they couldn't support it anymore and slowly fell to the ground. Wang Zu's shooters had to abandon these peripheral fighters and narrow the shooting coverage. Bang! Just when the immortals were about to rush in front of Amanda, covered by artillery fire, it was like a vacuum zone in front. The sound of the explosion was so small that you could hardly hear it. Those immortals encountered resistance because of the power of the artillery fire, but some immortals still rushed forward. Amanda stood up reluctantly. The immortal magic behind him lit up, and the mana formed a small martial arts. Swoosh. These small martial arts were shot directly at Amanda. Ouch. Amanda screamed in pain. His defense is very high, but facing these immortals, his defense is not very high. Woody failed to kill him, but caused multiple wounds. Bang. The fairy will continue to attack Amanda. But when he was hit by artillery fire, he immediately held up his defense and ran away with a posture. However, Amanda swept a beam of energy directly. The rest of the extraordinary people were killed. Their defense is not very strong. If they are the strongest extraordinary people on their planet, maybe not. An identity can quickly escape from this energy beam, or they can use their tools and their own defense. But the extraordinary people on their planet died on the front battlefield. Originally, the diameter of their planet was not very large, and the extraordinary people were also cultivated during this period. It looks very powerful, but there are not many people. Unlike the level 5 planet master, even if there are not 100, there are dozens of super strong ones. Amanda fell directly to the ground, and the Chuhuajin went out 5,000 people, and now there are only 2,000 people. There are more than 2,000 people, all died of suffocation gunshots. The gap between ordinary soldiers and extraordinary soldiers is very obvious at this time. There are only 5 seriously injured shooters left in the Jiangnan group. On the Jiangnan class side, the Chuhuajin has about 2,000, and there is also a seriously injured monster. Who can win this year's youth championship? Let's wait and see. Luo Xu did not give his opponent any time to recover and let the Chuhuajin attack again. The artillery was pushed to the front line. Bang. The 5 shooters on the opposite side immediately raised their shooting defense. However, it was shattered by artillery fire. because they have not been able to show a stronger defensive wall to defend shots. Bang! In Milan took a deep breath. The most likely strategy, she had already tried it. I don't know. Fight more and fight less. She was lost in the crowd. If the opponent didn't have Chu Huajin, it might have lost. Suffocation shooting is not good. At this time, any more powerful shooting requires her 5 shooters to consume the energy in their bodies. Keep going. Unless her 5 shooters can hold on until the Chu Huajin is annihilated. Puff. Wang Zu's 2 shooters failed in the end. Fainted directly. Without his 2 gunmen to treat, Chu Huajin felt a feeling of suffocation up and down. If it were a warrior civilization, Luo Xu could completely exchange turtle breath so that they wouldn't have to breathe. But the system doesn't have. Yeah. This is the weakness of the technological civilization that Luo Xu discovered in this war. A weakness that cannot be ignored. At the beginning, the system had calculus. Luo Xu didn't have time to exchange oxygen manufacturing technology. Woo. Britain felt short of breath. Everyone was the same. But the knight's soldiers, already blushing, still insisted on firing artillery fire. Chu Huajin. Britain roared. All the soldiers cheered up again. Amanda struggled. On Nan's back, energy began to gather. Milan knew that their 5 shooters were unstoppable. They had persisted for so long. Now, she had only one choice. Give up. If you don't give up, her 5 shooters will definitely die in the mouth of that monster. 5 very talented shooters who have been strictly trained. You can't die because of such an incident. It's not worth it. This war is not that she didn't try her best, but that the other party has a strong defense. Milan has also seen the previous game. This is enough to prove that their strength is stronger than extraordinary. She failed to kill these Chu Huajin completely. Failed to stop Amanda's energy beam. From now on, in fact, both of them lost, and the other party also suffered a great loss. Give up. Jiangnan actually gave up. Congratulations to our Jiangnan class. Let's congratulate them. This year's Kingsay, our Jiangnan class is about to win the championship. Chu Huajin gave us a miracle. The commentator looked excited. In fact, I wanted to curse in my heart, and I was heartbroken. His betting team is Jiangnan. In other words, he will lose everything. The same people who lose money, the audience and the audience, the spectators outside the live broadcast room. Many people are betting that shooting the girl will be better than an ordinary planet owner. This is a shooting civilization against a technological civilization. And the other party is not actually a technological civilization, just some well-equipped soldiers, and then there are a lot of artillery. In fact, the damage of artillery to extraordinary people can be ignored. Of course, it still has a certain impact on extraordinary people. After all, being in the center of artillery fire is not really invincible. What the hell is going on? I bet 1 million gold coins, just waiting for this incident to turn around. Impossible. This is impossible. An ordinary technological civilization can't beat a shooting civilization at all. There must be something they don't know. However, facing powerful officials, these gamblers dare not really resist. Once you become too radical, the other party will let them disappear silently in the crowd, forever and ever in this world. No one will remember that there is such a person in the world. In the Jiangnan box, the members frowned when they saw Milan take the initiative to admit defeat. He always felt that the planet owners of the Jiangnan type showed the information of technological civilization. Why? There is a monster. This is unreasonable. However, he has contacted the top management, and the explanation given above is the monster really comes from the planet of the planet owner, and the energy it carries is also the energy of the planet owner, not the energy of other planet owners. This does not constitute cheating. Milan brought people into the box. Can Uncle Feng reply? She didn't look sad, because she lost the game. After all, she is not as good as others. She really underestimated the patience and determination of the other party, as well as the strength of the monster. There is nothing wrong with losing. The members quickly replied. They checked the history of the planet owner, but failed to find the records of the planetary civilization about that planet owner. Mr. Ming replied that the other party's planetary civilization is unusual, and it is likely to be Jiangnan's long-term plan this time. We have to be careful of the Duke of Jiangnan now. After the matter is done, return to Jiangnan immediately. Milan nodded, ate the fruit of shooting and said, okay, let's go. The top of the stadium. Shenzing sat on the sofa and looked at the projection in front of him. When Milan and Jiangnan finally chose to admit defeat, when Luo Xu recalled Xu Huajin and the monster, he stretched out his hand and a glass of fairy wine appeared in his hand. Shake slowly. Then I put it on my mouth and probed it with my nose. The taste is mellow. Just like dancing in my mind that day, that mysterious figure, that moving ethereal fairy sound, endless aftertaste. Shenzing took a sip and was immediately refreshed. That spirit seems to have been completely absorbed by him. My god of war plan should be considered a success, right? He seemed to be talking to himself. In fact, he was not the only one in this box. In this space, ripples of spiritual lines slowly appeared, outlining charming geniuses one by one. Her appearance can be said to be truly beautiful, and her temperament is also out of touch. The key is that she is not wearing clothes. Chapter 47 Fairy. Just like that, standing there like a fairy. The master's plan is foolproof. Starting from this youth competition, the master's god of war will be famous all over the world. In the future, he will be invincible. Become the strongest warrior of the master of the mountain city. Xiaoming was very happy. She looked up and laughed a few times. But then he looked down like an eagle, looking at the projection in front of him, looking at the audience. The old thief of the Nangan family seems to have sensed something. But, after all, they have rotted, they have lost their keen sense of smell, and they can't even understand what the danger is. You said, then I will let our god of war marry the beautiful girl they have cultivated. When we were fighting in Jiangnan, the god of war and the talented woman fell in love and killed each other. At that time, was it another beautiful and tragic love? Think about it, it's so exciting. Xiaoming showed that evil smile. Of course, it actually looks like a very obscene smile. The fairy has always maintained a gentle smile, giving people a very friendly and noble and elegant Virgin Mary temperament. Master, you are excited again. Xiaoming smiled at the corner of his mouth, motioned to the fairy, and then continued to taste the fairy wine. Chu has been safe and sound for so many years. Always abide by the rules set by the Supreme. Events, Dark Beast, Starkiller, Shancheng, Interstellar Hunter. These level 5 leaders want to break through, become stronger, and become true masters. Impossible. Only by breaking this rule, only by not being controlled by the Supreme. It is possible to truly become the leader who dominates this planet. 3 years ago, they found a trace of Qi in Xiaoming, and sacrificed themselves to calculate the way of heaven. Finally, they glimpsed a special law that did not belong to the law here, and this opportunity appeared in Jiangnan. After half a year of searching, they finally locked Luo Xu in the Seer people. The Luo Xu seen in Xiaoming has an invisible past and future. Woo. Xiaoming is enjoying a breath. According to the layout, next, his god of war will go to Shancheng to continue to improve his strength. There are still 5 years. The Xiao family will completely control the entire Chuzhou. The faces of Xiao Xian and others were unusually pale. There are no transcendent people on their planet. These days, those transcendent people who work hard to practice with their spirit. Now they are all sent out to fight, and then they are all killed in foreign battlefields. There is no extraordinary. There is no life. Unlike Luo Xu, they first convert light energy, and then the planet itself catalyzes life. Some are like Mercury in Luo Xu's previous life, and the evolution of his planet is actually similar to that of Mercury before. From the Cretaceous to the modern. From single-celled organisms to multicellular organisms. So there are no extraordinary people on Luo Xu's planet, and Amanda is not an extraordinary person on this planet. It's just that a monster combines that special spirit, and then transforms it. Luo Xu's spirit on this planet is still light energy. As long as light energy exists, life will not end. This is the biggest difference between Luo Xu and other leaders. After awakening the planet, Xiao Xian and others began to use the remaining spiritual power to cultivate life. These extraordinary people can live without food or drink, but rely on the energy of the planet to maintain their own growth. They look like people. In fact, strictly speaking, they are not human. They are a kind of humanity, another ideology formed by energy. Once they die, the leader's planet will be greatly affected because there is no life. The Earth relies on life to continuously convert energy. The leader uses the same civilization to convert spirit into energy. This energy cannot exist completely on the planet, but is converted by these transcendental people. They grow up. The planet will become stronger. If they die, how can the planet use the spirit transformed by the leader? And once the leader passes this level, it will not be able to successfully continue to cultivate new life. Then, they will be an ordinary person in the future. The planet and the body does not even have a transcendent person, so we can't continue to transform more spirits. You can't improve your strength. We won. I'm not dreaming, am I? Zhao Xian and others helped each other. Wang Zhu looked ugly, but he was very excited. Because they won. He persisted to the end, and Luo Xu defeated his opponents Chu Huajin and Amanda. They won the youth championship this year. Even if you become an ordinary person in the future, after that, his epitaph will record this time of glory. This time life can be wonderful. Enough. Agree. Wang Zhu looked at Fang Wei with dissatisfaction. What are you doing with me? Fang Wei also smiled happily and said, if you are in pain, it means we are not dreaming. Wang Zhu said angrily, then pinch it yourself. Why do you pinch me so hard? Just then, the host brought the commentator to the stadium. Stopped Luo Xu and others. Congratulations, you won this year's youth champion. Now, you can say hello to the audience outside. The host smiled politely and said something that made Wang Zhu and others panic. They hurriedly stood up and pretended that they were not injured at all. You could fall at any time, but stand up straight. Hello everyone, I'm Wang Zhu from Jiangnan West District, the leader of shooting civilization. Hello everyone, I'm from. The host will not give them time to continue. After the introduction, they will go directly to the next one. Until Luo Xu. Hello everyone, I'm Luo Xu from Jiangnan West District, graduated from Jiangnan Normal University, and the leader of science and technology civilization. The host hurriedly asked, hello, Luo Xu. Many people in Jiangcheng are very curious about your science and technology civilization. I heard that on the awakening day a month ago, you only awakened a planet with a diameter of 1 kilometer at first. But life was born successfully, and then the diameter of the planet was finally set at 35 kilometers? Luo Xu nodded. The host pretended to be surprised. It's amazing. Luo Xu, do you have any experience? Can you share it with us? Now many leaders with ordinary talents or small planet diameters want to know how you refined Chu Huajin. Zhao Xian frowned slightly and looked at the host. He felt that the host was a little offended. Can such a thing be said casually? Now they are the champions. Jiangnan heroes are not exaggerating at all. The host actually asked such a question at this time. It's not just Zhao Xian. Zhao and Wang Zhu, who fought side by side with him, also began to be dissatisfied. They were treated coldly from the beginning. It's nothing. After all, in the back of the battlefield, they hardly contributed much. Luo Xu won it entirely by himself. However, because of this, they also have some precious friendships with Luo Xu. Luo Xu looked at the host. In my past life, I felt that some people were too blind, and they also like to do things. Especially some marketing accounts deliberately dig holes or quote out of context. Unexpectedly, he also encountered it. Well, in fact, the birth of life is also an accident. When I woke up, I felt like a dying ember in my heart. I thought I might be a waste. But, I always believe that my life is determined by myself, not by God. So I tried to convert a very low level energy that is most likely to succeed, that is, light energy. Then, somehow, a small life appeared. I can't even transform the spirit of low level civilization. I can only use the lowest level of spirit. Through unremitting efforts, this ordinary army will be transformed within a month. Of course, it is also possible. I'm also a talent. So, I don't recommend that everyone follow the trend, but according to your own situation. Luo Xu doesn't want to be a vase. Known for this. The real way of leadership is to use resources to strengthen yourself. Even if he speaks wildly now, it's nothing. At most, there should be some people. Then give these Jiangcheng marketing accounts and this official account an attractive material. Zhao Xianshan saw that Luo Xu looked a little uncomfortable. He refused the host to continue his visit. The host also wanted to dig deeper into Luo Xu's information and write a famous Jiangnan manuscript. But I don't want to. Luo Xu's eyes glared slightly. That invisible murderer saw it flashed by. The host was like being in a secluded place, and the cold rushed directly from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Stunned there. Wait until I came back to my senses. Luo Xu had helped his teammates enter the box of the Jiangnan class. Well done. It's me who has a good life, not God's good life. Milan smiled rarely and then applauded Luo Xu and others. Just as Wang Zhu was excited to show off his achievements, Zhao Xianshan fainted. Chapter 76 Reality is always cruel in Jiangcheng. The discussion about this youth competition has also reached the final carnival. Those keyboard players are not bad. The water army of each city. Each city also has some people who really love their city. They always believe that the team in their city has the strength to win the championship. Why was it taken away by a leader of scientific and technological civilization in the end? Unfair. If you ask me, this year is the worst youth training competition I have ever seen. I wonder if you agree. The one upstairs. I support you. This is indeed one of the worst ones I have ever seen. I don't understand why a leader of a technological civilization can win the championship. After that, if there are more people on the leader's planet, you will be able to win in the future? How did the Chuhuajin use ordinary soldiers to stop those extraordinary people? Do you think we are fools? Just, no matter how much trouble these people make, you can only make trouble on the river, not in reality. Don't dare to say too much. Once the tone is too heavy, it will act as if you are going to rebel against the official. Maybe the next moment, he can disappear from reality. This is a world controlled by the leader. This is why so many people want to become knights. In this reality, there are actually some people who were born on the inner planet of a powerful leader. The population is nothing to the world. A leader of a low-level civilization can transform the spirit and cultivate many warriors with prerequisites. Let them enter reality through the Iron Chain Bridge. The other 9 city dukes will not take the initiative to stand up before they have completely grasped Luo Xu's handle. Zhao Ming, Duke of Jiangnan, is the leader of the 5th level Zhuxan civilization, and behind him is a powerful Zhao family. It has been 100 years since the history of this planet. In these 100 years, those brilliant leaders, relying on their own strength, have established a stronger network of relationships. Over the years, all parties have been competing secretly. Coupled with the official balance of a high level, the land of Jiazhou can be stable. However, it has been 10 years since the birth of Supreme. His Majesty is weakening, and the official Chuhu Empire is about to lose control of Jiazhou. The leaders and navy of Jiangnan are trying their best to maintain their reputation. At the end of the event, Prince Shen announced the release of resources, half of which was given to the Jiangnan class. The rest was divided among the top 10 companies in Jiangnan. Such a feat made the leaders of the entire Jiangnan excited. Outside the Jiangnan class, it is said that there are many fairy ships, wild boars, monsters and other mounts, and the surrounding areas are all controlled. With so many resources, Jiangnan companies of all sizes were instantly attracted. They want to cooperate with the whole class. How is Zhao Xianshan's situation? Luo Xu asked when he saw Milan coming out of the rest area. Zhao Xian and others also looked at Milan nervously, wondering about Zhao Xianshan's result. Milan shook his head and replied, "The situation is not very good. The data technician has analyzed it. The class also tried to help Zhao Xianshan transform part of his spirit and retrain a new extraordinary person. But the result given by the data engineer has a low success rate. The team members also tried their best." Luo Xu took a deep breath. Although the time spent together in the youth competition was short, but Zhao Xianshan is very honest. He doesn't talk much, but he is very loving and has a sense of justice. There are few such leaders. Luo Xu doesn't want such a person to become an ordinary person because of a youth competition. This is cruel to every day. As for Zhao Xian and others, they are also very depressed. They haven't fainted yet, but the planetary energy in their bodies can at least support the pillars. In the end, whether we can transform our lives again is also in the hands of God. Just then, Zhao Xianshan came out every day. He has recovered. In the future, I may not fight side by side with you. Look at Bane chapter 48. The boss met me just now and said that he would arrange for me to be a clerk in the class and reward me with 5 million gold coins and 3 million consolation money. I can rest assured that I will have no worries about food and clothing in the future. There's nothing wrong with this. Zhao Xianshan is a person who doesn't talk much. At this time, he suddenly began to comfort Luo. That luck didn't seem to be lost, but I was very happy that I could have 8 million gold coins. However, Zhao Xian and others knew it clearly. This is actually just a kind of comfort to Zhao Xianshan. As a leader, a week ago, there were more than 8 million gold coins, even 10 million gold coins, every day, and there were still opportunities. However, he didn't even have a transcendent person. It is naturally impossible to enter the mountain city again, or participate in other events. For the class, there is not much value. This kind of thing happens not only in the Jiangnan class. Even those companies are the same. Their eating appearance may be uglier. Clay 100,000 gold coins directly. This is the real reality. As for why we gave Zhao Xianshan 8 million gold coins, things are still arranged in this way. Zhao Xianshan knew that he wanted to keep Luo Xu so that he would not create obstacles for the class. It is necessary for the class to do it with great love and justice. Do a good job. In the future, if you need any help, just ask us. After all, we have been to the battlefield together and trained together, so we are brothers. Zhao Xian stepped forward and patted Zhao Xianshan on the shoulder. He was also optimistic about Zhao Xianshan, and he was a good friend who deserved to be taken seriously. Zhao Xianshan nodded every day. Luo Xu also said, Zhao Xian is right. If there is anything you need our help with in the future, just say that we have been to the battlefield together. This championship is the result of our joint efforts. Zhao pursed his lips and nodded heavily. Under the attention of everyone in Luo Xu, they took the members of the class and went to other departments. Then Milan said, okay, you come with me. The class will hold a banquet in a while. Congratulations on your triumphant return. Maybe the Duke will come too. At that time, he will personally present the championship medal to Luo Xu. The boss has arranged for someone to give you specially customized clothes you can change. He looked at Zhao Xian and others again. Your situation is a little better. After the banquet, we will ask someone to help you train new extraordinary people again. In fact, Luo Xu and others knew in their hearts that once Zhao Xian and others fell behind, they would not be able to train new extraordinary people. Maybe, just get a gold coin, and then become a civilian, and spend the rest of their lives. Well, I haven't slept well these days, and I just want to get drunk tonight. If I can meet the Duke, even if I dream, I will wake up with a smile. Wang Zhu looked very happy, especially meeting Zhao Ming, the Duke of Jiangnan, was undoubtedly the happiest thing for him. Because Zhao Ming is his idol. At that time, Zhao Ming's achievements in Jiangnan are still circulating now. If the heavens did not give birth to me, Zhao Ming, the immortal road would be like a long night. This is Jiangnan's evaluation of Zhao Ming as a super leader. Later, it was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Many people in Jiangnan believe that Zhao Ming is responsible for a large part of the development of Jiangnan. Without Zhao Ming, there would be no Jiangnan today. Luo Xu came to the lounge of his class. There, Zhang Ting was already waiting for him. In fact, they also have their own full-time service staff in Zhao Xian, and a team to manage their planet. Otherwise, it would be impossible to upgrade so quickly in just over a month. It is impossible to cultivate so many extraordinary people in more than a month. Data division analysis, team management, and strong support from the class. It took them more than a month to have 4 level 3 leaders. According to their real strength, they may not be as good as the level 3 leaders in a year. That is to force them to this extent. High-rise buildings. Poor foundation. In a game, Zhao Xianshan's house collapsed, and the building foundation was destroyed. Luo Xu, go back to the lounge. Look who Zhang Ting is. A professional suit, tall and slender, long legs. The black short suit can't hide the graceful figure that is about to come out. A big wave hit his shoulder. Oval face, sweet smile, makes people feel like a spring breeze. Welcome back, Luo Xu. Zhang Ting performed a very symbolic ceremony. If it were an ordinary boy, you can't resist this temptation at all. Luo Xu just nodded, walked into the room and asked, "Where are my clothes?" Zhang Ting bit her lips slightly after leaving, seeming a little lost and a little pitiful. She learned that Luo Xu could successfully win the championship. At that moment, she was so excited that her tears were wet. Because the advantage of water is to get the moon first. If she could be liked by Luo Xu, her life in this class would be much easier. Not only that, but there would be better treatment. Since ancient times, beauties love heroes. Luo Xu is such a gentle and clean leader. It's really rare. Luo Xu, come here, the dress is ready. I'll serve you to put it on. Zhang Ting's disappointment was the one just now, so she hurried forward and bent down to pick up the dress on the sofa. There were stars in her watery eyes. It seemed that she was eager to put on the dress to serve Luo Xu. Luo Xu stretched out his hand and said, "No, just give it to me. I'll wear it myself." Zhang Ting pouted slightly, revealing a look of disappointment and pleading. Seeing that Luo Xu seemed to have no impression, he had to smile indifferently, handed it to Luo Xu and said, "Okay, Luo Xu, I'll wait for you outside." Luo Xu nodded. He naturally understood the thoughts of the full-time service staff. However, he is not the kind of person who can't move his legs when he sees a girl. Those licking dogs can't do it either. In his heart, what he wants is his own freedom at all times, and what he wants is power to understand the truth of the world. Of course, it may also be that I awakened the planet, experienced this event, and witnessed the evolution of my own planet. The emotions became a little stronger. Before this, Luo Xu couldn't help himself. After all, in his previous life, he secretly collected a lot of websites on his mobile phone, and he was also a person who watched countless movies. There are many high-scoring beauties in this world. In this class, there are also many full-time beauty service personnel and many beauty managers. But what Luo Xu is thinking about now is not temporary enjoyment, but it is very powerful. Only when you are really powerful can you see higher mountains and a bigger world. So for personal feelings, Luo Xu chose to let it go. Okay, change clothes. Luo Xu followed Zhang Ting to the meeting. Milan was a little surprised that Luo Xu was so fast. But look again. Only then did I know that Luo Xu was really fast, and it was estimated that changing clothes would be almost time. In my heart, I not only have a high opinion of Luo Xu. This is a leader who can withstand temptation and has greater ambitions and pursuits in his heart. He is only 18 years old. The future achievements of such a teenager must be the existence he looks up to. Come here, let's sit for a while, boss. They are meeting to discuss how to allocate resources in the north. By the way, there may be a big reward at that time. Milan is a serious person. He will not joke, and he speaks directly. Luo Xu took a sip of the fairy wine brewed from the fairy fruit that cultivated the Changsheng civilization planet. I wonder, after participating in this competition, how the class might arrange me. Milan looked around, and then whispered, "Go to the mountain city." Seeing Luo Xu was a little confused, he explained, "I will definitely give you some time to recover, and then I will go to the real mountain city to participate in some spiritual competitions. Because we got the starship supported by Jiangcheng, we can go to the newly opened mountain city. This is also training you. After going to the mountain city, you can get more resource permissions and be more spiritual." Luo Xu thought about it slightly, so that's it. The knowledge points before high school are all about teaching how to cultivate those extraordinary civilized people. There are not many knowledge points about the mountain city. The two chatted for a while. Zhao Xian and others have arrived. Seeing that they seem to have recovered a little, there is a feeling of blushing. Looking at Luo Xu and Milan, sitting in a corner, talking about something orthogonally. There are also some surprises. Luo Xu is faster than them. It seems to be a planet of technological civilization. Think about it. Go over and say hello. Brother Yu, Luo Xu, and Fang Wei and Wang Zhu also said hello. They are talking about some psychological history of this incident and those disputes on the river. After a while, Zhao and others have arrived every day. The senior members of this class are all here at this time. They just had a meeting and soon gave out those resources very generously. The Jiangnan class also became famous because of this competition and once again won the trust of many leaders. Many small companies also actively cooperated with the class. They signed many contracts. It can be said that suddenly, the tide rose and all the boats rose. Congratulations. Seeing Xianshan like this, Zhao nodded slightly, very satisfied. He was also glad that he had insisted and compromised at the beginning and did not miss the 1 in 10,000 possibility. Other senior executives also came over to say hello. Ji Feng stepped forward and took the initiative to shake Luo Xu's hand. Haha, you must be Luo Xu. I also heard about your deeds a month ago. You immediately created a great miracle. There may also be a great mark in the history of Jiangnan leaders. Well done. Luo Xu had to pretend to smile and said, thank you. Yi Feng glanced at Zhao Xianshan, and seeing his affectionate look, he let go of his hand. He also praised Zhao Xian and others a little. On both sides of the banquet, various exquisite foods were placed. Shooting fruit comes from shooting civilization. Fairy fruit, fairy wine, fairy beast barbecue, etc. come from cultivating fairy civilization. They seem to be waiting for someone every day. I looked at the time. They stood neatly on both sides, looking very respectful. At the end of the red carpet in the hall, the fairy music was wonderful and the fragrance was charming, which made people feel relaxed and happy instantly. A fairy gate appeared. Duke Huan of Qi Zaoming walked out of the fairy gate. He is the leader of Xiuxin civilization, and he became the strongest immortal through his own planet. In this Jiangnan, there are naturally many strong people. There are many leaders who are more powerful than Zaoming. But Zaoming is from the Zhao family. He is the contemporary head of the Zhao family. With this identity, you become the Duke of Jiangnan. If someone digs deep into the inheritance between the previous generation of dukes and Zaoming, some problems may be found. But this kind of thing, Zhao will not let anyone know. Zaoming is dressed in a white robe, with fluttering sword eyebrows and long fluttering hair. This is completely in line with Luo Xu's definition and impression of the leader of Xiuxin civilization. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 49. Get rid of it. Like Zhao Xian and Fang Wei, they are not true immortal leaders. There is no fairy dust on them. On the other hand, Zaoming completely meets Luo Xu's impression of a true immortal. Welcome, Duke. A day later, Zhao and others saluted respectfully. In their eyes, a trace of fire can still be seen. After all, being able to govern such a large Jiangnan so well, and taking some high-level civilization leaders of Jiangnan to fight in the mountain city, they have gained a lot of spiritual resources. For those leaders of Jiangnan, what they seek is the space to improve their own strength. No matter who it is, they will respect such a duke. Zaoming replied, yeah. Then he went to Zhao Xianshan and others and asked, where is the champion? Zhao and others hurriedly made way. Luo Xu stepped forward, bowed slightly and said, Luo Xu, I have seen the duke. Zaoming smiled slightly and looked at Luo Xu as if he was looking at a junior. There is a kind of affinity, and it also gives people a sense of care from the elders. Well, yes, after all, you are a young talent, and I have heard of your deeds. Your performance in the youth competition. I saw it too. Jiangnan has produced several talents this year, and their talents are not bad. However, your scientific and technological civilization surprised me a little. This gave me a surprise. Zaoming smiled lightly, and he praised Luo Xu's talent between the lines. This is bad for Zhao Xian and others. I can't wait to see myself standing there, being praised by Zaoming, even if they can't cultivate new outstanding qualities in the future. Be content, be proud of your life, and never regret it. Grow up. They all listened to Zaoming's heroic deeds and their parents' gratitude to Duke Zaoming. Later I felt it myself. Under Zaoming's governance, the public security in Jiangnan is very safe. In the past, leaders from time to time for resources, or for disputes, or for revenge, direct assassination, or assassination, etc. seriously affected the safety of most residents in Jiangnan. After Zaoming, became Jukuan of Ki. These behaviors with potential safety hazards were immediately governed. In the Jiangnan arena, the leaders' ring was established. In the city, once there is a fight between the leaders, the fairy beast will appear in time. Then forcefully suppress it. One mouth, one leader. Let those leaders think about the consequences of sending extraordinary people to fight each other before they get angry. Luo Xu only appeared in Jiangnan 3 years ago. For him, he personally did not feel some benefits from Xiaoming. After all, the world in the previous life was relatively peaceful. Thank you, Lord Duke. Thank you for your compliments. Luo Xu doesn't deserve it. Luo Xu said modestly. Xiaoming, with his hands behind his back, said with satisfaction, not arrogant, not impatient, humble, and polite, very good. Then he praised Zhao Xianshan. You can insist on letting Luo Xu enter the class and participate in the competition. This time in the youth competition, Jiangnan can win the championship. You also made a contribution. In addition, Yi Feng heard that the Duke actually praised Zhao Xianshan. I was jealous immediately. In the future, Zhao Xianshan's status in the class will definitely surpass him. Zhao Xianshan quickly replied, thank you for the Duke's compliment. At that time, Bailey was also attracted by Luo Xu's deeds from 1 kilometer to 35 kilometers. Thinking that the diameter of his planet can increase rapidly, life can be born in 1 kilometer. This shows that Luo Xu's talent is also desirable. Xiaoming glanced at the others, stayed a little on Yikithing, smiled and said, yes, if everyone can have a long-term vision like you, maybe the night class in Jiangnan can be more brilliant. I hope you can keep this vision and dig out more talents for Jiangnan in the future. Zhao Xianshan was slightly moved and received praise from Prince Shen. That was many years ago. Now, he finally got the appreciation of Prince Shen once. Sit down. Today, one is to celebrate our young heroic leader Luo Xu, who has fought for huge resources in Jiangnan. You are also a hero in our Jiangnan. Xiaoming sat in the first seat, then signaled a member of the class. I saw that member take out a box. There was an explanatory blueprint in it. Come, Luo Xu, I'll help you get it. Everyone applauded immediately. Wang Xu's hands were red. It was as if he had gotten the blueprint himself. Luo Xu, go up. Xiaoming also stood up and brought his own blueprint to Luo Xu. Keep up your efforts in the future and keep the heart of a strong man. At this time, Luo Xu also felt a little touched in his heart. After all, the moment of success, that kind of mood is irrepressible. I have been in this world for 3 years. This year, I finally ushered in my glorious moment in this world. At least it can prove that you have been here. Thank you, Duke. Please rest assured, I will remember your encouragement, keep up the good work, and improve myself. The owner of the Shen village nodded with relief. Next, it was Zhao Xianshan who reported on the allocation of resources in this Jiangnan class, and Xiaoming's development in the later period of Jiangnan. With the starship and the new mountainous area, we need to develop it. They have to defend the territory belonging to Jiangnan and the advanced area. These new areas need the Jiangnan class and those companies in Jiangnan to develop. Spirit is the main channel for leaders to improve their own strength. This is very important for leaders in Jiangnan. When you work with these companies, we should also supervise them to be fair and just. Once there is unfairness, timely warnings should be given. There are many people who can. Only in this way can Jiangnan have more powerful people. I feel that the owner of the Shen village not only has the spirit of a fairy, but also has a sense of righteousness. No wonder there are a large number of people in Jiangnan who appreciate him, support him. Those who are righteous will be helped more, and those who are unrighteous will be helped less. Xiaoming's words inspired everyone again. Among the 10 city village owners in Chuzhou, the most popular one is Xiaoming, the village owner of Jiangnan. He turned the tide and helped the building collapse. It is called Jiangnan, and it is a city. In the early years, the largest shooting flying car factory was established. The first generation of dukes was a powerful leader of shooting civilization. The shooters on his planet created a shooting flying car that can recognize the master and then have a shuttle space. Where you want to go, just confirm it on the map. The shooting flying car can be transmitted through space and arrive quickly, safe, convenient and fast. It is deeply loved by most of the leaders of the 10 cities in Chuzhou, and even some small companies are willing to buy such shooting coasters. You can shuttle through another space and get to a place quickly. At that time, the shooting speed was a symbol of power. Later, because of the emergence of various civilizations, as well as the fairy ship and fairy sword of the fairy culture, and players can teleport, there will be fewer shooting coasters. Many leaders in Jiangnan, as well as those shooters, are facing unemployment, and the economy has reached a low ebb. Later, relying on other planetary civilizations, some production was carried out, and the market economy was barely maintained. After all, people live, which inevitably involves food, clothing, housing and transportation. Unless you are a leader above level 4, you can make yourself a transcendent person on this planet. But ordinary people, even ordinary families, in fact, they use a lot of daily necessities and need to produce. In every city, not only leaders live, but most ordinary people also live. Their lives are far inferior to those of leaders, and far inferior to those extraordinary people. But they have not completely lost their own space. After Xiaoming became the Duke of Jiangnan, he led Jiangnan to glory. For decades, Jiangnan has become a high-end city similar to Jiangnan. Of course, to say that this is the highest and most powerful city, it still belongs to Jiangcheng, the central city of Chuzhou. Xiaoming accompanied Zhao Xianchen and others to dinner. This is a kind of fairy brewed wine from my planet. He took out a glowing cup. It is the energy carrier acquired by Xiuxin civilization. It is very precious, and is called Lingxi. This luminous cup is made of Lingxi. There is also the fairy wine inside. It should be brewed by the most powerful immortal on the Xiuxin civilization planet, and it belongs to Xiaoming, the level 5 leader. Xiaoming's immortal wine is also well known in the circle of level 5 leaders. Zhao Xian and others are even more excited. Yu Feng's eyes are full of envy, and he can't wait to replace Luo Xu himself. Luo Xu, you have won glory for Jiangnan this time. This cup of immortal wine is my gift to you. Xiaoming smiled. Luo Xu hurriedly stood up and walked forward. Thank you for your kindness. Luo Xu took the immortal wine, and for a moment, it seemed that the Duke was a very outstanding person. This immortal wine was brewed by a man named Jia Jiangxin on my planet. It uses a kind of immortal fruit unique to Lingshan. This cup of immortal wine is quite precious. However, I think wine goes with heroes. You can rise from a planet with a diameter of 1 kilometer to hundreds of kilometers today. Being able to awaken a 1 kilometer planet, we have successfully nurtured life and cultivated a powerful Chuhua army. It is also a young hero. Come, let's drink this cup together. Xiaoming received Luo Xu's praise, and his heart was also a little bright. But it was soon suppressed. Suddenly I feel that I'm really so strong and so powerful. A leader with a little talent. Just to get the appreciation of Prince Shen and get his praise? Suddenly, Luo Xu felt that something was unusual. Hey, Luo Xu, take a bite. Suddenly, a mellow taste, not so strong, some wine aroma, fruit aroma, and an indescribable aroma. From the mouth to the stomach, it is so comfortable and silky. Result. There is a system warning in front of us. Luo Xu was stunned. Why, this wine is not to your taste. Seeing Luo Xu's gaffe, Xiaoming asked with a smile. Luo Xu recovered. He hurriedly said, no, thanks to the Duke's gift. Luo Xu, a small leader, feels honored. Xiaoming was satisfied and waved his hand. Go back and sit, you deserve it. Luo Xu saluted and returned to the top, pretending to be very happy and unwilling to drink this kind of fairy brew. Keep it and drink it later. But Xiaoming seemed to see it. After drinking the immortal wine in the cup, he said, this immortal wine must be drunk as soon as possible. The martial spirit contained in it will dissipate. Luo Xu had no choice but to drink it in one gulp. System warning. If there is too much energy of fuzzy desire, the master is prone to emotionality. Once there is too much energy, he will become a heartless and sexless person, addicted to it, and never quit. However, the first warning is, warning, the master suffers from chronic toxic medicinal desires, from the immortals of the Xiuxin civilization, which will make people lose their minds and easily addicted. Don't overdose. Luo Xu instantly got goosebumps. Chapter 50 Cheap. I broke out in a cold sweat on my back. but he calmed his mind and showed some touching expressions. Then I continued to listen to Xiaoming's speech. Wait until after dinner. Xiaoming was also ready to leave. Before leaving, I looked at Luo Xu again. Luo Xu immediately forced himself to calm down again. Luo Xu, work hard. There will be a youth competition next year. I hope you can shine again. Luo Xu, under the guise of taking a deep breath, seemed to be creating an atmosphere for himself. In fact, it was in front of the Duke that he completely calmed down. The Marquis loves Luo Xu. For the glory of Jiangnan, he should try his best to improve himself. Next year's youth championship will definitely not disappoint the Duke's expectations. Xiaoming smiled and said to Zhao Xianshan and others, you see, this is a young talent, not arrogant or impetuous, humble and polite. I'm more and more optimistic about him. You are also good at training. There will not only be a youth competition next year. This list can also be questioned. Yi Feng beat Zhao Xianshan in front of Xiaoming and said flatteringly, don't worry, Lord, we will definitely train Luo Xu well. When the time comes, I will accompany Luo Xu to Xinshan City. Next year, there will not only be the champion of the youth championship, but also the list of that day. There must be a place for Luo Xu. Xiaoming nodded with satisfaction. Only then did he open the immortal gate and left the class with the courtesy of everyone. Woo. Many people breathed a sigh of relief. Fang Wen is immortal or is still too strong. They are all very generous and dare not take a bite. Luo Xu looked at the immortal gate, but was thoughtful, and then quickly hid his thoughts, so that others could not see it. Yi Kifeng also wanted to get close to Luo Xu. Luo Xu said to Zhao Xianshan directly, boss, I just got a gift of divine wine from the Duke, and now I want to go back and refine it. Please forgive me. Zhao Xianshan nodded eagerly and said, it's okay, we have to continue to discuss the allocation of resources in the north, so you are good at refining. The fairy wine is very precious, and the things that the caster wants are exchanged for rare treasures. You must remember the Duke's gift and work hard. Luo Xu nodded and replied, I will remember it. Zhao Xianshan also seemed very happy that Luo Xu could get the divine wine from the Duke, and pride. The respect in his eyes and some fanatical worship have not dissipated until now. If you say, there is no system prompt, Luo Xu will not feel anything yet. Like Zhao Xianshan and others, I will respect the Duke who led Jiangnan to glory. However, the system's prompts made Luo Xu's heart fall into the ice valley. Vague desire. He had never heard of such a poison. In the 3 years of high school, I also studied and asked questions seriously, and actively understood the historical culture of the leader. From the first generation of leaders to the present, the history of leaders in various stages, and the leaders of various planetary civilizations. Never in the Xiuxin civilization, I have seen records about the ethereal desire. Perhaps, there are many things about history and knowledge that have not been recorded. At this moment, Luo Xu suddenly felt that what he saw was exactly what others wanted them to see. Ask. 100 years have passed. Those Xiuxin cultures, or the Divine Power Civilization and the Hangmeng System Civilization, are 2 planets. The inevitable cultivation has surpassed the laws of the continent of this planet. Is it immortal? It's only 100 years. There must be a leader who has the strength of his own planet, and it is not impossible to directly cover the whole cat. Forcefully suppress the thoughts that upset him. Pretend to be rewarded. Say goodbye to Zhao Xianshan. Go back to the lounge. Zhang Ting has changed her clothes and looks simple and decent, like a little sister next door. Just now, the boss informed me that you have been commended by the Duke and need to have a good rest. Don't worry, sir, I'll stay outside. Luo Xu nodded. He really needs personal space, so he can ask what the system's elusive desire is. Now that the system can detect it, there is a way to eliminate this threat. System, how can I detoxify? Luo Xu did not speak, but asked the system through his own will in the awakening space. Because he did not believe it now, and his lounge was safe. System, fantasy holy water, a special holy water from the planet of Xiuxin civilization, which interacts with the ethereal desire, and has the effect of washing essence and cutting marrow. Price. 100,000 gold coins. Luo Xu was relieved when he saw this. This is also a world system. Even black technology and science fiction novels can be interchangeable. A chronic addictive poison and medicine of Xuan civilization. If it can't be solved, then it can only be forgotten. Of course, Luo Xu did not blame all the problems on the system. The system is not omnipotent. Nan is also an auxiliary role, with the ability to calculate some wars in the future, which is very helpful to improve the planet. For example, reality. It still depends on him to get out. Luo Xu exchanged the holy water of dreams, which looks pale white. Take a sip, with a little unique aroma, fresh and charming. After drinking it, Luo Xu felt that some kind of restraint had disappeared, and his physical fitness has also been greatly improved. After all, he is the leader of scientific and technological civilization, and the energy obtained from the planet is actually not very strong. To put it bluntly, Luo Xu is still an ordinary person. If he fights against the immortals, he will not be able to get the support of Chu Huajin in time. He may die in an instant. After drinking the holy water of the dream, I felt that my whole body had been washed. Some were sticky, and some were smelly. Luo Xu immediately understood that it should be a semen washing and pulp cutting. It seems that these 10 gold coins will not be lost. System, you are such a good system. System, unexpectedly, Nani was given a good card. Luo Xu, after washing, I immediately entered the awakening space and looked at my own planet. Amanda was recuperating at the bottom of Jiangcheng. Britain had just finished the memorial service for the heroes of Jiangnan and delivered an impassioned speech. The Chu Huajin suffered a great loss. However, they successfully defeated the enemy and could keep Jiangnan in peace for decades or even hundreds of years. He once again drew a big pie for the people of Jiangnan and trapped everyone. There will inevitably be bloodshed and sacrifice in war. But at the same time, war will also bring huge benefits. Benefits that can be seen up and down the south of the Yangtze River. Otherwise, long-term bloodshed and sacrifice will inevitably lead to opposition from the people of Jiangnan, whose parents would want their sons to make fearless sacrifices, whose wife would want her Nilaiwat husband to go on an expedition for many years and then die on the battlefield. What Britain has to do is to appease these people. Last time, Luo Xu specially arranged a small-scale wild boar invasion operation to let the people of Jiangnan feel the potential danger first, and it can be said that for them, facing the threat of wild boars is much more useful than always drawing big cakes. Who wants their parents and Nilaiwat wives to be plundered by those wild boars in the future? Luo Xu now has more than 30 million gold coins in his hand. 30 million is the prize money for winning this championship. It can be said to be extremely rich, and the remaining millions are obtained from the game when betting. This money is enough to buy Krypton gold again. Planet, technological civilization planet. 2 planet diameter. 1210 kilometers planet. 116,891 route. The transition from the steam age to the electric age. With Luo Xu's several transformations of the spirit of warrior civilization, and the last special spirit, the diameter of his planet has increased significantly. Even monsters like Amanda were born. During this period, new creatures may be born every moment. The diameter of the planet is slowly getting bigger. This change is also subtle. Scientists in Jiangnan have discovered this. They have begun to measure the land area of Jiangnan, but they found that the data they observed in various periods have changed. So far, scientists who measure the land have only drawn the territory of Jiangnan and failed to expand the scale. According to Dr. Zhao Yifeng of the Polytechnic Institute, there is a ratio between the actual distance and the map distance. For example, for a section of the map, the actual distance may be 1 kilometer. Use this method to measure the land area of Jiangnan, and then draw it on the map. This forms the map of Jiangnan. The people of Jiangnan can intuitively feel the vastness of Jiangnan through this map. However, they failed to measure it, because the diameter of the planet has been increasing. By now, it may have been the same as some level 5 leaders. In addition, the most important thing is that this period of time is dedicated to youth competitions. The development of electricity has not expanded. As a result, many places in Jiangnan are still using oil lamps and have no electricity. According to the calculation of the system, Luo Xu is ready to exchange Krypton gold for technology again. Also exchange the time accelerator. Because now we have Chuhuajin, we feel that we can slowly improve. The era of the strongest technology. Not now, but in the near future. Luo Xu firmly believes that only he is the strong one. Only then can he have the capital to get rid of these potential dangers. Fang Wen's fairy wine contains chronic, toxic, and medicinal substances. It seems that he wants to control him in this way. This means that in the eyes of the public, Fang Wen's integrity and justice are all hypocritical. However, understand this. So what? Luo Xu just understood this. So we will put this matter aside for the time being, work harder to improve ourselves, and become the strongest leader. Is what we really need to do now. It's a pity that there is no nuclear power generation technology now, otherwise nuclear power plants can be built in other capitals. Luo Xu will inspect the entire planet, then look at places in Jiangnan that are suitable for building large hydropower stations. At the same time, the technology of coal and electricity was exchanged through the system, and natural gas mining and storage technology was adopted. These cost nearly 10 million gold coins. Then there is the time accelerator. Today's time accelerator is no longer 100,000 gold coins, but 1 million gold coins. And the time limit for use has been shortened a lot, because there are now 110,000 species on Earth. The key is that the population of Jiangnan is developing very fast, achieving the speed of overtaking on the curve. Because after going south, there are no powerful external enemies. The development of Jiangnan is also in accordance with the evolution of the system, and then time is accelerated, focusing on development rather than in fighting. The population is increasing, the diameter of the planet is increasing, and the area of arable land is increasing. Culture is improving. Strength is improving. Technology is improving. A self-sufficient family can also feed 5 or 6 children. Big family. No matter what era or place. As long as there is a people-oriented group, this concept will be formed. After all, there are many people. Luo Xu used the first time accelerator. In reality, 1 hour in Jiangnan is 1 year. Luo Xu saw such a scene. The planet is rotating rapidly, rotating around light energy, and also rotating on itself. Jiangnan's technology is also developing rapidly, and the establishment of the second large hydropower station has ushered in the era of electricity. In some places, where hydropower stations cannot be built, coal-fired power technology is also used. Roads are being built everywhere. Under the guidance of Luo Xu's will, Britain shifted the focus of exploration, that is, the focus of military development, to the focus of scientific and technological development. Every year, Jiangnan has achieved self-breakthrough. In the first year, a large hydropower station was built, and in the second year, several coal-fired power plants were built. In the third year, wait until this time accelerator ends. Luo Xu, take another look. Jiangnan has undergone tremendous changes. Some high-rise buildings have sprung up. Looking down at Jiangnan under the night sky, there are stars everywhere. In Jiangnan, there has never been a curfew. Even when Jiangnan was first established in South China, there was no curfew or sea ban. Adhere to the concept of freedom, justice, and overall governance. There is no such idea as farmers working in the north that divides people into 3, 6, and 9 levels. Whether a person's status is noble depends on how much he has contributed to Jiangnan, and whether he has played the greatest role in promoting the development of Jiangnan. Officials who are greedy for money and greed for money, as well as officials, and officials, will be prosecuted by the Jiangnan inspector, then investigated by officials of the Ministry of Personnel, and finally sent to the Ministry of Justice for conviction. A supervision mechanism for officials was formed in the Southern era, which has continued to this day. In the chapters of each generation of census, Luo Xu pointed out the leader with his own will, and then announced it to the world with his own imperial edict. This will also prevent those treacherous officials from causing trouble. The development of the past 10 years. Jiangnan has also completely entered the era of electricity. Every household has electricity. You can use electric lights for lighting and heating. The next technology will involve all aspects of Jiangnan's technological development. For example, the slightly improved wired telephone should be turned into a wireless telephone, or even a mobile phone. For example, the 4 major items of television, refrigerator, washing machine, and air conditioner. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.